Good morning, everyone. Sorry about the delay, just accommodating various people's wishes. And can I welcome everyone to this meeting of Development Control Committee A of Mid-Suffolk District Council. Just need to run through some of the domestic arrangements before we get going. Could I please just ask you to ensure that you maintain social distancing from other people whilst in the chamber and in the communal areas? Can I ask you to please ensure that you wear a face covering at all times apart from when you're sitting down, or if, of course, you're exempt from doing so? And that can we please continue to use hand sanitizers and wipes that have been provided. Can I ask you to please ensure that your microphones are turned off when not in use, and please can I remind members not to interrupt other speakers or hold separate conversations while others are speaking. If you're attending a meeting to speak and persistently interrupt, we will ask you to leave the meeting. Very importantly, could I ask everyone please just to make sure your mobile phones are at least on silent or switched off. And we will be using e-voting for this meeting on the modern.gov app, and the whole of the meeting will be recorded except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting today, you will be deemed by the Council to have consented to having been recorded. By entering this meeting as a speaker, you are also consenting to being recorded by the Council and to the possible use of the sound recordings for webcasting and or training purposes. The Council, members of the public and the press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and press are not lawfully excluded. If you hear the alarm ring, it's not a practice. Can we please leave the building immediately via the fire exit and make our way to the assembly point, which is the Ipswich Town Football Club next door. Please follow the signs directing you to the fire exits at each end of the floor, and please do not enter the atrium, the ground floor area and walkways. If you are in the atrium at the time of the alarm, please follow the signs to the nearest fire exit. Please use the stairs and do not use the lifts. Please do not re-enter the building till we're safe to do so. There are a lot of people in the room today, and just for the quick run round as to who's going to do what, just some introductions. So we have, starting on the back row here probably, so we have Emily Yule, who's the monitoring officer. We have Luke Barber, who's here from Suffolk County Council Highways, Sue Hooton, who's here for Ecology, Paul Harrison, who's here for Heritage. We have Ian Deprez, our legal advisor. We have Philip Isbell, who's Chief Planning Officer, and Gemma Wyard, who will be presenting later on. And then at the top table here, I have Claire, and I have Mandy, who hold everything together, let me assure you, and make everything tick. So thank you to them for all they've done so far and will do throughout the meeting. We have ward members present at Mid-Suffolk District Council. Ward members may speak on an application before them if it's in their own ward, but may not vote. So you'll see people moving around or not being able to vote. That's the reason why. Okay, we have a packed agenda today. And the proposal is that we will have appropriate breaks. We will also be finishing around 6 o'clock because the doors are locked at 6:30. So I don't propose, so wherever we are just before then, we'll either finish at that one, but that is the sort of target for the day. We probably will not get through all the applications that are on the agenda before us, but we're not here to rush them. We're here to give them the time and justice they deserve, and where we end up on the end of the day is where we end up. Just one item to note that the planning application D7D in the agenda, DC 20-04921, land of east of Hockley Hill, Wetheringsett, that has had to be pulled. Unfortunately, the case officer has gone down or has been pinged, so can't come in. Yeah. Councillor Manson.
Thank you, Chair. Given what you've just said, and there are a lot of contentious cases on both of our half agendas, if you like, I would like to make a proposal that we defer some of the later applications on the grounds that some officers could contact those people who wanted to come in and speak. Otherwise, they'll have a very wasted journey. If you're saying it's unlikely we're going to get through them all, could we not make the decision now to defer some of them in the interest of public amenity, really? Because if someone has come all the way from Palgrave for our last case today, and then we find that we're still on case 4 at 6 o'clock, they've had a wasted journey. And I think in the interest of public benefit and you know, open that I would like to propose that we defer some of them now.
What I think we should do... I'd like to second that. Fine. What I think we'll do, obviously we can ask members, but what I think we should do is at lunch, when we get to the lunch break, see how many we've got through, and then at that point make the calls, because we may find, we rattle through some quicker than we think. You just never know. So my view is we do that at the lunch break at around 12 or 1 o'clock. That will give people plenty of time to contact them. Yeah, Councillor Mansell.
Well, I'm sorry that I disagree, actually.
No, you've made your point, and we'll go to... You've made your... Sorry, thank you. You've made your...
Can I come back on my proposal?
No.
Am I not allowed to come back on my proposal?
No, you've made your proposal, and we'll now go to the vote on that. That's perfectly acceptable. You've had your say. We don't need to spend a lot of time talking about this. Does anyone else wish to comment who hasn't already spoken? Yep, Councillor Passmore.
Very quickly, thank you, Chairman. I think your suggestion is eminently sensible. Just to check that we have got the contact details for the relevant people, should that be necessary. But I do think that is a very pragmatic approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, yes, Councillor.
Yeah, just to add that the people will take some time to get here, and probably lunchtime will be a little too late to save them travelling varying distances. And Palgrave's mentioned as
lunchtime
the
will give
furthest away.
people over 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours. But it's up to members. We're happy to take that to a vote. Those that would like to now choose to defer the last, how many items would you like deferred?
What should we say? The last two?
Last 2 items? Okay. Those in favour of that? Can we have a... Yeah, yes. It needs to be set up. So those in favour of deferring the last 2 items, we'll go to a vote on that. Now. No, doing it now rather than waiting till 12 o'clock.
Thank you, Chair. Members, if you go to your ModGov app, and select the cross in the top right hand corner, vote in this item is now in progress. Councillor Haddingham.
Okay.
Thank you. You may have to scroll down.
It's disappeared from now.
You might have to, if you go down and then click the little button on the left hand side, there's a little arrow. You scroll down. Oh, there we go, there's the blue line. Counts.
Okay, has everyone voted that needs to vote?
Chair, you need to confirm this. Thank you, Chair. That's 4 votes for and 4 votes against.
We'll make the call at 12 o'clock. Thank you. Unless people want to go to a vote for that, but I think we're just happy to move on. Okay, let's move straight on to the agenda. Apologies for absence and substitutions. Do we have any apologies for absence, please?
Chair, we have apologies from Councillor Richard Mayer and Councillor Lavinia Haddingham is substituting.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we need to declare, receive any declarations of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest by members? Yes.
A personal non-pecuniary interest on the Fressingfield one.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Humphries.
Thank you. Non-pecuniary, I'm a member of Stowmarket Town Council.
Thanks very much. Anyone else? No? Okay, thank you. Declarations of lobbying. I think we're. Okay, so we've all been lobbied on the Gateway 14 application. We've all been lobbied on Wakelands. I've had emails and phone calls on Cross Street. I'm not sure about Bacton. Yep, okay, Bacton. The bungalow at Bacton, okay. Great Bricett? No. Okay, and the land at Ling Road, Palgrave? Yes. Okay, so it's all but one, actually. Yeah.
Chair, if I may, could we ask that the minutes for the lobbying on 7A, that's Gateway 14, actually, I don't know how they get specified, but because we've been lobbied by residents, we've been lobbied by the applicant, and we've effectively been lobbied by the council with presentations and so on, that I think just for clarity and ensuring public kind of in the public interest, that's very clear in the minutes. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, lobbied by all parties. Fine, thank you. Okay, any declarations of personal site visits? Funny enough, I drove past Gateway 14 purely by accident, looking for the Esso petrol station, but I did go past it only 2 days ago. Anyone else got anything they wanted to say? Yeah, same with Councillor Passmore. Okay, thank you. Confirmation of the minutes held on the 21st of July 2021. Members, we have those in front of us. Just happy to go through them. Is any points of accuracy that people aren't happy with? Otherwise, can I... Oh, no, sorry, I can't sign those. We have to go to a vote on those. So, can I have a proposer for the minutes? To propose the minutes as they are, as a true record? Yep, Councillor Matheson. And a seconder? Yep, Councillor Passmore. Okay. We have to go to an electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is now in progress. Councillor Haddingham, would you?
I wasn't there, so I can't.
Thank you.
I wasn't there either.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Chair. That's 3 abstentions and 5 votes for, so that's carried.
Thank you. Just in that break, it suddenly occurred to me that I am a LEP board member, and I know the LEP is speaking today and I think has been involved to some degree in Gateway 14 or has had dealings with it. So just for the record, I'd like to just declare that. Okay, do we need to receive any notifications of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme?
None received.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move straight on to the scheduled planning applications, and the first one is DC 21-407 Gateway 14, the land between the A1120 and A14 in Stowmarket. Now I'd like to invite the case officer, Gemma Walker, to introduce the application to the committee.
Thank you, Chair. This is the application for Gateway 14 in Stowmarket. So we've got the application site outlined in pink, and we can see the A14 to the top of the site and the A1120 running down the left-hand side. Constraints map for the site, we can just see there are some flood zones just running onto the very edges of the site. We have also got a footpath coming across from Creeting, sorry for the mouse, through the site and onto Mill Lane. And finally, there are listed buildings. They are highlighted in black, so just reference that's the Cedars Hotel. We've got Clamp Farm in here, but I will run through those specifically later as well. But just to particularly flag up, we have got various listed buildings, and just see them in black again. We've got the church here, but I'll come back to those as well. This is our red line application site. It is split up into various parts because we've got a hybrid application, so part full, part outline. This summarises the 2 different parts of our application. So essentially the parts inside the red line in green are our full application. So we're looking at the road through the site and also coming up here and the realignment essentially of Mill Lane. The strategic landscaping around the edges also is included in our full application, along with a substation just in here, and we've also got surface water attenuation in this area, and also footpath connections through the site. The outline section is essentially the parts in yellow, and what we're seeking on via the way of this application would be the principle of employment uses, so e.g., which is B1 as was, and B2 and B8 uses. This then informs a parameters plan, which essentially gives us some guidelines for the development. We've got specific heights and specific uses. Probably of most particular relevance is the area in pink. This would be limited to Class EG uses and have a lower height restriction. Otherwise, we're looking at a mix of uses across the site in the blue areas, and then a height restricted zone through here. And then we do have an indicative site now. Now, this is based on the outline, so this is not for approval, but it gives an idea of how a development might come forward on this site, just for reference. And it has been used in some of the plans to show what the buildings might look like, but essentially we are looking at an envelope for buildings rather than the actual design or anything else today. That would come back later for reserved matters. Moving on to site photographs, we're at the A1120 roundabout with essentially Tesco's and McDonald's behind us, looking forward to the site, and this is the entrance to the application site. On the right hand side, on each photo, hopefully, are a dot indicating where we are and looking through. So if you're not clear, there is also a diagram there of where we're looking from, but I'll try and reference that as we go through. So again, we're looking down the A1120 towards Muntons and the site on our left. And then on the Mill Lane overbridge, essentially looking down to the roundabout, we would have the A14 behind us, essentially, and the site to the left again. Coming round, we're now looking at the Mill Lane overbridge, properties in Stowmarket here, and looking down to the industrial buildings, and essentially in the site now. And slightly further back, so the site is both to our left and our right. We're on Mill Lane and looking into Stowmarket. And then again, looking through the application site from Mill Lane, we can still just see some of the development in Stowmarket on the horizon. And then we're now looking down towards Muntons across the main part of the application site. And again, slightly further on, we're just starting to see the edge of Clamp Farm coming into our view now to the left. And then as we come round, this is Clamp Farm, you can see Mill Lane winds down to our left and comes down to Clamp Farm. And then looking essentially on the A14 overbridge, so Creting to our right and the application site to our left. And again, just a view, we're now over that bridge from Creting and looking across fields into the site. And finally, now we're on the site and we're looking back, and you can just see traffic on the A14 in the background. So this is essentially the northern part of the site just in front of us. And again, very top of the site, essentially now adjacent to the A14, looking back towards Creting. We now move right down to the very southern aspect of the site now. So we're essentially looking along the River Gipping boundary and with the railway, and Muntons on our left. And then we're looking back up the site. So the application site was allocated by the Core Strategy Focus Review in 2012 by Policy SC3, and that included specific land amounts. And as you can see from the plan excerpt from the Core Strategy Focus Review, that is essentially the site we're looking at. There are some differences to the boundary, particularly this area is not within the ownership of the applicant as it stands, but essentially we're looking at the site as allocated in that Core Strategy Focus Review. This was then subsequently further allocated in the Stowmarket Area Action Plan in 2013, and policies 7.9 to 7.14 are the particularly relevant policies. Excerpt from the main policy 7.9 on the screen about the different phases and the expectation of it being the Stowmarket Business and Enterprise Park. Policy 7.10 of the Stowmarket Area Action Plan required a development brief to be produced. This is the plan from the development brief. it specified land uses across the site, so we can see there's slightly different shadings, and there are different hatchings, but I will come back and just detail the hatchings in more detail later. Essentially, there are different height zones. You perhaps just see the bottom is red, and that was a higher height zone, whereas we've got lower heights, particularly around the Clamp Farm area, but I've got a zoomed in picture to come back to. So these policies provide for the allocation of the site for employment use, and as such the proposal is considered to be acceptable in principle. To go back to the summary plan, the road layout in green is part of the full application, and that includes the closing of Mill Lane to vehicles. Come up there. Providing a new connecting road to the A1120 roundabout as an alternative. And that is as the development brief expected. Concerns have been raised, particularly about the realignment of the road around Clamp Farm. You can see there's a corner, or a collection of corners as we come through the site. However, Suffolk County Council Highways and Highways England raised no objection to the proposal. Both the travel plan and construction management plan are proposed by way of condition, and as you'll see in the update on the late papers in the recommendation, just to clarify that both of those would expect and require the use of the A1120 and A14 junction as part of that. As mentioned, the proposal includes a parameters plan showing proposed uses and heights. These include a maximum height above ordnance datum. The development brief itself also set expected eaves heights, but it is silent on any expected works to level the site and where this height to eaves might be measured from in this respect. So just to pick up, as I've mentioned, the different heights. So the bottom zone would have been 15 metres to eaves. Then we've got 8 metres to the eaves through here, and then a lower height round Clamp Farm. Hopefully you can just pick out the different colours. But as we can see on the orange slide, coloured pit diagram, there were limited ordnance datum included, and that didn't set out any levels detail specifically. This application includes above ordnance datum levels and an indicative cut and fill proposal with maximum roof heights above ordnance datum as well. A condition is proposed for maximum building heights, and this provides control of the proposal and a maximum envelope against which the impact of the proposal can be assessed. So essentially we know our maximum possible levels that would be agreed through reserve matters, and we know the heights we're talking about. If the levels were to drop, because we are proposing a maximum building height condition, the building would also drop in the landscape. It wouldn't then be 25 or 30 metres tall to the top of our envelope. That is the proposal to control that by condition. So we are talking about the absolute maximum, and that is what we've assessed this proposal against. So we have got that envelope that we know is the maximum, and then the detail we can control through reserve matters. This has been further demonstrated by indicative site sections. These are in your bundles, members, but apologies, it doesn't come out very well on A4, so I've zoomed in on the relevant bits, so you might be able to pick these out as you go. Particular relevance to D&E, so perhaps I'll come to those in more detail, but we've got section A here, which is across the site this way. So we're coming from the A14 down through the site. And then again, we've got section B, where again we can see how we come through the site. And C, I said I'll dwell on D&E perhaps to see we can see it across here through the potential larger building. And then to come to section D, we're looking at Muntons towards the bottom, and then we can see how the site would be levelled, but come up in phases across the top of the site. And again, E, this particularly coming through, we'd be looking at Clamp Farm to our right-hand side. The gap between Clamp Farm and the site, coming through to the bund. The gap in here, which we can see is essentially the gap through here, coming through the various different buildings towards the A1120. As such, whilst there would be an increase in height over and above the expectations of the development brief, we do have an envelope against which to assess it, and this is the basis on which the application has been considered. This includes a landscape mitigation scheme as part of a strategic landscaping plan, which is part of the full application that we are looking at today. The landscape mitigation scheme is subject to conditions and is confirmed by the landscape consultant that the impact can be mitigated through the proposed strategic landscaping. This plan shows broad areas proposed, such as street planting through the centre of the site along the newly proposed roadway, and, for example, woodland along the eastern boundary to offer a different type of mitigation in that area. Detailed proposals are provided for the site with plans for each area. If we briefly run through each plan, I have included this on the bottom corner of each so you can see where we're at on each plan because it covers such a large area. Just a brief look at the key. So there are a variety of different areas, different plantings and plans in order to make sure that we maximise the benefits of the landscaping. So we're looking at plan 1 here. This shows the top corner of the site looking at the A1120. And I'm aware, I think the landscaping plan provided in the bundle shows distances, which I know some members have queried, saying, oh, that includes the land outside the site. So I'll clarify the distances inside the site and say, yes, that plan does include essentially the full width of the landscaping rather than necessarily that which is proposed. So hopefully I can clarify that. So here, for example, we're looking at 8 metres at the widest point, which is approximately there, through to our red line. Coming along to the A14 boundary, we start to see the proposed strategic landscaping come along here, and we're looking at a width of 15 metres along the boundary to the red line, as well as the highway verge. That's in addition. And then coming to the top corner of the site, essentially, again, we're looking at 15 metres width across that boundary. And then as we come down the east side of the application site, we'll just see the existing footpath coming in there. And this is all correct in your plan because there isn't landscaping outside of the boundary, so the dimensions that are in your bundles are correct. And then we can see we're coming through the centre of the site to the proposed roadway with the street planting proposed, and then out again to the roundabout with that proposed new access road. And again on plan 8, coming down the A1120 and through the site again. And to the corner, we're now coming out on the essentially the exit to Mill Lane with Clamp Farm just to our south. And there we go, coming out, we can just see the Clamp Farm buildings. This is the next plan. Coming down, we've got the Bund, also proposed in full. And then we come across the site with not so much more information, I'm afraid, but we'll past. Then we come across to the corner at the bottom of the site with the A1120 and Muntons in here with the railway. And we're looking at that point at just over 14 metres in this area, as I mentioned, for the landscaping, and in this area just over 22 metres wide. And then coming down to Muntons, again we can see the proposed landscaping and the bottom corner of the site coming into our attenuation. And again, just the final detail on that attenuation basin. And then down to the corner of the footpath, which is the very bottom right-hand corner of the site down here, essentially. Oops. So as mentioned, that is a strategic landscaping plan, and hopefully that clarifies the landscaping that is proposed on site. Just to confirm, this is an updated version of the plan you've got in your papers, so it does clarify that it is 30 metres overall, of which 8 metres in that area is on-site landscaping, and hopefully I've run through all of those details so you're clear members on what it is exactly that's on-site versus highway verge. With regards to the amount proposed, this is reduced compared to the development brief, which we can just see on the top right-hand side. You can see there is a wider swathe of green proposed on that on the northern boundary with the A14 on the application site in the development brief. However, a reduction of that landscaping belt had been accepted by a previous consent on this site, provided that the landscaping still provides the appropriate mitigation for the proposal. As previously mentioned, the landscape consultant confirms that the impact can be mitigated by the proposed landscaping. Furthermore, the proposal has been assessed by our consultant ecologist, who considers the detailed landscape proposal acceptable, and noting that the proposal demonstrates 13.59% gain for habitats and 148.65% gain for linear features, so that there are clear, measurable net gains for biodiversity. In addition, a condition is proposed to secure 20% on-plot soft landscaping, which if I just draw your attention to the plan on the bottom right-hand side, you can see in the lighter green additional areas, particularly around the edges of the site, which would be part or could be part of that when we look at reserved matters. So there is also further opportunity to secure additional landscaping over and above that proposed. But as mentioned, there are significant gains as a result of that currently proposed. An LVIA was undertaken as part of this assessment, which shows the proposal and the landscape mitigation over time. So hopefully taking you through these, we'll see the differences proposed over time. So we're looking at the A14 down to Muntons in this slide. This is as existing, and then we move on to the proposal, coming on to year 1 and year 15. So that is the expectations of the landscaping proposal, and that has been assessed by our landscape consultants. And again, looking at Muntons and to our left, and looking up to Clamp Farm, this is where we are at the moment, and then day 1 with no mitigation. And then viewpoint 14, we're looking at the drive-through up towards the A14, the offices that are up there and the residential development. We can see the proposal, what we would anticipate the landscaping to look like, which particularly the bund would be expected to be delivered before any built form on site. So perhaps this view is not characteristic of what we would expect at any point, because we would expect the bund to be delivered amongst the strategic landscaping, but it does give you the idea of what it might look like. So we have then the bund just essentially newly planted, and then coming up to year 15. Longer distance views of the proposal, and again with the landscaping in place. And then we're looking southwards from the A14 on this one, again with the proposal and with landscaping in place. From the east of the site, proposal. Let's run through. So you can see these are long distance views where we just catch some views of the site, but hopefully that gives an idea of the expectations. The landscape mitigation also mitigates against impacts to the setting of listed buildings in the vicinity. As mentioned, said I would come back to this, so hopefully you can see listed down the left-hand side are the listed buildings that the Heritage Officer particularly specified. There are others which you can see in black across the plan. They're unfortunately fairly small dots, but hopefully you can see that there are others, but these are the particular ones identified. So working through Clamp Farm is number 1, coming down to Badley Mill House, the Cedars Hotel, Woodlands Farmhouse at number 4, coming all the way down to the bottom for number 5, Creeting Hall. Sorry, not Creeting Hall, number 5 is Badley Hall. Number 6 is Creeting Hall, 7 is the Church of St Peter, and 8 is the Old Rectory. And then number 9, the map on the left-hand side is essentially an excerpt. I've tried to make that as clear as possible. It might not be. So what we've got is the Badley Church Green Conservation Area. This is the area it runs through. So it runs all the way from the road here, down around these 2 small areas of woodland either side of the road, and then comes down around here. And apologies, the shape is not great with the mouse, but hopefully you can see on the left-hand side that is the shape of the conservation area. But so it does run all the way down to the road down here. The proposal has been assessed by a Heritage Officer who confirms that the proposal would cause less than substantial harm to designated heritage assets, as such as required by paragraph 202 of the NPPF. Where a proposal will lead to less than substantial harm, the harm should be weighed against public benefit. Noting the harm must be given considerable importance and weight, this proposal nonetheless offers public benefit. The site is expected to provide in excess of 3,000 jobs, providing employment with a sustainable match between homes and jobs. As such, the harm is considered to be outweighed by public benefits to economic growth from bringing forward this allocated site. Whilst the proposal does not comply with the full requirements of the development brief as a whole, the proposal does offer appropriate mitigation of impact and benefits a result. Overall, it's considered to comply generally with the development plan, whilst material considerations in favour are notable, including significant economic benefits. Economic benefits themselves form part of the overarching aims of sustainable development in the NPPF, whilst paragraph 81 confirms that significant weight should be given to the need to support economic growth and productivity. Just to clarify a couple of points on the late papers, just to finally sum up, there are two errors, just for correction, particularly one point about the NPPF, that obviously we had the new edition come out essentially right before this report was published, just a correction there. There is also an update to the recommendation, just to clarify a couple of the condition recommendations. So the recommendation itself would be late papers on pages 3 to 6, rather than that in the bundle. Then we've got a heritage update paper, and finally we've just got some very slight amendments to the earthworks plans, and particularly a clarification of what the different coloured lines were, because that wasn't included. But that is essentially the update from the late papers. And as such, the recommendation is for approval, as mentioned on pages 3 to 6 of the late papers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for running through that. Now we have Sue here from the ecology perspective, who's only here till 11 o'clock. So if members are just mindful of that, if they have any questions for that particular area. First off was Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I wanted to ask if we could, I mean, there's about 6 or 8 different kind of topics about which members are likely to have questions. I wondered if we could in some way group those so that we don't keep darting from one topic to another as we take different members' questions. I mean, we can see there are the issues of principle related to the SAP and the development brief, and then there are landscaping issues, heritage issues, travel, access, transport type issues, and a few more.
Yeah, well, if you want to get
try
the ball,
that.
Yeah, I'm happy to give that a go. It probably makes sense to lump them together. So why don't we start off with the ecology, as Sue's, we haven't got Sue for the whole day. So any members want to just pick up on questions of ecology? Councillor Passmore, you're first.
Thanks, Matthew. Thanks, Chairman. Morning, everybody. Yes, very pleased to see the landscaping and plans there. One of the questions I have on this, and I know it would be conditioned were it to get permission, but there are issues here about local provenance of tree planting schemes, hedging and so on, to make sure they are of local species and so on. But one of the things, if this goes through, it's going to be a bit of a flagship development that will be very, very visible. What can we do to make sure, I don't know how you describe this, that so, for example, the trees that we plant are of a decent size, so we're not just planting them about 5 or 6 feet tall, but maybe 12, 15 feet. I'm not an expert on this, but it's really important that if it goes through, we soften the impact as you go along the A14 and down towards Stowmarket, down to the Cedars roundabout there, as much as possible. So how could we condition that, or can we condition that at this stage to make sure it's a really...
Or is it already conditioned, I guess, is the other question.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah.
Did you see where I'm coming from? We don't want a load of, how can I put it, cheap, lower standard imported things like that at all.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's exactly what we've been looking at. As I mentioned, we had that envelope against which we've assessed, and then we've looked at that strategic landscaping on that basis. Does it mitigate against the proposal successfully? That's the advice from our landscape consultant, is that it does offer the appropriate mitigation, and that we can secure that by condition, and that we would require its implementation essentially first before we do any further development.
Matthew, just a very quick one. Yeah, all right, okay. Make sure that they are maintained properly, looked after, and trees, hedges need looking after, fertilising, grass cutting, watering and all these sorts of things, because it's really, really important. That is part of the condition for whoever has the overall responsibility for that.
Yeah, can I come back to... There is a proposal to have essentially a maintenance plan as part of the Section 106 agreement, so that would be secured by 106, that would be looked after, maintained going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Eburn, you were next.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got probably 3 questions on the landscape. Firstly, the original development brief, I think, was 40 metres landscaping. And so I just wanted a view, as to why we've cut that in more than in half. And where you refer to some parts of the landscaping being 8 metres, but that there's landscape outside of the site, so therefore it would be a wider bit. But we obviously don't control the landscape out that side of it, so highways or whoever could completely chop down all the landscaping outside of the site and we'd be back to 8 metres, which is a rather big difference from the 40 in the development brief. So if you could just explain that one for me, please. Secondly, you zipped through them rather quickly, but the view from Cedars Park, I think, is a very important in terms of what the landscaping is there for people looking across from Cedars Park, especially with the heights of the land concerned. And finally, the actually sort of maintaining kind of corridors, the corridors through the site of street trees. So how are we sure that they will actually become wildlife corridors rather than just single decorative street trees? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So in terms of the landscaping, I probably can't answer the why it was reduced. This is the application that has been made and we've got to look at. But I said that has been assessed on that basis as mitigating against the proposal. In terms of the 8 metres by the A1120, so the additional landscaping is outside of the red line, it is in the highway. However, the majority of that on the corner by that roundabout is a roadside nature reserve, so it has other protection as well. And Sue, correct me if I'm wrong, if that's the area of the Shepherd's Needle? No, sorry, right, there we go. But it is part of that protection. So it's got that roadside nature reserve designation on that corner as well. So essentially that would protect that width of landscaping. The view from Cedars Park, Mandy, I might need to go back to the slide and then we can have that up in full. Councillor, did you recall which slide it was particularly? No, there's a lot there, sorry. That's... Sorry. I mean, just to pick up on that point, so the areas hatched to the roadside nature reserves particularly. So that's probably looking towards the McDonald's in that area down by the roundabout and then across through to the commercial use there. You just see, so the A14 is essentially all right. Is that a helpful slide?
I think it was looking in because it's obviously the Cedars Park's a residential area and people looking at and given the height of Cedars Park. And on the previous slides, when you picked up views from Clamp Farm and from Creating and so on, I couldn't pick out one from Cedars Park looking in. So, and what the landscaping then protected the residential areas effectively from that view.
So I don't think there is one in the LVIA from there, but I'll be corrected if anybody is aware of one specifically. I think I'd picked out the predominant ones. But in terms of here, we are looking at that 8 metres of landscaping over and above the highway verge. And if I pop back to the side where we look out, there we go, that one. So we can already see it is essentially, because there is a slight drop in the ground levels and the existing landscaping plus then proposed landscaping, there is limited views across already. So that additional landscaping would offer that buffer, and as I said, that is part of the overall assessment by the landscape consultants.
Thank you.
I think you might have had another question, or have I covered everything? Sorry. The wildlife corridors, which I might defer to Sue on.
Thank you, Chair. The landscaping obviously will be secured by condition. I'd like to think that ecology would have an input into that in terms of ensuring wildlife corridors are delivered and, as you said, are not just lollipop trees down the streets. However, street trees do have to conform to highways requirements, but I would like to think that there would be a deliverable network, not just amenity value for those using the area.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, there were a large number of additional landscaping parameter plans, in fact, and we hadn't had the opportunity to see in the papers that we received. We must say we went through those at a disappointingly fast pace, and I really couldn't actually get my head around where we were slide by slide, which was quite a problem. What I wanted to ask, particularly Sue Hooton, there's some very, very, very precise biodiversity gain percentages on page 43 of the papers. What I was wondering was, at what period in the future is that are those percentages achieved? Let's put it that way. That's one question, and I think the others are mainly on landscaping or things that Councillor Eburn has covered. So just on the ecology first, then.
Thank you, Chair. The calculations have been provided by the applicant's team, and they have been pulled together from the available land and the planting that could be delivered. So this is a potential that could be delivered within the site, and that's how the government's DEFRA biodiversity metric, both 2 and the new version, which is version 3, which is now available. So this is the potential available, and there will need to be an actual metrics calculated at the time of each of the future applications coming forward for reserved matters. So the calculations are based on a baseline assessment of what's actually on the site for biodiversity habitats, and separately for linear features. And the linear features are things like hedgerows, but also watercourses. So as there aren't many hedgerows on the site, there is a huge potential for net gain for linear features. However, the habitats gain, I would like to think, is more or similar to a lot of development sites, in that it's at least demonstrates that net gain can be delivered above what will be the mandatory 10% when the government's environment bill comes back, as we understand it. But to answer your question about when will those percentages be delivered, the final percentage will be, or could be, different to these, but at least the site has the ability to deliver these. And the metrics calculations have been designed that different habitats being created have a different lifespan to achieve that calculation. And off the top of my head, woodland is at least easy to create, but it does take time. Obviously, trees take time to grow. So from memory, I think the calculations are likely to have been based on 15 years for some habitats and up to 25 years for others. So I hope that answers your question.
So 15 to 25.
For woodland.
Thank you, Chair. Can I continue onto the more landscaping related matters? With the views that we saw, I happened to come from Claydon on the A14 yesterday, and it struck me that going in that direction, there was a very big and clear view of the site, and I projected back in my mind from where I was on the road back towards Creating St Peter and Creating Hills, and I just wondered what sort of visual impact there is from those sort of perspectives up on the high land.
So the landscape consultant, as part of the proposal, did review the viewpoints from which the LVI assessments were made of specific points and assessed those. So I can't answer that specifically, but that was the our landscape consultant agreed the viewpoints from which it was assessed and undertook that assessment. And as I said, did it say that he accepted that the mitigation was appropriate and mitigated the impact.
Thank you. Have you got more landscaping questions, John?
No, I'll need to have a look, but I'll leave it for others to
Okay.
continue.
Anyone else want to come in on before we move on to heritage? Randomly picking subjects. Heritage. Councillor Field.
Just a question on the so-called linear features. Obviously it's farm or has been farmland, so there's not a great deal of hedges on it at the moment. Just some assurance, are we talking about meaningful gains here, or are we talking about just any ditch happens to be a linear feature, because they do tend to be somewhat linear, and they may or may not have an impact on wildlife and its ability to move around. What is your assessment? Is this a meaningful gain or just a large number to impress us?
Thank you, Chair. The baseline will have included all linear features. However, from a biodiversity net gain point of view, the whole point is to deliver benefits to biodiversity, and therefore any that will be proposed as gains will need to be appropriate both to the landscape but from an ecology point of view. So I'm talking about native species, hedgerows that are appropriately managed in the future, the long term, because that's the whole point, because if you just plant something, you ignore it, it's not going to survive and it won't deliver any benefits. So the planning authority, in assessing and considering applications that reserve matters, will need to ensure that biodiversity net gain is going to be delivered, not just deliverable.
Councillor Passmore.
Thanks. I hope it's going to behave itself. I don't know whether this is exactly the right time to ask this, but I think there are ecological implications, I would say. One of the concerns that I know has been raised in the past, and that's about the risk of pollution to the watercourse and aquifers. And the reason I mention that, Chairman, is because, of course, Munton's down at the bottom end of the site is one of our primary companies that exports to over 80 countries all around the world. And any compromise on water resources for the malting business is actually a real big threat. So what I'm really asking, are there some kind of mitigations within the planning policy? I don't know whether exactly he would answer this question, to do everything possible in design to minimise the risk should anything happen. I know the Environment Agency have responded about foul water drainage, but there is another dimension here, and it also applies to air quality as well. That will clearly depend on what sort of industry is there, but it's important we have that. And a further question I have, and I'm not sure whether this fits in as well, but when you look at some industrial estates, some of them are kept absolutely pristine and look very, very smart. One thing that really winds me up, and a lot of other people, is sometimes at the entranceways and around the vicinity, there's a lot of litter, rubbish, detritus. what can we do to make sure that doesn't happen? I'm thinking up at the airfield where Cranswick have got their facility. I'm fed up with driving up the A140 there and seeing at times a filthy old mess outside the entrance to that particular facility. I'm not blaming Cranswick, but what can we do to try and make sure that happens? Because any pollution like that clearly compromises the ecological balance, and apart from that, it looks pretty unsightly and shouldn't be there in the first place. Thank you.
Yeah, might need to defer to Sue on some of the wildlife points, but if I start backwards, so as I said, we are looking at having a management and maintenance requirement through the 106, and I see no reason why that couldn't include that kind of management expectations, that there is a degree of litter picking if that were necessary, or general site tidying, along with the management to make it correct for the biodiversity. So I think in that respect we do retain the control. Perhaps this might come on to when we have the applicant and agent speak. They'll confirm that obviously the expectation is it's our site, so I suspect that would also leave us further control. But from a strictly planning authority point of view, I would feel confident that that 106, regardless of who that might be, would give us control on that point. Sorry, in terms of the wider... Groundwater, yes, sorry. So we don't have details of occupiers or what might happen, so I think that would be something for the reserved matters. Particularly at the moment, the surface water drainage essentially is only for the infrastructure going on site, so that is controlled in its own way. So if there were to be an occupier come in who had specific issues, we would be able to deal with that through their surface water drainage at their reserved matters point when they submit that. And that's part of the advice from County Floods has said they want a particular package for reserved matters as part of the surface water drainage. And they have also requested on both full and the outline a construction surface water management plan. So again, that we would have that control during construction.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, yes, I found my other two. Can I first ask Sue Hooton, in view of those answers about the 15 to 25 years and so on, is there a significant short-term ecology loss that we're going to suffer here? And then I wanted to move on to the landscaping. In the papers that we were sent, slides 30 to 34, landscape sections and views, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wanted to explore how many years was assumed in those sectional drawings of showing that you won't be able to see the buildings from various places. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and answer the ecology questions, but I'll have to defer to someone else on the landscaping ones. Your concerns about short-term losses, I think, have been considered appropriately by the applicant's team. They have used the mitigation hierarchy as it is defined in ecological best practice. So initially, impacts have been avoided. We did provide pre-application advice to the applicant and were able to see that when the application was actually submitted, the measures to avoid impacts have been taken. Impacts have also been mitigated in terms particularly of timing of some works proposed, and where impacts have been deemed unavoidable, particularly in relation to the shepherd's needle that Gemma mentioned earlier, which is an endangered plant that thrives on arable land, but it is very much appreciated that details have been provided in terms of a method statement to collect seed and sow that on the site, obviously not within the area that's going to be developed, and that will be managed in the long term. So there have been compensation measures included within the development site, and the additional planting is all going to be enhancements. So I'm satisfied that there will be no short-term loss, but there is possibility of considerable gains if the applicant is consented.
Officers found that
Can you turn your mic on, please?
Sorry. Officers found the landscape sections and views that I'm referring to. Right.
Yeah, perhaps I can kind of come on to both of those points. So that's one of the expectations of the phasing, as mentioned, is that we're delivering the bund and the landscaping before anything else is allowed. That's one of the requirements on the conditions. So we make sure that the landscaping, probably both in terms of biodiversity and in terms of the mitigation it's expected to provide for views, would be one of the first things that's implemented on site. In terms of the timescales of those views, I don't know when that's based on, but that might be something we perhaps pick up with the applicants. Yeah.
Yeah, on the bund only refers to Clamp Farm though, there aren't any other bunds.
No, there is some earthworks around the site, which is the plans in the bundles, which are the line plans that adjust some of the heights around the edges of the site, but not specific bunding. The bunding is around the Clamp Farm area.
Okay, move on to another area. Happy to be guided by the committee, by questions you may have. Is there anything else you want to pick up while we've got the officers here, or should we go on to the rest of the speakers, then if you've got more questions, come back to the officers? Councillor Mansell, yes.
I have got some questions, but they're not related to those topics that you
It can be any topic
mentioned.
you want. Any topic.
Well, I've got a couple of questions. I have no idea whether they come classified in the same sort of area. The papers talk about excess of 3,000 jobs being created by this development. Can you tell me if that is based on having this as a manufacturing or a warehousing sort of basis? How are all these employees going to get to the site? Those are two questions about employment. I've also got a question about lighting, which may or may not be related to ecology. I notice on our conditions we've got wildlife-friendly lighting as a condition. Is that to be sort of like smart lighting that's only on when it's necessary to be on, or is it on permanently? Thank you.
Chairman, if you can answer those, if you can't, we've also got the applicant, we can ask them later.
Yeah, so job numbers, I'm just looking, I think it was the focused review specified the numbers, which I'm just looking for. So that was there we go, sorry.
Chairman, if I can assist, I think it was of the order of 8,000 jobs was in the focused review from memory, Chairman.
There you go. Okay.
And sorry, what was the other part of the question? Apologies, Councillor. The lighting, yes. So there is a condition for lighting. It is essentially a strategy to be agreed. So if there are specific things in there, I would expect that we would consult Sue, or hopefully Sue, on that point as and when we got that proposal, so we could look at that for each site so that it is the lux level is appropriate, the angles are appropriate, that it's turned off as needs be, and all of those details would be something that it would be controlled by that condition.
But then it was transport to the site.
So that again might be something we can pick up on. Essentially, there is a travel plan that comes with this, and that's been approved with county, and it does include a shuttle bus. And we would expect to provide the appropriate levels of electric vehicle charging parking that's been proposed, along with cycle parking as part of the reserve matters. But this
Philip,
is outlined, we haven't got those
Philip
details.
wants to come in as well.
Chairman, yes, in my enthusiasm, I did say 8,000, and 8,000 is the district-wide figure. It's actually a little bit over 3,000, probably 3,200, 3,300 is set out in the focused review. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks. Okay, yeah, you want to come back?
Sorry, I can read it says 8,000 jobs are needed in the district, and it says in my papers the application site is expected to provide in excess of 3,000 jobs. All I've been told is that that's what it says.
Yes, so you could ask the applicant when they come up.
Right, can I just make one other point about the presentation and the papers that we've been sent? I am a map person and I can rotate maps, but I find it very frustrating that the maps are not all in the same orientation, especially when you gave us those cut through whatever the sectional things to try and rotate it, work out where you were. When some maps are one way up, one map's than the other. It's just a point I'd like to make. It doesn't make it easy to follow.
Can I suggest that you just ping an email to David Byrne after, just pointing that out, and then we'll try and pick it up. We want to make it as easy as possible for members. Yes, Councillor Mansell, then Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Eburn, then Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got 4 questions, if I may. First, simple one, just in construction management, can we confirm that that's not using the A1120 through Stow Upland, that it's only using the A1120 to get to the A14? Secondly, it talks about recreational, an amount being spent on recreational facilities, 190,000. Can you confirm where that will be, if it's not going to be on site? Thirdly, many workers will use the facilities near to their place of work. So obviously some people live near, hopefully, but others will be travelling and they will use those facilities. So what are the plans for infrastructure such as GP surgeries for those people that are working on that site and will go to use the GP surgery at lunchtime, for example? And finally, I'd still just like some clarification about the differences between this application and the development brief, because in the papers there are some points where it says this such and such has been in the development brief and it's now carried through into this one. Tick, that's fine. And there are other points where it says it's not in the development brief. It was in the development brief, but it's not in this one. Oh, and that's fine as well. So I just seems to be a little bit of a confusion as between whether it's okay to not have items that were in the development brief, or it is okay to have items that, were in the development brief. So if you could just have a bit of clarity over that from a sort of policy perspective, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the A1120, that would be the expectation is the 1120 up to the A14 junction, and that would be written into the construction management plan. In terms of sports provision, perhaps, Mandy, if we can go back to the PowerPoint already, and I'll pick up that point through the development brief as well. So the orange land, just in there, was originally allocated for sports provision. Neither of the two previous permissions provided any land at all. They both had 106 payments to contribute towards employee sports provision, and that's what is proposed in this case as well. So the amount previously secured is carried forward to this proposal, and that we would need to spend that money on appropriate sports provision for employees, essentially. So it is one of those things that the development brief did expect, but we have got an alternative funding for that, and then we can take that away to improve or provide additional sports provision. The GP infrastructure wouldn't be something that we would particularly expect an employment site to provide. That's based on houses and comes through SIL. If there were particular demand, that could be requested through the SIL funding if there is extra demand as a result of this. But in general, we would take that as a basis of the residential position. And I think most GPs require that to be in the locality of your home address. So again, that might have an implication, but that would be potentially controlled through SIL funding. And then to pick up on the development brief, so it is adopted, it is a material consideration. As said, the previous applications, sorry, could we keep that up, sorry. The previous applications both varied from it in certain ways. As I said, the sports provision is probably an easy one to say that, yep, we did vary from it, we did take that away, but are we still providing appropriate mitigation? Yes, we've secured the money towards those sports facilities, and similarly with the landscaping, what we're saying is that's gone out to our landscape consultant and been assessed and is providing the appropriate mitigation. So perhaps if I pick up on the several points where there are differences. So we've got the, let me change hands, we've got the wetland area in this area. That is outside of our red line application site, and it's not blue line land, so it's not within the applicant's ownership. So that is not something that we can control or secure through this application. But equally, it doesn't prevent it coming forward. It wouldn't have implications as far as I can see for it coming forward in the future, and we do still provide the footpath coming down the edge of the site onto the Gipping Valley Way. So if that were proposed at some time in the future, there would be public access onto it, including from this site as well as from the Gipping Valley Way. As mentioned the landscaping, we've got two areas. So we've got this area to the north, which is again outside of red line, is not blue line land. That is exactly the same as we dealt with the application for what we called phase 2, the northern part of the site essentially. It was outside the application site. For that application, we again assessed the landscaping and considered that it appropriately mitigated, and that therefore we have not ever secured that area of land expected by the development brief. I think I mentioned the landscaping across here, that narrow width, and then the other main area would be the height. So the development brief expected 15 metres to the eaves in this area, 8 metres further up, and I think 6.5 in this area adjacent to Clamp Farm. That, as I mentioned, was never based off a set level AOD. We've got some AOD examples, but the site is, I think we saw from photos, you can see Muntons is at the bottom of the valley, the A14 at the top. So you would need a flat level development platform to base that off. The other uncertainty essentially from the development brief in terms of height and scale is we don't actually know roof heights. That's not set. It is an eaves height. I think it's described as clear to the haunch, so essentially the underside of the eaves. So they are unknown essentially. I think from a reasonable assessment, I've tried to put that out in a table in the papers for you, that there is a difference in height. This would increase the height, but we're content that the landscaping would appropriately mitigate against that height. Does that help clarify the differences?
Yes, that's great. Thank you very much. But can I just come back on the recreational one again? So we don't know that there are no ideas or whatever about what that funding will be used towards, whether it will be to create another area within Stowmarket town or improve certain. I mean, I know we've got lots of projects going on, and we could have certain uses for the money, but specific to this, to say, is that funding going to be used for anything specific?
So not at the moment. I haven't had a specific request for a particular facility. So what we had done previously was secure that for sports provision or facilities for the employees of the site. So we would have to be content that it's in a reasonable distance so people who worked here would be able to make use of them, but not for us. We haven't at the moment got a specific plan.
Okay, Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quick question. I know we don't know what type of jobs are going to be created on that site. It's too early for that. But does the 3,000 or so jobs also include the construction jobs?
I don't know definitively from FC3. Phil May.
Chairman, so the core strategy focused review talked about the split of jobs from the uses itself, not from construction, so we don't have visibility over that. And just going back to the point Councillor Mansell has raised, effectively at that time the notion was that the sort of light industrial B1 uses would be 833 of those jobs, that the B8 uses would be 1,250 of those jobs, and that the other uses potentially here would be of the order of about 1,300, little over 1,300, so that you had a balanced split, but ultimately the world of employment perhaps is not the same world that was then when the focus review was agreed. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Field.
Thank you. Just to consider the highways issues for an instant here. Much of the lobbying we receive was people concerned about traffic issues, as is often the case. I just wonder whether we know what assumptions highways made. There's a discussion on page 37, a brief summary of their views, which mentions they using a highways model, and it says that with permitted development traffic flows, whatever they may be, Addison Way, Bramford Road Junction, Guncotton Way, etc. were operated within capacity. I think Addison Way, Bramford Road is in Great Blakenham, some 10 miles away, so perhaps it's cheering to see they looked that far out. But could it be clear just what area did they cover and what sort of assumption about the amount of traffic did they make? We've discussed a wide range of job possibilities from I think there's a report somewhere that mentions anything down from 1,500 up to several 6,000 or so. What sort of assumptions did they make about that and the HGV traffic that this development would generate? Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Yes, the applicant provided a transport assessment to support the application, which sets out the assumptions which have been agreed by the County Council. They include the trip rates generated for these uses and these quantums based on agreed parameters, agreed trip rates, per metre squared for these uses. The list of committed developments included development in Great Blakenham, which you've highlighted, and assessed the junctions in and around the vicinity of the site and found that they had residual capacity. The Suffolk model does cover the whole of Suffolk and has coverage into Cambridgeshire, Essex and Norfolk, so the scoping is extensive.
Did you want to come back, John?
And the assumptions on employment rates, you're saying, are based on numbers of vehicles per square foot of development, is that what you said, or per square metre of development?
Yeah, exactly. It's a national database that surveys similar uses all across the country, and the applicants select a sample of sites that are as closely applicable to the development as possible, and because there's a range of sites included in that database, you build up an average, which is the agreed sort of methodology for calculating trips on. You have exactly the same approach on residential development, but this is the agreed approach for generating trips, and has been agreed through the scoping with the County Council case officer.
Thank you. Could I return to one other point? There's considerable concern about the use of the road from past Clamp Farm down towards the A14 or the A114, A14 junction. And I think if I picked it up correctly, you're going to provide some sort of advisories. Are you to prevent HGV traffic using that route? No mention of any sort of weight restriction or any more effective control. Are you confident that that's going to be sufficient?
Yeah, I mean, that is the approach that the applicants are taking through the travel plan to control traffic from the development to go out via the 1120 and not use Mill Lane. As always, the devil's in the detail in terms of the travel plan. You know, that does have to be robust, it does have to be enforceable to control traffic. And that is something that we would expect to be conditioned. Highways England have also expected it to be conditioned, and we will obviously be consulted on the discharge of that condition in due course should the site be approved.
And you're confident that that's sufficient?
Well, frankly, until I see it, no. But you know, I'm confident with the approach to secure the travel plan through condition. But in terms of the efficacy of the travel plan, I'll reserve judgment until I see the detail secured by condition.
Councillor Passmore.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Just, I don't know why it does that. I'll lean away. Just a couple of points to raise. Actually, following on from traffic, if we do have 3,000 jobs there, and obviously a lot of traffic going in and out, presumably there will be some need for a traffic light system, etc. That's a detail to come up later, if it's coming out onto the roundabout or wherever it is. The other point, which is, I'm not sure whether this is really a planning matter, but I think it's an important issue. If this gets planning permission is developed, how are we situated here for supplies of things like water, power? Clearly on the A14 corridor for super fast broadband, that's important. But if it isn't sufficient, are there going to be other consequences when we need to upgrade supply, or has that been taken into account of already? Where the applicants may wish to comment on that, but it is an important point, I think, that is worthy of consideration. And then a further point, If this is to be a Rolls-Royce development, and one that we're all proud of if it goes ahead, I hasten to add, looking at overall site security, I know the constabulary's responded, but if you have some really high-value, high-tech industries there, site security is important. Is that something that would be conditioned or sectioned or something if permission were to be given? So in other words, keeping sites secure and tight, is it going to be fenced or parts of it going to be secured? How might that happen, or is that a detail to come up at a later stage? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So in terms of infrastructure, we are, as part of the full application, have a proposal for a substation. So that is essentially proposed as part of the early infrastructure to come in. Beyond that, that would be something we'd have to come back to, but generally that would be the expectation, and perhaps we can ask the agent for any further information. Thank you, sorry. So focused. Yeah, site security, so we are literally looking at the outline. We haven't got any details of that, but we would expect that as part of any reserve matters, any fencing, and similarly that's the case with the lighting. That's why we leave it for reserve matters, so that we can have that site specific. Thank you.
Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst we're on the highways comments, I'm just looking at page 38 of our papers, where we've got a summary about public rights of way network. And the last bullet point says that we would anticipate that public and employees will use the footpath from the Gipping Valley to access the site on foot, and would like to see improvements made to that path. I presume that you're talking about the path alongside the River Gipping, and is that part of the condition or not? Can you please clarify? Thank you.
The requirement for the 106 is works to widen and upgrade footpaths 1 and 25, which are across the top at Creating, with that, and then there's a public right-of-way improvement of 2,700 to footpath 57, which is the one referenced by the public right-of-way along the Gipping Valley.
Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, while we're on these topics, the right moment to ask a smallish question, Mr. Barber probably. When we were actually drawing up the development brief, I think, I asked particularly and went and looked on site at the connectivity once you'd come from the site over the Mill Lane overbridge, how the cycle and walking path connected into the Cedars Park site, and at that time it was very poor and very poorly signed and everything, and I can't see anywhere that point has ever been taken forward in the papers. It's off-site, I know that, but on the other hand, access and connectivity, it'd be reasonable to assume that people on Cedars Park are going to work on this site, and this is the way we would prefer them to travel. So can we do something about that, or have I missed it in the papers?
Yeah, I think, clearly the master plan is predicated on stopping up Mill Lane once it's over the overbridge, so there won't be any vehicular traffic or very limited traffic on that section of the road. So it will be more safer and convenient for walking and cycling. As I will apologise, I wasn't the original case officer, so I might have to defer to Gemma, but I don't believe any specific mitigation was sought that side of the 1120.
No, I think the expectation is that it's closed to vehicular traffic and retained open for pedestrian and cycle traffic, that it links through the application site through various footpaths and roadways in that way, so there is good connectivity into the site, and then as Luke said, the road would be closed and it links down over the overbridge and down ever so slightly onto further into. I wonder, Mandy, perhaps we could pop the slide back up again. There we go. That will do. Wrong mouse. You can just see, so we've got the Mill Lane overbridge, and then we come all the way down. So there is that projection. So it does go beyond the end of the Mill Lane Bridge.
That line.
Can you turn your mic on, John?
Sorry. Yeah, that line where you've gone away from again now, across the 1120. So that's where the Toucan crossing would be, is it?
That's the Toucan
And
crossing
then-
through here, yeah.
And then
And this is the overbridge, and then down slightly beyond there.
yeah, yeah. Well, I think what I was looking at that time was the obvious desire line once you've come across into the top of Cedars Park, that was particularly poor, and it probably still is, unfortunately. So nothing for that then is proposed.
Okay, Councillor Eburn, you're next.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just on the travel plan, I know that's in the conditions just as travel plan, but on page 37 there's points about the bus travel and the fact that it says no evidence of discussions with local bus operators, etc., etc. Is a bus stop being put in the hope that there will be a bus service? Because if there isn't a bus service, it seems, we've got to get 3,000 people to and from this site, and we don't want them all to drive, and some will cycle and walk, but we'd like someone to take the bus. Will a bus stop be provided? Thank you.
So travel plan is including a shuttle bus. Did it include stop specifically?
I don't believe there's any specific sort of stops identified, but again, that would depend somewhat on the uses and what is a logical routing within the site. But as it's an outline, that could potentially be dealt with as reserved matters.
Okay, well, what we'll do is we'll move on to... Is everyone happy to keep going? Yes.
Yeah, if I might, I've got one remaining group of questions really, and that is the relationship between the application in front of us, the SAAP and the development brief again. And there's two things really. One is what I would broadly describe as the intensification, and I wonder if Officer can tell us the sort of the percentage increase in the built area that we have here compared to what was previously envisaged. I did have the page a minute ago. It looks like it might be some of this stuff on page 53 perhaps. And also having heard what you said about mitigating the increased building heights by changing the land levels, so the effect is, I don't think you said eliminated, but is less than it would otherwise be. So how much, and obviously it's a broad average across several different heights of buildings that are specified, how much are we adding to the volume by making the physical building from its ground to its roof higher? If you took it in terms of pallets, would we put more pallets in? What's the sort of broad, those two measures of the intensification of the site?
We get the question. Gemma.
So I can't probably do that in a percentage terms. So we were looking, double check development brief, at sorry. So we were looking at 58 hectares on phase 1 and 21 hectares on phase 2 is the allocation in the Stowmarket Area Action Plan 7.9, whereas we have got that increase in area essentially under this application. Neither the Stowmarket Area Action Plan, the development brief or the applications we've had to date have come in with floor space specifically, so that has never been set down in stone. So I couldn't say that we had this amount of floor space previously. it is and has been an outline so far, so we haven't got a specific amount of floor space that we could compare to. There is an increase in the overall area. As we've seen, we're not proposing the areas in orange in the development brief for the sports area. There's been the reduction in the landscaping buffer, so there has been that increase in net developable land. That has been anticipated in the joint local plan coming forward, and there is a larger designation of employment land in the joint local plan policy, but obviously we're not at the point of having that adopted just yet. So there is that difference in where we were with where we could go in the future. In terms of levels, so as I said, the development brief didn't give a flat surface to build from. It didn't give an above ordnance datum for a flat level. It left the site with its natural topography. It then gave us a height above that for eaves level. So at what point we would say it would be reasonable to say, well, you're measuring off the lower part or the higher part, and where the development platform might have been is an unknown from the development brief. What we're saying now is we've got a maximum height above ordnance datum, and we've got a maximum building height. So we know that that would be the top of our envelope, and if the level changed so that we've got a lower building level, the building would come down. It wouldn't be that we'd suddenly say, oh, we're still at the top of that and our building's now 30 metres. We've proposed by condition a very specific building height and a maximum above ordnance datum, so that we know that that is the top of the envelope that we're looking at, and then we can secure the full details by condition and reserve matters. Does that clarify?
Yeah, I don't think it actually gives much of a handle on fundamentally answering the question of what is the degree of intensification.
It's been explained that detail isn't available, so we can't. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Field.
Sorry, can I continue on building heights for a moment? First of all, looking at your cut and fill plan, if I understand that correctly, you've got some green areas where you're adding 2 metres to the existing land height, and some red areas right adjacent where you're taking 6 to 7 metres off the height. That's about the height of this room, I think, roughly. So quite dramatic shifts across there. And in the southern area of the site, you're talking about adding, if only my eyes were better on these tiny print, 6 to 7 metres to the existing ground level. So we have a site in which you're taking off 6 metres in one corner and adding on 6 metres in the other corner to make it level. I guess the arithmetic fits. But I just then looked at the height of the buildings, which in the development brief, whether it's an eaves height, but you've estimated a building height, particularly on the plot 4000, you're talking about 12 metres building height in the northern half. That's where you're taking 6 metres off nowadays. And 19 metres in the southern half, where it's sort of sitting in a 6 metre hole. And you're proposing to change that to a 21 metre building height from the mid-level, if you like. That does seem a dramatic change. Did I understand that correctly, or have I got it wrong?
No, I think that's a fair summary, that it is somewhere in the realms of perhaps a 10 metre difference overall if you look at building heights versus AODs. But as I said, it's difficult to tell against the development brief because it hasn't got that same levels information, and it didn't predict a level platform to build from. But yes, essentially there is a significant increase over and above what the development brief might have been anticipated to provide, and I've tried to look on that as a worst case scenario. So the development brief being at its lowest point, this at the levels we know it's at.
But we're starting off, because you've filled the ground up, 7 metres further up, and then you've got a building that's 10 metres higher sitting on top of that. It's quite dramatic.
Yeah.
Is it also practical to have a site in which you remove and shift around that amount of spoil?
I think you have to ask the applicant.
Dramatic.
I think that's one for the applicant. Okay, I'm going to move us on. Are people content to keep now for about another half hour before we have a break? There's no one desperate for a break. Good. Okay, so we'll go straight into the speakers. So thanks. And if you've got questions, just save them up and we can come back to the officers for more questions if anything comes to light as we go through. So I'd now like to invite the representative from Creating St Peter Parish Council to speak to us. Welcome to Lynn Jardine. Lynn, you have 3 minutes. We have a timer here. We do ask you to please keep to that 3 minutes. And over to you when you're ready.
Thank you. I start by saying Creating St Peter Parish Council in principle do not object to the development, but feel that insufficient steps are being taken to mitigate the impact on the parish and therefore ask councillors to refuse the application today. Our main concerns are visual impact. The village is not shown on the plans in the briefing document, but the edge of it is just 450 metres from the development. We have continually asked for increased screening along the eastern boundary of the site. We would like to see a 4-metre earth bund and a minimum width of 20-metre mature tree planting along the eastern boundary. This has been offered in the past at a public meeting by the developer, but is not shown in the scheme. It needs to be ensured this screening is maintained and trees not allowed to die. Doing this will mitigate the impact of light, noise and dust also. We're concerned about the lack of community benefit. We would like to see more green space areas. In the current proposal, there is just 1.5 hectares on a site of approximately 70 hectares, representing just 1.5%. We need to know how this area is going to be maintained in the long term and confidence that it will not become just a jungle of weeds. Please confirm what the contribution will be to upgrade footpath 1 in the village to a cycleway. Unless full funds are available, this cannot be achieved. Planning conditions. Our experience of planning conditions in the parish has been complied with and enforced gives us great concern. We have an industrial site in the parish where for years planting has not been carried out as agreed, lighting and working hours restrictions ignored, but the LPA have failed to take any remedial action, the result of which has led to a loss of residential amenity and a blot on the landscape. We need assurance that any planning conditions imposed will be adequately complied with and enforced. Provision of facilities. We urge that full and proper consideration be given to the provision of services on the site at this stage. There is already a problem along footpath 15 in the village with lorry drivers parking up and using it as a toilet. Littering is also a problem. Since McDonald's arrived, there is a massive increase in litter around the village thrown from vehicles. Highways. There are already many incidents along Mill Lane at pinch points including Clamp Farm Bend, and the road is not wide enough for 2 HGVs to pass. We are concerned the development will lead to increased traffic as people seek to get through the back entrance to the site, which will make this road even more dangerous for cyclists and pedestrians. Perhaps our biggest concern is people travelling to the development from the north will use Pound Road, which goes through the village centre as a cut-through. No doubt sat-navs will direct them this way, particularly in times of traffic build-up. Our village is narrow with no pavements and it's poorly lit, and this will lead to significant danger. There are a number of school bus stops along this route. So in summary, I emphasise that Creating St Peter Parish Council are not against this development in principle, but we need far greater consideration of the concerns we raise and steps taken to mitigate the impact of the development before permission is granted. So for the safety and well-being of parishioners, we urge councillors to refuse this application today. Thank you.
Thank you. You did go over about 20 seconds, but as it was your last sentence, I ran with it.
Oh, thank you.
So,
thank you.
So I'll do the same with the others, just to be fair. Okay, do we have any questions at all for the Parish Council? Yes, Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, perhaps I could return to my question about the missing view perspective. You might remember I was asking about the what the view would be like from the northern side of the A14 as one got into the rising land, and you know, what you feel that that is, to what degree is there actually landscaping on the north of the A14, or what is on the south of the A14? Come to that, are you going to see it a lot, or You know, what's the understanding of that?
I think we feel we'll see it a lot. The village is split by the A14, as you probably know. The main village centre is a raised area compared to the development site. And we will look down into it. I mean, you look down, you can see the lights of Stowmarket and such like. And the mitigation proposed at the moment, it's not as per the original development brief back in 2014, where there was a lot of landscaping on the east. It is now just a narrow strip of about 10 metres. And obviously we're talking about buildings that are 10 metres higher than they were proposed sort of 10 years ago. So it is a major concern for us. We can see where I live on the south side of the A14, you can see McDonald's, for example. So that area is very visible for us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I wasn't particularly thinking, I suppose, of the
John, your microphone.
the north of the A4, well, roughly speaking, the north of the A4. Do you know which side I mean? Yeah, where there's the height. Yes.
Yes, the village is higher.
There isn't a great deal of. I can't picture in mind what the landscaping existing is like. That's going to.
There is an existing small woodland known as Plot 51, which was donated to the village when the A14 bisected that piece of land. That does provide some screening, but not sufficient screening for the type of development we're looking at and the scale of it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to ask about the upgrades to footpath. I think it says 1 and 25 in our conditions. It looks like they are to be upgraded to bridleway status, which means that legally you can cycle on them. Are you trying to ask for them to actually be surfaced so they are suitable for bicycles? And then, depending on your answer, I may just want to ask the officer about that.
Yes, I think they would need to be surfaced because at the moment people going to the village will perhaps drop down onto Mill Lane and then go through, and that just won't be a suitable route. It would need to be a surfaced path. I mean, in the brief, it says that a contribution will be made. That contribution could be £1, as far as I know, and obviously the parish hasn't got the funds to upgrade that to a suitable surface.
Could I just come back? There is a condition for the officers. I think we've got a condition on our late papers, that's where I'm reading it anyway, that we've got public rights of way works to widen and upgrade footpath 1 and footpath 25 to a bridleway. Is that to surface them or just to create a legal route for cycling? Does that money cover the work that's needed to surface it suitable for cycles?
I believe that's both the legal side and the works. Luke's nodding.
And can we just clarify, I think I get where footpath 1 is. Which one's footpath 25? Maybe you could point them out on a map for me, thank you.
I can tell you if you're not sure, Gemma.
No, it's fine. So footpath 25, I think it's because they're not coming out on the map. Apologies, thank you. So footpath 25 comes through here and is just to the corner essentially, and then footpath 1 would be the one that comes through the site, so we can't quite see it on here, and it then comes across Mill Lane essentially.
So they are sort of interlinking. If you were going to cycle from Cedars Park to Creting, you'd go along if this development goes ahead, you go along the new estate road onto footpath 1, and then it becomes footpath 25, and then it ends up on the little lane to Creting. Have I got that right?
Yes, that's what it looks like from the map, and I know we've had various discussions with public rights of way, both Mid-Suffolk and Suffolk County Council, to make sure that it provides a linked route through so that you don't come to a dead end, essentially. Exactly, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us today. So we'll now move on to an objector, Mr. Russell Stott. Again, you have 3 minutes to address the committee, and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I represent the views of many local residents as the chair of the local Gateway 14 campaign group. And like Lynn, let me be clear, on the whole, the residents do not oppose development of the land for employment use. But we have been seeking to make this development tolerable to its neighbours and more ambitious in what it can achieve for the community and the environment, whilst remaining a financial success. Unfortunately, we are very disappointed that the applicant and Mid-Suffolk District Council have largely ignored our points, which is especially embarrassing for a council-led development. Therefore, I ask you today to reject this application as it stands and then create changes to and conditions upon the application that help your community by strengthening mitigations. And second, seek greater scrutiny of this application. It is a large, complex and controversial development, and we're surprised, Mr. Chairman, that this isn't before the Planning Referrals Committee, and we wonder why it doesn't deserve more time. Regarding scrutiny, the application relies heavily on the claim that in the planning balance, the economic benefit of the development outweighs its considerable harms. But these claims for benefit come without analysis, evidence or proof that we have seen and we've asked for. We wonder if Mid-Suffolk have fallen into the trap of assuming that if you spend the money, the benefits will follow. Is mere assumption of benefit good enough? The economic benefits are unproven, but the harms are proven. Where is the investment case? Why does Stowmarket area need a 40% increase in jobs? Why is it not possible to designate more parts of the site to non-logistics to meet Mid-Suffolk's stated claim for a mixed-use site intended to inflate average local salaries? The site could be almost entirely logistics, which would not improve average pay nor generate the number of jobs anticipated. And finally, why do the agreed community facilities have to be abandoned? Regarding my second request of you, conditions to improve mitigation, I've listened this morning with interest. The northern boundary in areas has no landscaping on the site, nor does the northwest corner overlooking Cedars Park. And the boundary landscaping itself generally is not deep enough, is not high enough, and doesn't provide a true screen for buildings 21 metres high. And nor, unfortunately, does the planting in that landscaping provide enough variety for wildlife. We've been asking for a more imaginative and rewarding scheme which should actually make the development more interesting to occupants.
You have gone over 3 minutes. If you could have the last sentence, please.
Yes, my last sentence is design code. The design code is not rigorous enough, doesn't provide what we need at this stage. And again, we ask you to reject the application and come back and give us a better development. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Right, do we have any questions? Yes, Councillor Passmore.
Thanks, Matthew. I think I heard you mention about the community benefits that no longer appear to be there. What was it that had either been agreed or were you looking for?
Well, one of the key benefits in the original scheme was recreational sports facilities. There was talk of a community hall, and there was much more recreational space within the site. The density of the site now with regard to buildings versus that space is much, much higher.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. We'll now move on to a supporter to speak on behalf of the application. Chris Starkey, again, over to you, and you have 3 minutes, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. So I'm here from the New Anglia Local Enterprise Partnership. Our role is supporting private sector jobs growth across Suffolk and Norfolk, and I'm here today because of the significance of the application to the Suffolk economy, but also the wider regional economy. I should say I come here with the endorsement of the Chamber of Commerce in Mid-Suffolk and in Suffolk, as well as the clear support of the wider business community. As we all know, our local economy has been severely impacted by the pandemic. Thousands of businesses in Mid-Suffolk alone have been relying on grants and loans from local and central government to help them through the pandemic. While we're optimistic about the recovery, we can take nothing for granted. We need well-paid jobs to rebuild our economy and fund the public services that we all rely on, no more so than over the last 18 months. And the Gateway 14 site offers a great opportunity to provide growing space for existing businesses within Stowmarket, Mid-Suffolk and the wider area, many of whom already need more space and are already being lost to the local area. But it also provides a huge opportunity to attract innovative new businesses offering high-quality jobs for our local residents. The site has been an important part of the LEP's Space to Innovate enterprise zone for a number of years, so we're supportive of the high-quality application before you. As you know, the site's been granted Freeport status by the government. This will help provide funding to develop the infrastructure needed on the site, as well as provide incentives for businesses to locate and grow here. It's often said Suffolk is overlooked by the government and its levelling up agenda. This is evidence that's not the case. As part of the Freeport, it won't simply be a stopping point or storage point on the way to the port. That's to fundamentally misunderstand the Freeport. The freedoms given by the Freeport status are designed to help attract high-quality manufacturing and other additive and innovative businesses who would otherwise have chosen to locate themselves overseas or in other parts of the UK. The site will not simply be a logistics hub. It'll have a skills and innovation cluster focused on manufacturing and green energy, enabling local businesses and young people from the area to benefit from the development. As you know, the development could bring an extra GVA per year between 75 and 250 million pounds and more than 4,000 direct jobs. The number of jobs actually isn't the important point here because, as we've heard earlier, it will depend on the precise specification of the business. It's the quality of the jobs that are most important. It's also fair to say that, contrary to what's been said earlier, there is already a strong pipeline of interested businesses who are ready and interested in coming here, but will simply be lost to other parts of the country or Europe if this site is not granted planning permission this year.
You have again gone over 3 minutes. If you could have the last sentence, please.
Put simply, the development is the most important commercial development in Suffolk for some years, and granting permission will be a clear signal that Suffolk is open for business.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a question on the employment. Obviously, Stowmarket in the last 20 years increased by 43% population, so there is a need for jobs. Do you have any figures on what the unemployment level is within Stowmarket and Mid-Suffolk particularly?
I can't give you the data off the top of my head in terms of the unemployment. The challenge is around the existing employers within the town where they can locate to, move to. This provides an opportunity to do that because it's a mixed site. Plus also attracting inward investment from further afield. In a sense, the issue is less about the number of new jobs, but more about the quality of jobs, the wages that are being provided for, and in combination with improving skills, improving the opportunities, then the wage levels will increase because, as I think everyone in the room knows, Suffolk underperforms in terms of its average wages.
Thank you. Councillor Eburn, you were next.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for that, Mr Starkey. You talk about well-paid jobs and it not being the quantity of jobs, but the skill of them. However, this site is being marketed as logistics and business, logistics first, and everything I've seen about it, and I've got the site open here. It says logistics and business, and we all know logistics isn't well-paid jobs or high quality. So how do you see that kind of slight conflict that it appears to me that if it was, saying, a manufacturing park or business park or whatever, it might be different, but how do you work that sort of slight conflict there? Thank you.
That's a very valid question. Were this site, well, the difference is that this is one of the Freeport sites compared with the other sites along the A14 that are not, which are tending to attract logistics businesses. It's not to say there wouldn't be any logistics businesses on this site, on this park. But the Freeport is about more than just shifting goods about. The whole purpose of the Freeport policy is about the additionality, about manufacturers. So the interest we've had collectively since the Freeport status was notionally granted has been from manufacturers, from innovative businesses. So businesses who would not have ordinarily been attracted to a site like this, if that makes sense. So I would be. I think the future's brighter as a consequence of that.
Councillor Passmore, you
Thanks, Matthew. Hello, Chris. A couple of points just to ask you about. You mentioned earlier that the GVA could be up to 250 million quid. That's a hell of a figure. Very impressive. What's the sort of evidence to get? I know that was the top end of your expectations. I think that's important. I absolutely agree with the need to have high-value jobs. We know Suffolk, out of the whole of the eastern region, has the average lowest wage economy of all 6 counties, so we need to do something about that, without a doubt. So how do you see this fitting in to enable us to do that? And the other thing that I think is potentially quite important, there is this talk of reshoring and bringing back in high-value manufacturing. There's absolutely pointless people who talk about carbon footprints, in my view, exporting the carbon footprint to other countries and bringing it back in. Is there opportunity here with this development for those high-value jobs on that basis as well, and have you got any evidence for that? Thank you.
The short answer is correct, yes. So in terms of the GVA, look, it's a spread, so it's 75 to 250. People tend to get hung up on the highest number, same with the job number. Let's go with somewhere in the middle because estimates tend to could be either way. It would depend on the type of business. So if it was offices, then it's higher density, higher value, and so on. If it's and so on, as you've members already articulated earlier, and the same with the job numbers. Reshoring is a significant opportunity. And in terms of, so we operate the Inward Investment Service for Norfolk and Suffolk, and we are seeing an increase, particularly with the A14 corridor, the opportunity not simply to bring stuff in from China, store it and move it to retailers. That will still continue to be the case, but reshoring, absolutely, businesses, the pandemic, interestingly, with the troubles with supply chain, with suppliers in China, lack of all of that stuff, businesses are seriously thinking of, and indeed starting to, reshore, which will, you're quite right, reduce the carbon footprint in the embedded carbon footprint, because otherwise we're just exporting our carbon footprint. So absolutely, reshoring is a big opportunity for this site.
Thank you. Next up was Councillor Field.
Thank you. Just to continue with the jobs theme, obviously we all want high quality jobs. I was just going to question the Freeport issue. As I understood it, is you avoid business rates, national insurance, and you include, if you bring in things on which there's a high tax and then export them, having assembled them with low tax, you can claim the tax back. All those things are relatively small costs, surely, to the sort of companies you're talking about with high-value jobs. For software engineers or so, it just is just not a concern. So I wonder why you think that this will bring in high-value jobs.
The short answer is, now I'll give you an example. I won't name the company, but they are a company which is manufacturing robotics for surgery, for theatres all around the world, operating theatres. They were being incentivised to go to Eastern Europe to open a facility there, and their R&D headquarters is in Cambridge. their Chinese owners said, well, why can't the UK provide some sort of incentive? Every single government in the Western world provides some sort of incentive in order to attract the best sort of businesses. Now, it's not necessarily it doesn't have to be a very, very high amount of money. It's often, certainly with Chinese governments, businesses, American businesses, it's more about the approach. So can you get on site with certainty and with speed? And secondly, some sort of incentive to level the playing field compared with moving to another part of the world. So this is about attracting businesses who would have gone elsewhere, this is they've chosen not to come to Stowmarket because guess what, the planning permission hasn't been granted yet, and they're going somewhere else. But they were a live example of a business that could have brought their manufacturing, instead of being in Eastern Europe and us importing it in from there, the R&D stuff in Cambridge. So those are the sorts of businesses that potentially we could land here.
Thank you. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, with the talk of the Freeport status, whether this may not be your field, it may be the officer's got to answer this, whether the transport assessment was done before the Freeport status was announced, and whether it has any effect, whether it being Freeport will affect the travel to and from the site.
Again, we might have to touch base with Luke on this, but I mean the actual travel plan itself obviously that's a condition, and we'll come back to that in due course. The baseline, I think Luke said that's across the county. Can I ask you to?
Yeah, I mean the data that's used to drive the trips is national data, so that takes in a range of different sort of delivery models. So I think, by taking this sort of aggregate approach of averaging them out, you do get slightly different sort of higher end and lower end trip rate numbers to get this average figure. So it is considered a robust approach.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yeah, there was some very interesting stuff. Thank you. I feel we're going to be dragged back towards material planning considerations eventually. And what I wanted to ask you was, looking at other councils, other areas of Norfolk and Suffolk, are you aware of how, in planning terms, we can get those good jobs, the higher quality, better paid jobs, etc.? As you've heard the objector say that there's nothing to stop it all being logistics, and you said, well, it's not going to be all just logistics. And is anybody else come up with any good planning ways of doing that?
John, I think that's been answered already. We've heard, because it's a Freeport status, it has different driving models that will bring in businesses. I don't think we're going to get a different answer to what was given before.
Yeah, I was thinking beyond that. Yeah, I understand that part of it. Of course, I've read that. But beyond that, other planning policy ways in which one can push things in the right direction, so to speak.
Well, I can answer it in general terms if that's helpful, Chair. So our enterprise zones, we have 16 sites, including part of this site, which will Gateway 14 site, and I will defer to my planning colleagues in terms of the terms, but in terms of how those sites are marketed, how a cluster of businesses developed around them, So how what we try and do is ensure that those particular sites have a theme attached to them. So in Great Yarmouth, particularly the Beacon Park site is around an energy theme, so it is possible to prevent other user classes on it, but it's less of a planning issue and more of an ownership of the site and so on. So you would do it through those sorts of incentives and so on. It's harder to do it. It's harder to do it strictly through the planning system. But I would be content for my planning colleagues to answer that.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Can I just make a point that some of the things we're discussing at the moment, as far as I'm concerned, are not planning issues. We're here to discuss planning. The way in which it's marketed and the companies that go in there is not planning. So therefore, can we stay on track? Thank you.
Thanks. Any other points that anyone wants to bring up to the supporter? No? Okay, so we're going to move on. We now move on to the agent, Rachel Crick, over to you. And again, 3 minutes, please.
So I think, are we perhaps at the time when we should have...
After this speakers. Yeah.
Good morning, councillors, and thank you for your time. My name is Rachel Crick and I'm a Planning Director at Avison Young. Gateway 14 provides an opportunity to deliver an allocated strategic employment site for the district, which will create a sustainable and high-quality business and logistics park, generating thousands of jobs. The scheme includes 53 hectares of developable land to provide business, logistics and commercial uses, including an innovation and skills cluster within a comprehensively master planned scheme. The site benefits from Freeport status, which will establish Gateway 14 as a hub for trade and investment. Sustainability has been at the forefront of the scheme design, with sustainable features incorporated throughout. Connectivity and permeability will be greatly improved. Mill Lane will be closed to traffic, allowing the overbridge to provide a new pedestrian and cycle link, which will connect through to Creeting St Peter and the Gipping Valley Way. A new Toucan crossing on the A1120 will also be delivered. The application has been submitted in hybrid, which means that the proposed access roads and framework landscaping are submitted in detail and will be delivered in the first phase, unlocking the site for development. The rest of the scheme is submitted in outline, which means that the future reserve matters will need to accord with the development principles set out in this application. We have engaged positively with stakeholders throughout the process. Consultation has taken place with local residents, parish and ward councillors and others, resulting in a number of changes to the proposals, including reduced building heights, revisions to land uses and access arrangements. I'll now summarise the benefits of the scheme. The significant economic benefits include creating thousands of jobs and boosting the local and wider economy by at least £75 million. Buildings will meet BREEAM Very Good standard as a minimum, BREEAM Excellent where possible, and all buildings will be designed to accommodate PVs. Substantial areas of landscaping provide biodiversity enhancements, amenity zones for recreation, and the planted landscaping bunds provide visual screening of the buildings. Biodiversity net gain requirements are exceeded through the proposed planting and green corridors, and appropriate ecological mitigation has been secured. Improvements to the road network are proposed, and the master plan allows for greater connectivity through the site. Sustainable transport will be promoted through the installation of electric vehicle charging points and the provision of a biofuel electric shuttle bus service for employees. Section 106 contributions are secured towards local footpaths, travel plans, and £190,000 towards recreation facilities. We want to thank officers for what has been a really collaborative process, and we are pleased that they are able to support our application. We hope that this is a scheme that members are also able to support today. I'm joined by various members of the wider consultant team, so we're happy to answer any questions that you've got today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll let others go first. I'll come in at the end. We'll start with Councillor Passmore and Mansell.
Thank you. Thanks very much for that. Could you just comment on the issue about community facilities that were raised by our friends just in front of you? Is there any way that could be developed further to look at that? You may already have done some of that, but I think it's an interesting point. Clearly, if permission is given, we want to make sure we're working with everybody, and I know you've made some efforts, but what else might you be prepared to do on that, please?
Sorry. In terms of kind of recreation amenity space, we have got a biodiversity amenity zone which can be accessed by both workers and local residents. In terms of formal recreation spaces, they weren't included within the previous two applications, and a financial contribution was secured, and we're proposing the same approach this time around in order to provide those kind of more community facilities.
Is there any room for negotiation on that, do you think? It's on.
In respect to specific facilities?
Yeah.
I mean, the premise of the scheme is to deliver a business logistics employment scheme. So in terms of additional facilities, it's quite limited in any additional things that we're able to offer.
Okay. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. You mentioned that you've done some collaboration with the local communities and made some changes. But what are your comments regarding the buffering and bunding sort of landscaping to the north of the site, where we've heard from the residents of Creating St Peter that those have been vastly reduced since the sort of initial discussions and the area action plan, and yet they seem to be quite minimum now. So could we have your view on how you've met the community's aspirations in that particular field? Thank you.
Yes, so in respect of kind of landscaping impacts and assessment that's been undertaken, we aren't providing the same kind of depth of planting as envisaged in the development brief, but that doesn't mean that we aren't providing decent structural landscaping that will act to provide some screening towards the development. Obviously, due to the site levels, the scheme will be visible. There's no way that we're going to be able to completely obscure all the buildings on the site through the landscaping, even if it was of a further depth. And so what we've done is we've undertaken a really robust assessment of landscape visual impacts, including views from the north of the site, and those have been deemed by your landscape officer to be acceptable in terms of mitigating the impact as far as we can.
Can I just ask a follow-up on that particular question? So if members decided that the landscape proposals don't go far enough, let's say, and we decide we do want a bund or we want something like that added, is that something that you would consider?
I mean, we feel that the buildings are adequately screened, and we don't think that would be necessary to make our development acceptable.
That's not the question I'm asking, though. Well, we'll come back to it. We'll see where the committee goes. Okay, we'll move on to Councillor Eburn.
You want to switch on? Thank you very much, Chair. Funny, that was a question I was going to ask. Firstly, a couple of simple ones. There's a query about Anglia Water, but can you confirm that you're working with Anglia Water to resolve the points they make? Secondly, you referred to a bus. Could you confirm whether there'll be a bus stop to service a bus? And on the point of landscaping, I was exactly going to ask if the committee was to condition that the landscaping was a deeper depth, particularly towards Creating St Peter and the views from Cedars Park, then if we were to condition that, how much of that would you be able to resolve? And I have got a further question, if I may, Chair.
Philip wants to come in on the point we've both raised.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, just so we're clear about what we're talking about, we have a hybrid application. Part of it is outlined, part of it is full. The framework landscaping is within the full part of that. To amend the area of the framework landscaping would be to amend that part of the application. So any change to that will need careful thought, because clearly that full element is what you have in your application before you today, and simply to change the area rather complicates matters greatly and would need officers to take just a little time to look at if that were where committee were to go, Chairman.
Thanks. And did you want to...
Yes, if I may come back then, but presumably on that, if the committee was saying that they wanted to see greater landscaping, particularly protecting those communities, then that could be as a condition and they could go away, and if it can't be done, then it would come back to committee. Is that correct? Or
just thinking about this as you describe it, Councillor, I think there are various potential ways you might achieve the purpose, and I'm conscious that we don't succeed as a planning authority where we delay development, so I wouldn't wish to do that, but I understand the objective. So that would probably need 5 minutes for officers to think out mechanisms. What committee chooses to do with this application is entirely in committee's gift.
Thank you. Can I just, on a final point, I think that would be very helpful. Thank you, Philip, for that. Just on the, my understanding of us looking at planning applications is that we have to look at the public benefits, and as one of those points is the economic benefits, and therefore I just wanted to check with the legal officer that we are able to ask questions about the economics, because that is part of the public benefits.
Is this the right microphone? Yes. The short answer is yes. Yes, you can certainly test what's being said to you by asking questions.
Okay, we have no... Yes, Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yeah, if I could return to the question that I asked some people ago on these landscape sections and views, of which there are several, and my question, which couldn't be answered earlier, was that you have provided these, and my question is, how many years ahead of today, well, of development starting, are these indications of views, etc.? They used to be slides 30 to 34 in the papers, if that's any help to anybody, because the numbers are all different up on the screen.
So, John, just very specifically, what's your question?
Well, the question is those 4 or 5 slides show views. They show sectional views of where the buildings would be and where people are and so on. And what my question is, what is the assumption about how many years into the future?
So how many years in the future are those showing? Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'll answer that question and then I'll go back to the previous questions that I didn't get an opportunity to answer. So in respect of the landscape sections, what we've done, these will be planted during, these are for full approval, so they'll be planted as soon as possible. The assessment stages have been done up to 15 years. So within the tree species that we are proposing, the heights of the trees will range from 8 metres to 40 metres. So if you consider that the tallest building that we're seeking approval for is 21 metres, that gives you a scale of the planting that we're proposing. And the assessment work that we've done has been based on the implementation from 15 years. In respect of the query on Anglia Water, we have engaged with them and we will continue to do so as we go forwards. Regarding the bus stop, we have looked as a team to see whether there would be the ability to provide a bus stop within the site. It does fit, so once we get to the point in the travel plan monitoring that we need to provide that is something that we can deliver. I think that was all of your questions.
Okay, yes, last question.
My other return to earlier questions really is about what I sort of broadly described as intensification. We've got this figure of 39 hectares and 52 hectares, or 53 hectares. We're on page 53 at the moment. And I also noticed...
John, can I just shortcut you? You've already asked the question the officer couldn't answer. Should we just see if the applicant can answer the same question that you asked before? Because
I just wanted to point to page 153 where there's a similar stat from the county council, which might help everybody, possibly.
Can you answer the question about the comparables that were raised with Gemma before?
Yes, so in terms of the quantum and percentage increase, the Stowmarket Area Action Plan and the Development Brief don't set a maximum floor space quantum. So when you look at the 2 previous permissions on the site, the total floor space approved is 166,215 square metres. We are seeking a maximum floor space of 227,830 square metres, which through my quick calculations is a 37% uplift in terms of floor space.
Yeah, right, yeah. What, the other half of that, if I may, Chair, the other half of that was what the, I mean, in terms of, say, excluding the office sort of buildings and so on, you know, what is the increase of the volume of building that you're getting through the building being higher, if it is higher, and we've been struggling a bit with pinning that down, I have anyway.
Yeah, in terms of volume, I don't have those calculations for you, I'm afraid.
The square meterage gives you a good indication. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we've heard that some's taken off, some's added across the site. So, okay, we're just about there. Then, okay, Councillor Field, just as I was about to say we're there. Councillor Field.
Wouldn't like you to get away with that. I did ask a question of the officer that couldn't be answered, so I thought I would repeat it to the agent. The amount of cut and fill that's shown on the indicative cut and fill plan seems quite dramatic. I was just questioning, is that a realistic plan on which we're basing our views? You know, some 7 metres off in some parts of the site over what appears to be a tiny distance, and some similar amount added on in others.
Could you just introduce yourself and your name, just so we know who you are as you're answering the question, please?
Thank you, Chair. My name's Mark Geddes. I'm a Director of Richard Jackson Consulting Engineering. We've been involved in the preparation of the application in terms of engineering and transport. I think the best example I can give you is a current site in Suffolk, where we are going down 12 metres and up 9. So yes, the cut and fill is entirely feasible, and when you have to deliver development platforms on a slopey site, when there is a over 20 metre level change from the north-west, that's the north point to the south point, there will be significant changes in level. It's entirely practical. It happens all the time, and indeed you'll note the A14 has some significant level changes from the location through which it runs. In some parts it's in fill, in some parts it's in cut. Hopefully that helps.
Thank you. Okay, so what I propose now is we've got the ward members to speak, but I propose we take a break before them, because we've been going for 2.5 hours, and we normally try and have a break every 90 minutes or so. So can we have a 10-minute break, and we'll start again at 10 past with the ward members, and we'll go straight to that.
Chair, you're going to take a decision now about the deferment? It's midday.
It's not lunch yet, but
I thought you said at noon. At noon. At noon was your words.
Well, I can be flexible. I think in all reality we're not going to get to the last two, are we? I think looking at the time now, so I think.
Thank you.
Okay. So we'll leave officers to make those calls. The reason I didn't before is because you can get, and we have had it before at this committee, where at the last minute you get an injunction that a case can't be heard. And that has happened where we've suddenly had to pull applications at 25 minutes past 9. So that's why I just wanted to hold off. You never know what's going to happen with these big cases.
I still think we'll be lucky to get to the one before the one we've just agreed to do.
Well, let's have a break and enjoy our coffee. See you in 10 minutes. So welcome back, everyone. Thank you for coming back so quickly. We're going to move on now to the ward members. Now we have obviously Councillor Muller, Councillor Norris and Councillor Carter who are all going to speak. I have an email from Councillor Carter. Would you like that read out first, second or third? What order would you like to do? Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, so this is the email received from Councillor Carter, who can't be here today. I'd like to start by thanking officers, developer representatives, representatives of the council and my fellow councillors for allowing my participation in active public participation, for the informative and concise presentation from the developers, and genuinely proud to be involved in this standard-setting development, representing both the views and ideals of the community and the council, an effort which we can all be proud of. Unfortunately, however, neither I nor, judging by the overwhelming amount of lobbying received, our constituents believe that any of this to be the case. So instead of doing so, I should rather be moving swiftly on. This new proposal fails to reflect on the original agreed plans, which I was not originally opposed against. Not to borrow too heavily from the materials provided by residents, it's fair to say that a wide range of lower density, lower rise commercial premises alongside community facilities have been utterly swept aside for an unproven profit-driven proposals, lacking straightforward and viable changes to make a more successful development, which could have avoided looming problems, better reflecting the recent adoptions of declaring a climate emergency while simultaneously failing to better serve the community, not just infrastructure, but also by proven provided job opportunities. I'd be amiss to fail to note the weak, inadequate design code fails to deliver the benefit of requiring a consistent appearance and style of the site to blend into its locality, ignores the potential power generation from solar, lacking a requirement solar panels on the roofs. Whilst the boundary landscaping of only 10 to 15 metres wide in most areas and none in others fails to create the deep and consistent screen you'd expect for the unusually high buildings. The limited selection of the species fails to capture the opportunity presented by seeking advice on supportive planting for a much more rewarding outcome. My astute colleague, Councillor Dave Muller, is certain to detail the lack of foresight in the traffic management measures, whilst barely meeting policy models won't address the current and foreseeable problems in the surrounding areas. To note, envisaged congestion, increased traffic on narrow pavementless rat runs, inadequate lighting, unsafe narrow bends, and lack of requirements for adequate vehicle parking and facilities for HGV drivers. Help me out here, Dave, if I've missed a few. If councillors have yet to read the letter by Mr. Crosby, I suggest you do, and read it well. Knowing today is limited to the shackles of our current planning process, I doubt I'd be allowed to note how Mid-Suffolk's position in handling this application, being the landowner, the applicant, the beneficial developer, and at the same time being the local planning authority, will never look right to the public. Your decision here today reflects on Mid-Suffolk's role as a developer, and that will reflect on every councillor. We need the council to stand by the supplementary planning document it approved in 2014 and tells its development arm to think again, come up with a higher quality development we can be proud of. Mid-Suffolk should be setting an example on how a green, sustainable, beautiful development can be created with imagination and determination. Instead, this is going to be another load of... Instead, this is just going to be just another load of ugly sheds. Thank you. Kind regards, Terence. Okay, over to you, Councillor Muller.
Members will have received comments from a number of Cedars Park and Creting St Peter residents stating their concerns about this development. They are concerned, and in many cases angry, that these new proposals do not reflect the original agreed plans for the site, which had a wide range of lower density, lower rise commercial premises alongside community facilities, and the case for the new proposals is not proven. The boundary landscaping needs to be a minimum of 20 metres deep around all the site to give 2 metres trees depth, and the species planted must grow to at least 21 metres high and in sufficient number to create a consistent screen on the boundary. I believe the height of the largest warehouse will have a far greater impact for residents of Cretan St Peter, and despite the bund, particularly for the residents of Clamp Farm and the dwellings next door, bearing in mind that these trees will not come to full growth for at least 15 years. I do welcome the ecological enhancement measures proposed and hope these will be in excess of the 10% biodiversity net gain for the site. I welcome the integral bat and bird boxes, bug hotels, nectar-rich flowers to support local populations of butterflies, moths, bees and other insects, wood and brash piles to support invertebrates and hibernacular near to water bodies for amphibians and reptiles. I also welcome the retention of 21,640 square metres of existing habitat and enhancement of 25,432 square metres. Virtually every resident expressed concerns about the amount of traffic driving through Cedars Park estate. As a resident of Cedars Park myself, I fully endorse these comments, as I have on many occasions witnessed what they are telling me about. I do, however, welcome the closure of Mill Lane and the proposed cycle footpath onto the site. I have received complaints from residents about speeding traffic where Mill Lane is being used as a rat run. However, I do appreciate this will not help the residents of Cretan St Peter, as the road by Clamp Farm cannot be widened and local residents of the village are, unfortunately, still likely to see their part of Mill Lane still being used as a rat run. I also welcome signage on the A14 directing traffic to junction 50 and the A1120. However, whenever the A14 has been closed in the past, either through roadworks or an accident, despite signage directing traffic along the A1120, invariably the traffic has come via Kestrel Drive and Swift Drive, which are totally unsuitable for large HGV vehicles, and on several occasions I have seen these vehicles becoming stuck as a result of other part vehicles across the estate. Also, with the closure of Mill Lane, HGV vehicles should not try and access Gateway 14 via Creting Road East, Mortimer Road and Gun Cotton Way. Gun Cotton Way is becoming increasingly busy with increased traffic from the Tomo industrial estate and the industrial development along the road. Traffic will become even busier once the 141 properties are built. Traffic has also increased following the opening of McDonald's and Costa Coffee 2 years ago. I have recently received complaints from local residents whose properties are next to Gun Cotton Way about the increased traffic and the deterioration of the road surface. I question whether the local road network will cope with the additional traffic going to and from Gateway 14, bearing in mind the congestion residents currently experience at the top end of Gun Cotton Way. I have to question, is the proposed transport plan even fit for purpose? I appreciate it may not be possible to include a condition for contractors not to use a state road, but I know residents will be very annoyed if they do. If members are minded to approve this application, I would ask those responsible for appointing contractors, etc., to take into account of the views of local residents. Residents are also concerned that no contractors park their vehicles on Cedars Park, as parking is already a nightmare. Sufficient toilet facilities and parking must be provided on the site for contractors once construction begins. I do welcome the proposed biofuel/electric bus. This will be of benefit to local residents, and hopefully that will be made available to local residents as well as people working on the site who do not own a car and wish to travel into town and back. Public transport is virtually non-existent on Cedars Park at present, a point which several elderly residents have mentioned to me, and they would certainly welcome the use of this bus service. Any construction on the site should utilise low-carbon technologies wherever possible, and any lighting should be smart and perhaps with LED bulbs. I support the use of air source heat pumps, rainwater recycling, electric vehicle charging points, but with electric vehicles expected to become the norm, will 20% active and 20% passive points be sufficient in the future? Residents are very annoyed the proposed development seems to have more warehousing than original plans indicated. The Innovation Centre is welcomed, but residents feel this is not an exemplar site as originally proposed, which would have offered a far greater variety of potential job opportunities. In line with the comments, etc., I have received from local residents, I do not support the proposed mega warehouse. And not one resident has said to me they support that particular warehouse. I would argue, in accordance with paragraph 126 of the NPPF, the National Policy Planning Framework, that the creation of high-quality, beautiful and sustainable buildings and places is fundamental to what the planning and development process should achieve. Good design as a key aspect of sustainable development creates better places in which to live and work and helps make developments acceptable to communities. Local residents do not consider this to be the case with these proposals. Paragraph 127 states design policies should be developed with local communities so they reflect local aspirations and are grounded in an understanding of each area's defining characteristics. Once again, residents do not feel this is the case and have mentioned to me they would welcome more input so the development can be an exemplar site which we can all be proud of. I would also question the Pelican crossing on the A1120. Is this actually a safe place for a crossing? Bearing in mind, from what I have observed, vehicles are not slow moving along the road and tend to speed up once they have come off both the Tesco and Cedars roundabouts at the bottom. Although I welcome new jobs which will be created by this proposed development with a potential gross value added to the local economy of at least 75 million and possibly as much as 250 million, residents need to be convinced of the number of jobs proposed. As from what I hear of the logistics industry, large warehouses tend to be mainly automated with some jobs, for example, forklift truck driving jobs. The inclusion of the site as part of Freeport East will be of benefit to businesses operating within Freeport sites and have the potential to attract 500 million of investment to the region over the next few years, providing a £650 million boost to the UK economy as a whole. In summary, despite some positive issues being proposed in the application, the conclusion of the vast majority of local residents who have contacted me is that they do not object to employment on this site, but the current plans fall well short of what is required or should be expected of a development owned by this council. There are feasible, sensible, straightforward and viable changes which could be considered to help avoid looming problems in the future. As one of the elected representatives of the Stowthorney ward, having listened to what residents have said to me, I am able to give my wholehearted support to this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we want to do questions to each ward member as we go? Do we have any at this point, or we can take them all at the end? Yeah, so Councillor Humphreys, then Councillor Eburn.
Mr Chair, thank you. Just a question, I keep saying... Mic.
So I can hear and hear it. It is on.
My mic is on. I don't like talking to people's backs, but I'll talk louder. That was a really good presentation. You talk about the residents a lot. I know it's a large estate with at least 1,200 houses. How many residents actually contacted you?
I couldn't tell you the exact number. I speak to people regularly on a day-to-day basis. Councillor Humphreys, I regularly meet them in Tesco's. I've had 2 further phone calls this week expressing their concerns about this particular development. Although, as I said, overall people do not object to employment land on this site and using it for employment. I also do not. I'm not against being used for employment land, but obviously I need to take the what the residents have said to me, and not one has actually said they like the mega warehouse.
Thank you.
Councillor Mansell. Sorry, Eburn.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Muller, for your presentation, and also, Chair, for reading out Councillor Carter's. Just with regards to traffic through Cedars Park, firstly, actually, with regards to construction management, I assume that we can condition in terms of construction management to not use Cedars Park, not park on the site and all of those relevant conditions, because it's a nightmare there. One of these planning committees did create that issue there to start with, but however, we are where we are. And But with regards to Cedars Park particularly, are there any suggestions as to how it can be mitigated in terms of not using the estate as a cut-through once the site's up and running? Are there any suggestions on that front? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Eburn. Personally, I agree that once the site is up and running, that will be very difficult. As I did mention in my speech, we've had large HGV vehicles actually become stuck. One actually got stuck in a cul-de-sac and nearly went into somebody's house. We've had situations where the traffic, instead of going down the A1120, have come all through Cedars Park. Therefore, the residents from the side roads cannot get out of the side roads. The problem with Guncotton Way, that has got increasingly busy since McDonald's and Costa Coffee opened, and residents regularly tell me that they've sometimes waited 20 minutes to try and even cross the road if they're a pedestrian. It's absolutely horrendous and will only actually get worse. And I have found that myself as well, trying to cross the road to sort of, to agree with what the residents have actually told me. But no, parking on Cedars Park is horrendous, as you may well be aware, and any large lorry is going to have great difficulty getting through. So we need to have something in place that hopefully people will take notice of that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Chair, if I might come back, I don't know if we can ask the officer for highways whether there is any mitigation planned for Cedars Park within the travel plan on the points that have been made. Thank you.
Nothing specific at this stage, but the travel plan is conditioned, so the travel plan will have to be consulted on. We will be a statutory consultee to that process, so we will obviously respond accordingly when we're consulted.
So that point could be picked up at the next round. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Philip.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I mean, you have conditions which talk about construction management plan using access via the A14 and A1120, and it will be possible to include a specification in there to avoid using Cedars Park if you wish to amend it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Passmore, you were next.
Thanks, Matthew. Though I just wondered, I think we can deal with some of the issues regarding the landscape. We had an extensive discussion on that. On these community facilities, I don't know if you had anything you wish to add to that, what might be expected or what you would like to see that would actually help nullify some of the residents' concerns, please.
Can I just expand on that same point that Councillor Passmore was? So we've heard that there's money coming forward which matches the previous two applications. So where should, if you had a view, where should that money go that would help the local residents?
Thank you, Chair. I can certainly see there would potentially be a need for perhaps some nursery facilities for workers on the site if it's actually approved. However, there is a nursery at Busy Bees at the top of Cedars Park, just off Kestrel Drive. We did have a nursery at Cedars Park Community Centre, which is now finished, but I am actually interviewing candidates on Friday for a potential new nursery to take over. Regarding other facilities, I think it's useful for workers on the site to have some sort of community facility they can use. But I do not think a community centre would be beneficial in the sense you've got Cedars Park Community Centre within a half a mile of the estate. You've got Stow Upland Village Hall, which is probably no more than a mile from the estate as well. But there must be something on the site for workers to relax. They can perhaps walk around or cycle around the areas and etc. That type of thing. Thank you.
So we might be able to add that as a condition and leave the flexibility for that if and when we get there.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, coming back to on this £190,000 and so on, there was questions earlier, and I didn't really see quite who it was appropriate to ask, but I think it is you. Can you see any land not within the red line which one could usefully take ownership of to spend some of that money on providing that which is no longer on the site?
I think, Councillor Matheson, whether the officer might be able to sort of provide a better answer on that one.
Possibly not as a suggestion, no. I mean, the money itself was the orange land, which was envisaged for recreational purposes, I think particularly football grounds, and that therefore the money that we are securing would be towards replacing that or using that in some way. And I think we have suggested that that could be other facilities, and I think we included active travel in the recommendation. Sorry, I haven't got that to hand. So that would be the sort of thing we're envisaging it. So it could be a mix of schemes, and that could be something that we would take up in the future rather than specifying something now without knowing the specific requirements will land.
Can I just ask a follow-up question on the points been raised about community benefit? Am I stepping way out of the remit, but would it be possible to suggest a group of local, maybe the local parish council with the local councillors, actually look at what might be the best way of rolling that forward if the committee gets to approving this? Or is that just going a step too far? Because I'm just thinking, we're hearing from the parish wanting to engage. We're not in debate now, I'm just asking material fact.
So, Chairman, you've got a recommendation in your late papers which refers to a commuted sum for recreational facilities stroke active travel. What you're describing is a community stroke recreational facility conversation. What we might do in other situations is to recommend that that include terms to be apportioned in consultation with town and parish councils. So we'd build into the section 106 a mechanism for consultation over where that money was prioritised, but obviously the district council would ultimately have to choose, but with the advice of town and parish councils around it.
Thank
and
you.
That presumably would include Stowmarket.
That's very helpful, thank you. Councillor Mansell, and then we'll go to Councillor Norris.
Thank you. Councillor Muller mentioned the need for a nursery in the area, and yet from the discussion that's ensued since then, it sounds as if this money is actually only able to be used for sporting or active travel things and not a nursery. Can we have that clarified?
I think Councillor Muller said there's a nursery a quarter of a mile away or half a mile away already.
Yes, we've had one at Cedars Park which is finished, but we're hoping to recruit a new nursery in the near future.
But were you anticipating any funds to help support that nursery?
Probably not, because most of these nurseries are private businesses.
I misinterpreted what you said. I thought you said there was a need for a nursery.
Okay, so Councillor Norris, welcome, and over to you as the final ward member.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this application. I don't wish to repeat much of what Councillor Muller and Councillor Carter have already said, so I'll confine my comments to those as a ward member for the adjoining parish of Creaking St Peter in support of the comments made by their parish representatives. Whilst I appreciate that the application site offers certain employment opportunities, I have a number of reservations on this application in its present form. Traffic. Potential traffic issues on the alternative access to the site from the A1120 via Pound Road and Mill Lane in the instance of access on and off the site at the Tesco roundabout being congested at peak times. Pound Road and Mill Lane are narrow and winding, and increased heavy traffic may well back up through Creaking St Peter. A better alternative access would be preferable in the form of a new access road. The A1120 is an official diversion route in the event of accidents or long-term maintenance work on the A14. As there is a weight limit on the B1113, and also the established protocol is that diversion routes should not be of a lesser class of road than the road being diverted from. This might well increase the possibility of congestion, and I believe the fact that the A1120 is an official diversion route has been overlooked. Planning policies T04, planning obligations and highways infrastructure, and T10, highways considerations in development, are relevant. Landscape screening. Inadequate landscaping screening of the site leading to loss of amenities such as noise from construction works and light pollution. Suffolk Preservation Society, SPS, in their penultimate paragraph on page 35, comment that it is disappointing to note from the design and access statement that a landscape strip around the site of only up to 20 metres width is proposed. We consider that this is inadequate to soften the impact of large industrial scale buildings and urge that a minimum of 40 metres is provided in accordance with the development brief for the site. They then go on to say, SPS would also urge that the lighting of the site is carefully conditioned in order that illumination is limited to that required within the development and light pollution of the night sky when viewed from a distance is minimal. There is a lack of information on the height to which boundary planting will grow. The 2014 adopted development brief stated maximum buildings eaves heights of 6.5 metres in the upper part of the site and 15 metres in the lower part, whereas this application mentions indicative eaves heights of 9 metres and 18 metres respectively. Policies 816, protecting existing residential amenity, and E10, new industrial and commercial development in the countryside, are applicable. Biodiversity and wildlife. There appears to be limited provision for this. In their consultation response on page 34, Suffolk Wildlife Trust recommend that a biodiversity enhancement strategy should be produced, detailing how the enhancements made within the ecological assessment are to be incorporated within the development, including their locations. This is not included as such in the recommending planning conditions listed on pages 72 to 74. Policies CL08, protecting wildlife habitats, and LP18, biodiversity and geodiversity, apply. And finally, design code. A clear and fully detailed design code is not evident in the papers, and this is normal practice to ensure that there is consistency of building appearance across the site, thus enabling it to blend into its setting. Policies SB2, development appropriate to its setting, and GP01, design and layout of development, are applicable. That concludes my comments. I would just mention, however, that I've received more emails on this application from concerned residents than on any other application in recent times. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the ward member? No. Okay. Yes, Councillor Passmore.
Mike, so I would, we talked about the boundary. Had you got any sort of minimum height of the tree line that you would like to put as a condition to start with if it were to go ahead for the enhanced screenings and so on for the site?
Sorry, I didn't understand the question.
We've talked a lot about mitigating the tree lines and the landscaping and so on. And I mentioned right at the beginning that we need an enhanced scheme. Had you got anything particular you would like to add to that concept? No, that's fine. Thank you.
I think I made the point.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, members, well, we've had all the information put before us. We've had a lot of information put before us, and can I just thank all the people that have participated and joined us today. Clearly, this is a hugely significant application, and I think we've covered the ground very well. So thank you for all those that have fed in, and thank you particularly to the officers from other authorities and from other organisations who have shown up to help us do that today. So we've now got to reach a conclusion. It's not going to be easy, but we've got to discuss, debate, and come to a conclusion, and it's going to be up to you. I mean, to me, I'm not seeing any hands shoot up, so to me there are 4 key points. I'm not going to say which way I'm going to go, but for me, without seeing hands shooting up, I've got issues around the screening and the earth bund and where that sits, and whether there's enough there. For me, the community benefit issue, which I'm quite, having heard what Philip said to me, that gives me a sort of light at the end of the tunnel. The traffic and the traffic management plan, and how much that management plan will deal with the traffic issues going forward, I guess. I think to me they're the crux of the application before us that I'm most trying to resolve in my mind, but I'm not going to push further than that at this stage. So I've got Councillor Eburn, then Councillor Passmore, then Councillor Mansell.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I think I'd like to echo your thoughts. I think an application like this needs the time that you've given it and the contribution of everybody that's come here today. When this site originally came forward as a purchase for Mid Suffolk District Council, I voted in favour of that, of the council purchasing the site, because I felt that it was important to develop high quality employment on an exemplar site, that we could influence that site to become an exemplar. I'm concerned that, and I think that here we've got sort of one chance to get it right and to really scrutinise this application, not only for the general public, but because of the role the Mid Suffolk District Council is playing with a multitude of hats with regards to this application. With regards to an exemplar site, I've got some concerns, and some things I think should be or could be included in conditions. So, for example, one of the conditions refers to BREEAM standards, very good in cases, but excellent in one point. Well, why can we not have excellent for the whole site? That would lift the standard and move it towards that the end of the spectrum that's more excellent and better quality. I think the issues for the neighbouring communities, particularly of Cedars Park and Creating St Peter, haven't been fully addressed. And I think for both those two communities, I think the key points there are in relation to landscaping and whether you can see the site, you know, how we can shield the site from them. Specifically, I think the landscaping provisions along those two sides of the site are poor, and to go from a development brief of saying 40 metres landscaping to one where we're talking 8 metres in the corner where it's at Cedars Park, and the north west corner is not good enough. So we really need to see much stronger landscaping around those points. I think following on from that point, I think it's a shame that we haven't had better justification for how the difference from the original development briefs was, and consultation with the public in terms of why we're making those changes and whether their concerns can be mitigated. There's considerations about the heights which have changed, and it's very difficult to understand those heights, particularly with the level changes. And I think there is an issue about the volume size, because obviously once you get higher and bigger, it's not just the square meterage on the ground, it's actually the volume of that building that we should be looking at. The plan for recreational funding, I agree that any plan for the commuted sum should be done in consultation with the parish council and town council, and the travel plan must take clear notice of residents in Cedars Park and Creating St Peter, and I think we need written assurances within the conditions that should be the case. So at the moment I will listen to my fellow colleagues on their views before I come to a decision, but specifically in conditions I would, if other members were minded to approve, I would want to see greater landscaping, particularly in relation to Creating St Peter and Cedars Park, the BREEAM excellence across the whole site, the travel plan to take notice of residents in Creating St Peter and Cedars Park, and the commuted sum for recreation to be agreed with the parish councils and the town councils. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Passmore, you were next.
Thank you, Matthew. Well, I think it's been a very, very interesting discussion, and we have a debate now, and I would echo your comments about everybody's contribution, because we do need to make sure we get this absolutely right. It's a very sensitive location, but I think it's a very important location. And I would like to make a few comments. If we look at where we are, UK PLC, Suffolk PLC, Mid Suffolk PLC, We do need to get the economy motoring, and it's really, really important we have good, well-paid jobs, as I said earlier. We don't want a load of low-paid, minimum wage jobs at all. And I think if we get this right, this site does provide the opportunity to bring that inward investment that is so desperately needed here and elsewhere in the country. And as being part of the Freeport, I think it stands to benefit not just Suffolk, but East Anglia and probably UK overall, with the connections to Felixstowe, Harwich and Ipswich and so on. But that does not mean that planning permission should just be given willy-nilly, and that clearly is not what we're about here today in any case. And the other thing that I'm particularly concerned about is the prospects for our young people. I know I've mentioned that many times, and planning has almost a moral obligation to do what it can to help. And when I'm talking about that, I'm not just saying development per se. It's about quality of life, the environment and everything else that goes into it, to preserve what we've got that's really good and fantastic about mid-Suffolk, but also provide opportunity for people to progress their own careers and become independent. And as we heard earlier, to get that tax base up in order to pay for public services, because the money doesn't grow on a tree. It has to be earned. And so, Chairman, I think on balance, and this is a difficult one, I'm actually going to propose that we do move to grant planning permission for this site, but with several conditions, and I'm very happy for other members if they wish to add to this, to put them in. I mentioned earlier about the landscaping scheme. Without going into details, it really does need to be top of the pile here, Rolls-Royce, adequate landscaping with local provenance, etc. I've mentioned it all before, really to make sure this site is a site that we can all be proud of, and it looks the part as well. That in itself will help people who live and work in the area and so on to be a place that we're proud of. Clearly there are big issues about traffic management and so on. There has to be a way when we come onto that, if it's given permission, to nullify the negative effects that could be had. It's very difficult to enforce these things because you can't tell people where they're going to live and exactly how they travel to work, but common sense needs to prevail. I am disappointed but relieved with your suggestion, Chairman, of making sure when it comes to community facilities there is a proper, sensible dialogue with local people. Why the hell should they put up with inconvenience, disturbance and so on when they put up with it? I remember we had this at Bacton with the waste incinerator site. We have to do things to help local people because we want them to be able to support the development. And we've already heard from, I think, lots of people are not against this development per se. So it's up to us as a committee to mitigate those issues to make sure that it is more acceptable. And I think the agents and so on need to recognise that, and the conversations that we could condition, I think, will help with that. Very, very important to do that. I also mentioned about security of the site overall. I gather that will be a reserved matter, and also potential pollution of watercourses, aquifers and so on, air quality. All of these things, again, any of us looking at this with any degree of common sense would wish that to be looked at. The sustainability argument, I think, is very important. We're all concerned about better use of scarce natural resources, low carbon footprints and so on. We talked about reshoring. I mean, we could have a huge debate about that, not appropriate for today. But I do think, again, that is something that needs to be put into what is a really high quality development. If we have a high quality development like this, then we can attract that inward investment that we all need, and I'm particularly concerned that it helps our young people as well, to give them the hope, the aspiration, the drive, and actually the ambition for them, their families and children in time, generations to come. So I think this is a bit of a groundbreaking development potentially, but with those following conditions, Chairman, that's why I'm formally proposing we accept it, but with those conditions, and happy to add other things there as necessary. Thank you.
Councillor, I've got Councillor Field and Councillor Mansell on the same line, and then Councillor Humphreys. So, okay, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Field, for letting me go next before I forget what I'm going to say. I'd like to, I've got to agree with everything that Councillor Eburn has said. And this proposal, I think the crux of the matter is, I mean, we all, none of us are against, well, I don't think any of us are against this site being used for employment uses. But what we've got to be sure is does the economic benefit of having this site for employment, does that outweigh all of the harm that is caused to the environment and to the community in the area? And the plan we've got before us today is very different from the development brief back whenever it was. We have a more, it appears to me, maybe I'm seeing it superficially, but we seem to have got more space being used for buildings and less for landscape buffering. We have an extremely large building, I think it's plot 4000 or whatever it's called, which I think someone said it was going to be 21 metres high, and the development brief had things about 12 metres high. Now let's not forget that scaling distances, we have to cube those distances when we look at volume and mass. That is going to be an enormous great building, and yet we've got less landscape buffering. So to me, it really doesn't quite make sense. I completely sympathise with the residents of Creating St Peter and Cedars Park, in that it does appear that we're putting profit before community. And as Councillor Eburn has said, this is our development, and it really should be an exemplar development. At the moment, I'm not convinced by the proposal that puts more conditions on, because I'm not sure we can change the area that is being used for putting buildings on with a condition. So if we're saying we need a lot more buffering on that northern edge near Creating St Peter and Cedars Park, I'm not convinced that that can be done by condition. We've talked about the ecological benefits and all the rest of it. And there's one sort of outstanding thing that I'm not quite sure what we can do about, and that is the traffic issues. Now, we're told that there could be up to 3,000 jobs created here. But again, the development brief put more emphasis on manufacturing and innovation, and it appears what we've now got is more warehousing. And have we actually got any guarantee that we are going to get these innovation and manufacturing jobs, or is it only going to be warehousing? I realise we can't actually determine that now, but have we got any guarantee that we're going to get that number of jobs? And yes, it's fantastic we're going to get all of those jobs, but how are all those people going to get there in a sustainable manner? We've heard about the traffic issues, and there are a lot of local concerns about the amount of traffic on the roundabout by the new McDonald's area, as that is going to be the main way in and out of this site. And I'm yet to be convinced that we can mitigate against those issues. So I'm going to listen to what others have got to say, but I'm not sure this is good enough for an exemplar development from Mid-Suffolk.
Thank you very much. Councillor Field.
Thank you. We seem to be largely in agreement. And I think it's very clear that we all agree we need high quality jobs. 1,500 to 4,000 perhaps is a very valuable contribution, but not at any cost. I'm concerned, however, that we've had 2 applications so far agreed on this site that have not progressed. We do seem to need some sort of change. If we look at, say, the area of Spalton or Great Blakenham in my ward, development sites there have progressed, are progressing rapidly, at the same time as this one's been stalled. So I think we do need some alterations. However, the traffic management needs don't seem to me to have been fully addressed in any way. There are considerable questions, there is a great deal of concern from local people, and highways always say whatever's proposed is okay. We do need some action to make sure that the villages like Creating St Peter don't suffer, the residents of Cedars Park don't suffer. Actions that we can believe will be driven through. Same sort of comments to me apply to the landscaping. As been said several times, it used to be 40 metres deep. It's now got to be 20 metres maximum, 8 metres or less in a number of areas. It just doesn't seem that that's sufficiently thought through, sufficiently well defined as to do what we want, which is, as it's been said, impossible to hide a development of this size completely, but we need to mitigate its impacts quite significantly, and I think we haven't done enough as yet. There was other comments concerning the construction. I think our control of construction is always ineffective. One always has large numbers of workers who have really no option but to park in local residential streets, and that can't be allowed to occur for a development as large as this, albeit that it will be spread over some years. Community facilities and areas for workers to relax during breaks and things also seems necessary. We do lack a considerable number that were in the original development brief. So I think overall, my feeling is, we're heading the right direction. This is a necessary development, largely, but clearly we need to do more work on it. I'm not totally convinced, I'm certainly not at the moment convinced that the right approach is to agree the planning application and then hope that people will do work in line with our requirements. I really hate kicking the can down the road, but my feeling still is well, we'll see where we go with the proposal, but that perhaps it needs referring back for some more work on the things that really concern us. See if we can get a development that is exemplar and which we could all support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because of all the information that's come in from everyone, and thank you for your contribution, you caused me loads of work. I've been jotting down loads of things. So I'll try to put it in some sort of order so you can follow along. But I might be batting into it because there's so much information, and thank you for that. It's helped us immensely. First thing we've got to realise is this area has been allocated for development for an industrial park of some sort. And that's way back with the Stowmarket Action Plan or Area Action Plan. So that's already been done. And we've all agreed that that's what's going to happen. And we've done that on 2 previous meetings in this chamber. So it's just now agreeing whether we're going to go forward with the plan in front of us. Now, the key bit to me is, and I hear from the ward councillors, that residents are worried about parking. They're worried about the lack of amenity or the loss of amenity. They're concerned about the landscape, and I get all of that. I understand the emotion completely, absolutely. But I also understand the enthusiasm and the opportunity that this brings. The enthusiasm of the developers to produce what I hope is going to be a world-class site that will attract industry of all types, including warehouses, and I'll go on to that in a moment. And as the ward member said, that's going to bring between potentially 75 to 250 million pounds over time to our community. Well, if that's not serving the community, what is? So it's a good thing that we do it, as far as I'm concerned, but I do understand some of the issues with it, which I'll come to in a moment. People have gone on about warehouses. Well, this is the modern world. It's 2021. When this was first looked at in 2003, and the warehouse was whatever size it was, floor space, we've now increased to 37%. That's because the population's increased and we're consumer-led. So therefore, there is a demand for more warehouses, and it's a profitable business. Now, we talk about warehouse wages, and everyone thinks they're low. That's not actually true. Amazon, for instance, they pay between 15 and 20 pounds an hour. The national average in the UK at the moment is £12.58. So that's a good wage for a 40-hour week. So we need to be careful when we talk about low wages, because it's not strictly true. And it might be true in some cases, but not true in all. And therefore, on balance, we just got to believe what we see on statistics. We talk about jobs. And you asked, actually, why we would need that increase in jobs. As I explained earlier, in 20 years, Stowmarket's population has increased by 43%. We need work. And that's just Stowmarket. Now, we're all men of the world and ladies of the world, and we understand there's development all over Mid-Suffolk at the moment. So what's the increase in Mid-Suffolk? I've not looked at that statistic, but it's quite high, isn't it? And we all need jobs. And I'd rather people came to Stowmarket or stayed within our district and found those jobs rather than go down on the train or the road to London, up to Norwich or wherever else they might go to. So if we can keep it local, that's got to be the right thing. When I was a child, obviously not that long ago, the local industries that are in my town consist of foundries, metalworking. They also consisted of vehicle making, real heavy industry stuff. But as I said before, the world's changed. That's gone to other countries, and now we're in more of a consumer-based society, and also high-tech, which is where the work is. So now we'll come back to the Freeport. The Freeport is fantastic news for us as a district. With Stowmarket Gateway 14, that is fantastic for our communities, direct communities. It will bring jobs, it will bring investment, and being a free port with all the incentives that brings, it brings a varied and massive amount of different types of industry, from warehouses, and we do need them, down to high-tech computer companies. They come to free ports because it's beneficial. To not do this right now, in my mind, is not serving the community. We need to do it, we need to do it now. We've got the free port, now's the right time. The economy has suffered terribly over the last couple of years. Now is the time for that investment. Now is that time to create those jobs and get that money back into our economy, locally and nationally. Again, we'll be remiss if we do not support this application. When I go down to the landscaping and the major concerns, which I think is landscaping and transport, I agree. And I think that actually we do need to think about that landscaping. Now, whether that's mature tree growth or whether it be bunts, I don't really mind, as long as it tries to mitigate that view, especially from the villages close by and also from Cedars Park. But I'll talk about Cedars Park view. Actually, from Cedars Park, when you look out, the 12 houses that actually look out onto that site at the moment, there's trees this side of the road and trees the other side of the road. So there's already some mitigation in place. We just need to enhance that perhaps and maybe think of different ways. Reserve matters will discuss the nature of these buildings, so it's not for us to discuss right now as far as I'm concerned, and if it is, please correct me. Good. So, when it comes to reserve matters, some of these buildings, to reduce... you're going to come in?
Mr Isbell, I think
I've spoiled my flow. So, when these buildings come to reserve matters, there's other mitigation we can bring in, and we've seen it up at Claydon with the camouflaging schemes. By use of different paints and camouflaging schemes, you can actually merge these buildings into the background. And of course, when you stood next to it, it's still a building painted different colours. But when you're 3 miles away, it blends in, and that's important. So in reserve matters, we can discuss that. But I honestly can't see any planning reason why we'd turn this down. None. And I can see all the benefits to our local community and residents when it comes to employment and investment and long-term growth. And they're really, really important. And you're naive if you think they're not. So therefore, I believe that we should support this application. However, I would like to see some conditions. A condition you spoke about, which is landscaping, especially on the northeast side, I believe it was, and I'll come back to you because you're the proposer. And also, on the traffic management plan, it is what it is. I don't see, and I know the area well because I'm from Stowmarket, I don't see what you could do that would change things. There will be still stupid people. There will still be stupid truck drivers who decide when a road's blocked, they'll drive through the Cedars Park estate. They're there now, and they'll be there in the future. I don't see any massive increase in traffic through the estate, because if I was a truck driver, bear in mind miles are pounds, I wouldn't be going through the estate. I'd go on the A14, which is the main arterial route across our county, and I'd go and do my job. I wouldn't be going into Cedars Park. I just don't understand that logic or that argument. It doesn't make sense to me. When it comes to transport of people coming into work, obviously some of those people will choose to come by car, and it's their choice. Some people will use the excellent rail network that we've got through Suffolk. It stops at Stowmarket and then walk them 1.3 miles, is it? Yeah, 1.3 miles from the train station. Guess what? Great for them, great for the economy, great for the rail system. So there's no excuse. And the buses, I get your point, the buses have reduced. But that doesn't say buses don't go to Stowmarket. Buses do. There's a route from Stowmarket to Ipswich and back every 30 minutes. You just walk from the centre of the town to your workplace. I used to cycle 10 miles to work when I was a kid. It's great. It gets us fit. So I think all of these are nebby little things, but they're not a reason to refuse this application. So therefore, I will be supporting the proposal, and I do second the proposal, but I do want to talk about conditions. Thank you.
Can I just ask, bring Philip Isbell in, on the conditions front, bearing in mind that the way you said that it was going to be very difficult to look at the landscaping because of the way it's drawn up, if we were to do an advisory note on landscaping for further work to be done between officers, the team, bearing in mind what you've heard and the unsatisfaction that maybe there isn't enough to protect, particularly Creting St Peter, then an advisory note around the traffic management plan for, again, cedars and the shortcut routes that are being discussed and parking around the site during construction. Is that a doable way of ticking off those boxes? Can you comment?
Thank you, Chairman. So that wasn't quite where I was going to start, so if I may come back to that at the end. As ever, the proposer of the motion has given me an interesting problem to chew over in relation to landscaping. As I think I said earlier, you have a hybrid application, part of which is full. The area of that is specified and set. What I understand is currently in debate is whether that is adequate. And to change that either involves amending the application in some way, shape or form, which will delay it, and I don't recommend, or to consider including a requirement for reserved matters to provide additional landscaping in the area adjacent to the northern boundary. However, and here's the point, landscaping is a reserved matter. So we have some details, they are the details in the full element of this. If you want some other prescriptive element to go into your decision, you either amend this application, which means it will have to be taken away, or you seek to require landscaping to be within specified parameters in a part of the site that you're concerned with, and that then becomes a reserved matter of a particular standard, because landscaping is a reserved matter, so you will see that as those elements of the development come forward that are of concern. Now, we already have along part, and I don't know, Gemma, if we could get the drawing of the northern boundary back up in some way, shape or form. We already have a boundary which I believe from calculation we reckon to be of the order of about 15 metres in depth, then tapering down. And as a planner, I'll turn to committee and say, where's the harm? So we have to be able to identify what the harm is we're trying to mitigate. So I'll wait whilst Gemma gets something up which I recognise. So I think, yes, so that's alongside the A14, indeed. And that I believe we've calculated is circa 15 metres wide. And obviously it's not the 40 metres that was anticipated in the development brief, but we also know the development brief never came forward into reality as councillors have said. So we have that which is partially along the A14 boundary, and then the A14 slip drops down, and then you have the northwestern corner. Now, visibility here is exposed, I suggest, to view from residents in Cedars Park opposite, users of the overbridge, and passing motorists on the A14, who probably should also be paying equal focus to the road, I suspect, at the same time. So, as with most questions in planning committee, I take you back to the question of what's the unacceptable harm and where does it arise for us to try to mitigate. If we can go back to the previous plan and the one before that, which is the north-eastern corner. So we have an area there which is obviously, I believe, closest to Creting St Peter, and we've got that continuation at the top of that slide of the 15-metre deep boundary planting, which is as provided for. Do we have the layout plan as proposed, the indicative layout? And sorry for skipping around, Chairman, but in terms of the indicative plan for that northwestern sector, not quite that one. Probably on. Okay, so no, let's not trouble. So in the northwestern sector, you already have an indicative layout with buildings on it, and you know from what's been proposed that there is a provision of 20% soft landscaping with 20% soft engineered drainage within that, and that follows the design code principles that's recommended today as a condition. If you seek to include a bigger area of landscaping adjacent to the A14 boundary, and getting back to the point about which areas are you most concerned with, you know, we already have a 20% provision within that landscaping, which, you know, is locked into any reserve matters through this. What you might see is that 20% is inevitably driven to be against the A14 boundary as proposed, and arguably that might then lead to some unforeseen consequences for the rest of the way those reserve matters come forward. I mean, I take you back to the commerciality of this. We know this has been an allocation in the plan, we know it's been the subject of a development brief, but it hasn't come forward, and so there must be some commercial point to the original proposal which doesn't make it commercially sound. So I urge some caution in considering where you go with the landscaping. You need to identify which areas you are trying to safeguard or enhance, and I'd probably start by saying you have to be able to identify harm if you're to start imposing further conditions. As officers, having had this assessed and consulted upon it with those who are expert in such matters, we don't believe this area is inadequate, and that's why we make the recommendation to you today as we do. It is possible for you to add a requirement for further reserve matters to improve and enhance the landscaping belt along that northern and northwestern sector of the site. It may have unforeseen consequences, but I would suggest that if you specify that as an additional requirement for your landscaped reserved matters, it is open to you to do it, but it would be, it will have consequences as to the way that your network of biodiversity across the site may end up being delivered, which, when Sue Hooton was here earlier, I mean, certainly that's an important point for her. I'm not sure I've necessarily answered all your questions, Chairman. How am I doing?
No, that's useful, I think, and puts things, you know, makes us reflect on that quite well. So thank you.
Can I add some further points about landscaping just whilst I have the microphone? It is possible to add to the landscape and environment management plan and landscape reserve matters to require them to demonstrate the use of native species within the reserve matters that come before you, so that when a submission is made, that reserve matter for landscaping includes that detail, so that you can see it and it is in front of you, and we can add that as a condition. And in terms of managing these areas, it's certainly a requirement within the Section 106 to include management as a long-term issue. We heard from Sue that the requirement should be out to of the order of 15-25 years. Clearly, I think, you know, there is some value of dealing with that, and I might come back to that comment if this discussion goes further. Traffic management, there are construction management plans proposed. They effectively require access via the A14, A1120. That's condition O, and I think condition 9. It will be perfectly possible to add to those to require that they demonstrate how construction traffic will be managed away from Cedars Park and from Creating St Peter, so that vehicles do not, except for errant drivers, go through that point, and that's a perfectly possible addition. I think I'll leave it there, Chairman.
Let's ask a follow-up question. So you've been very clear around the landscaping and the implications thereof, but we have, you know, it has been probably one of the thorny points of the debate so far. Would a advisory note asking for further discussions and evaluation look at the landscaping that's been proposed, so that when it with something coming back to reserved matters, just to give us that confidence that it really has been looked over most thoroughly and we're not missing anything? Or are you just saying it's what we have is what we have?
So if you add an informative note, people can always depart from them. If you add a condition, they've got to comply with the condition. You already need the landscaping requirement. It's already a reserved matter, so you will get to see that. The question of the purpose then becomes the important thing to write into that. So you can require that your landscaping details shall be accompanied by whatever else you want. So you can do that. and perhaps that's the thing to focus on.
Okay, thank you. Next up was Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yeah, if I could perhaps first just comment a little on what Mr. Isbell's been saying and come back to a fundamental question that I didn't eventually ask of the officers previously, and that is about the status of the parameter plans. There is a parameter plan diagram which sets out the areas for building, essentially. There's one of those, and then there are the various landscaping detail plans which are also described as parameter plans. And if as members have been saying, we need and feel the need for more landscaping, and that we could write conditions which would ask that that's looked at. It seems that we would need more land in order to achieve that, and if we approve the parameter plan of the whole site as submitted, do we not in fact not leave the ability to increase the landscaping area, because the buildings are pretty tight up against the red lines, frankly. And the other very general point I wanted to ask you was that we've got a full application and we've got an outline application, and I wondered whether, given the acceptance so far of the principle of development which is established, etc., I wondered whether there's actually scope for approving the full application for the infrastructure, essentially, but taking away the parameter plans and all the rest of it for another look, has been hinted at.
Let's bring in Philip.
To answer those in reverse order, Chairman, you can't split your decision. Secretary of State can. You do not have the power to split a decision on this, so you have to deal with both the hybrid, the full, and the outline elements at the same time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Haddingham. Can you just turn your microphone, please?
Sorry, thank you. I've been very interested to hear all the debate, and I have to say taking it all on board. I've more in common with Councillor Humphreys and Councillor Passmore. I think this is a high quality development, and I think they've an awful lot of work has gone into this, and I think the mitigations they've done with the ecology have been excellent. I think unfortunately they've rather overpromised on the landscape and under-delivered, which is unfortunate to come in with 40 metres and in some points to go down to 8 metres, and that is a worry to me with Creating St Peter and the views to Cedar Park. But I do hope that work can be done there, whether it's even the type of planting if they can't actually increase the meterage. But I think overall the economic development does outweigh the harm that it's doing there, and I hope that traffic management and landscaping can be looked at in detail to overcome the locals' worries. So I'm going to vote for this. Thank you.
Right. I know Councillor Mansell, but I'm letting people that haven't spoke go first. So we've now done the rounds, and we'll go round for the second time. So over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I did actually want to speak about the motion that's been proposed whilst we're on the subject of conditions. I'm looking at condition X and condition NN. Condition NN refers to the BREEAM conditions which were brought up by Councillor Eburn when she spoke at the beginning of the debate. Condition NN says we've got BREEAM very good minimum across the site and BREEAM excellent innovation centre. Is there any way we can have a condition that it's excellent in more places than just in one of the plots? And on condition X, which I think is about the lighting, it's got lighting scheme in brackets wildlife friendly. Can we have it a smart lighting scheme? Thank you.
Thanks.
Can I come back on those, Chair? Is that all right?
Yeah, and Philip was going to come back as well, so go for it.
It was on the Bricett point. I think the issue is on the larger units, that's an issue with delivery of how they could do that. Might be something we clarify with the agent if you wanted to, but that essentially it's possible on the plot 3000, but not or a problem on the other plots. Hence the proposal to split it slightly.
Site, yeah. Councillor Field. Well, that will be up to Councillor Passmore to decide, as he's proposed and seconded. Yeah, Councillor Field.
I was just going to remark that I'm sure the incinerator met BREEAM excellent, and it's a moderately big building, so I don't quite see the argument.
Could the applicant just comment on BREEAM, the two BREEAM statuses, whether it's...
We've got our sustainability expert here today, so maybe I could pass over to Leon, who should be able to answer that.
If you can turn your mic on and just introduce yourself, that'd be great.
Afternoon, Leon Madison from BWB. BREEAM excellent could be possible if conditioned, but very good is the current proposal for the scheme going forward at the moment in terms of sustainability assessment.
Can you just explain why it's good and not excellent?
Currently, to comply with the local conditions set in the core strategy and the joint local plan. That was just the tact that we'd followed.
There's nothing stopping it being excellence, but it was just a choice through the applicant.
Currently,
yeah. Okay. Well, there's no other hands. Okay. Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Right. Yes, I didn't quite get the answer that I was looking for from Mr. Isbell. If we approve this as it is, then the parameter plan and the building outlines thereon become fixed matters, as I understand it. That is part of the matters that are approved rather than the matters that are reserved. Can we just clarify that first?
So, Chairman, just to confirm, the application, yes, if it's part of the full element, the landscape framework plan and the detail plans, I'd suggest, which also reference the parameter plan. The detail ones are the ones that you will see as part of what is delivered. They are the full element. So the landscape parameter plan is for the whole site, as I recall it. The detailed elements of that are the thing that get that you have the detail of. Perhaps you just clarify on which plans are which, Gemma.
Yes, so the detailed landscape parameters plan that we saw with the different boundaries, that is the plans for the strategic planting, and it leaves the internal elements of the site white, and essentially that's what we would come back to as part of the reserved matters landscaping.
Yeah, I get that all right. No, the point then is the parameter plan that shows the buildings. It's there somewhere.
Is it easy to put it up on the screen and then I can?
It is. It's page 265, and it used to be slide 5 when the papers were made. And no, it's not. There's another one.
So this is the parameters.
All right, so that's the one. Yeah.
So we've got the parameters plan up on screen, which includes the maximum AODs and the uses, which I think we're anticipating being an approved plan, if that's members' decision. Whereas the plan with the blue buildings and that shows buildings on it is indicative and not for approval.
Right. So that's indicative, and that's. Right, okay, I understand. Thank you. Right, well, I think the point, lots of useful points have already been made, and I think I want to come back first to the Stowmarket Area Action Plan, actually, and the reason that was created very considerably was because at that time there was a proposal to effectively use this site to stack up a very large number of containers, which was already happening at Woolpit 5 High, and that was the first principle, if you like, was that, well, we're going to put the big lots of containers at the bottom of the site, and of course at that time it hadn't been envisaged that we'd move all the levels around, and then it was beyond that. It was to achieve, for the council to achieve a degree of control over the development of the site, and that was really why we allocated it at that time, was in order to get control of it rather than finish up with this huge pile of containers. Now these buildings, potential buildings, are definitely better than a pile of containers, which is good. But just to understand that, that's where we started from, and I worked on and supported the SAAP because it was achieving those things, and then it was looking forward to how do we develop Stowmarket over the next 15 years. And I have to say to Councillor Humphreys that the SAAP envisaged that the population would grow by that extent, because we allocated the 3 major strategic housing sites at that time as well. So I think that the employment land and the housing land went together way back when. So that's the problem, which brings me to the intensification effectively of the site. And we've established that the square footage meterage is increased by 37%, and we couldn't really pin down quite how much extra volume upwards the buildings would be permitted to gain. But it seemed to me that if you put those two things together, we're looking at something like, it's between 1.5 and 2 times the amount of building space volume that was envisaged in the SAP, which is a lot, and inevitably that generates extra traffic.
I've just got to hold caution with those figures, because they're your figures. Is that where you took it?
Well, the 37% we've established from the agent.
So we were told from the agent they didn't have those figures, but that's your perception. That's fine.
No. The 37% additional square meterage of land, yes, and there is an unfixed, and we can't quite get a hand on, amount of extra height of buildings from their floors to their roofs that we can't quite get hold of. But if you took those two things together, then it's in that range of 1.5 upwards. And it's difficult to get closer than that, but it's that much. So that's what I'm looking at now. I obviously, as a member, I want to have pride in an exemplary development, etc., and feel that we're not quite there yet. And as a member, I look at the climate emergency and I say we need to make the best possible use of this site in renewable energy terms, and it's not clear how much of that we could gain on reserve matters. I don't quite know, but it would be more comforting to see more now of certainty on that point. The landscaping, I think it's inevitable that we can gain more ecology, which is also an emergency of biodiversity. We can gain more by having wider landscaping than what is on offer now, and that is of course much less than what was offered in the SAAP, which I supported at the time. So that's a big problem to me. We can't do it half and half, and we've established that the parameter plan is the land that can be developed, but it's that the buildings are indicative, so that's good. So yeah, overall it needs to be better for me. Sorry.
Okay. Right. So I'm just going to give my thoughts on it, and then we'll see if anyone else wants to go around again before we go to a vote. So it's really interesting for me. This is 3,000 jobs coming to Mid Suffolk, And we've heard Chris Starkey from the LEP talk about the fact that we've got a free port, that this is actually going to bring high quality jobs. There will be some logistics, but overall, the free port is a huge benefit to the area, and that will bring a different type of job going forward. So, I mean, we've been talking about we want greater than a logistics park. We've got it. So for me, that's a real positive. Biodiversity, we always talk about greater biodiversity in mid-Suffolk. We hear about it a lot. We talk about it endlessly. Congratulations to the applicant. They've actually gone out of their way to bring in greater biodiversity, which is we rarely get. So I would just like to pay credit on that point, because I think that is something we should note. On the BREEAM status, I would of course like to see it excellence, but I think we also need to be mindful that there is a cost implication on buildings, and this hasn't been a viable site to date. So I think we should push for excellence, but if we are BREEAM good, you know, that is an achievement. But of course, BREEAM excellence would be, and you're here, you can hear what we're saying, and we would love to see that, particularly in mid-Suffolk, as we have a household waste energy recycling centre next door that is BREEAM excellence on the same A14 corridor. So it'd be good if we could have a tradition of only building BREEAM excellence along that stretch of road, of course. In terms of the community, this is what troubles me the most. So we've had the parish council and a resident very eloquently describe the concerns they have. The Stowmarket Area Action Plan and the plan we have today are totally separate. That was in a different time, a different era. The projects didn't come forward. We're now at a position where we've got something concrete that will be delivered and can be delivered quickly. So it's about finding that compromise. I don't know how we do it. I do think we could do a bit more to try and support the community. I think we should be trying to support the community more on landscaping. I haven't quite got my mind around how that works. I would absolutely ask that there is dialogue with the community about bringing forward that community benefit so that the residents have a say on where that money is spent, rather than it just disappearing into a pot and going off somewhere and the residents not feeling they could engage in it. Clearly, the applicant has said that this has come forward 3 times, the pot of money is still there, nothing has changed, but actually let's move it forward. Instead of just not changing, let's actually commit it that the residents will have a say on where some of that money goes, in dialogue with ourselves. And finally, for me, is the travel management plan. There are a lot, I think we have an opportunity here. We have Luke, Barbara in the room. We've heard the local members' concerns. If we could really, just pick up and note those local concerns and absolutely make sure that when we talk about rat runs, we talk about the concerns that the residents have, that we do really pick that up and hold that really tight when we come to looking at those that traffic management plan. So overall, of course, it's not 100% perfect. The 2 big concerns I would ask, somehow we look at how we address them. But overall, I think this is a big opportunity for Mid-Suffolk and an application that we should be supporting. So that's where I sit. So I'm happy to go to the proposer and the second as to how you want to play conditions. And I know Philip's got his hand going up again before we go to a vote.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes. I just wanted to pick up on a point around biodiversity, bearing in mind that got some airing earlier during conversation. We obviously have a landscape management plan. It seems to me appropriate to include a measure within that to monitor the delivery of biodiversity net gain as part of that section 106, so that the long-term management plan that you have as section 106 does actually look at and measures biodiversity net gain. Now, clearly that's not been proposed by the proposer of the motion, but I would suggest that's a prudent thing to do. And in terms of the reserve matters that you may see, in order to give members the comfort that these reserve matters are coming forward in a way that intelligently looks at this question of biodiversity, it would be reasonable and appropriate to include a requirement that concurrent with the submission of any reserve matters for any plot, that you seek a statement which details the biodiversity net gain position on that plot and cumulatively, so that you are able to take a step-by-step analysis of the reserve matters as they come forward. I think for the time being, Chairman, I need to hear a bit more from members around what their aspirations are regarding landscaping before I can advise. My only other point is the applicant is in the room, it might be appropriate to adjourn for 5 minutes or for 10 minutes for myself and Gemma to discuss with them where this discussion around the landscaping to the north might be, because at the moment I'm thinking we might impose a condition that requires landscaping in that area adjacent to the A1120 and A14 to demonstrate what additional measures have been taken. But clearly this may then link into the 20% requirement, and I would like ideally to have some clarity from the applicant before advising you further.
I think what we would like to see collectively, if you can find a way to deliver that and condition it, or advisory notes, a combination that, to provide that reassurance. It's quite difficult to sit here and come up with the absolute precise definitions, but I would think, Philip, you've certainly got a very strong push as to what the concerns are, and if you're able to talk to the applicant in the interim and come up with a workable solution that people are content with.
Okay, so this, yeah, I think we've got to get this right, and I think we'd rather hear from the applicant to know what's being proposed, to vote on it, rather than just saying let's come back. So I'm not going to be popular for saying this, because I know, and I feel very sorry for the people who've been waiting for the next application, but the only place you can get lunch here is Cool Beans, and they close at 2 o'clock. So what I propose is we take a 25-minute break to allow Philip and the applicant to discuss, but we absolutely start again at 2 o'clock, because if we don't break now, there will be no lunch. And that gives the opportunity for Philip and the applicant to have a quick discussion. So can we start again at 2 o'clock, and then we'll run through from that point straight through. Welcome back, everyone. Philip, would you like to give us an update of your discussions and where that leads for the benefit of us all and for the proposer and seconder to think how they want to take that forward?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, indeed. Constructive discussion, and I think it's fair to say that we have a solution that we can recommend to members. And obviously, going back to the point I made earlier, you've got to deal with the fact this is an outline and a full application at the same time. So I'd suggest that we include a condition on the outline element of the planning permission here for the reserve matters for landscaping adjacent to the A1120 and the A14 boundaries of the site to demonstrate the supplementary landscaping measures which are proposed to address landscape impact in relation to views from Creating St Peter, Cedars Park and the A14. Now, to pick up the point that Councillor Passmore was interested in regard to species, I'd also propose that we include in this condition the reserve matters shall moreover demonstrate the inclusion of appropriate use of local planting species within those landscaping details. Now, Chairman, if I can just carry on, picking up on some of the other points that have been in discussion, we'd recommend that the Section 106 heads of terms be amended. As you'll be aware, that includes a long-term landscape management plan and would suggest that includes timetabled measures for the enhancement, monitoring and management of landscaping features which deliver biodiversity net gain, including woodland habitats, so that landscape management picks up the biodiversity net gain as we see the development come forward and ensure that it delivers what we are hoping of it. And in relation to the reserve matters and relating to that biodiversity point, that concurrent with the submission of any reserve matters, an assessment of the biodiversity net gain on plot and cumulatively should be submitted to the local planning authority for agreement and the development delivered in accordance with that. Now, to pick up the community point, I'd suggest we amend the Section 106 heads of term as it presently sits, such that the community sum for community, recreational facilities and active travel, which we made available in consultation with Creating St Peter Parish Council and Stowmarket Town Council, so that it is our decision, but we have that consultation process built in. I probably haven't covered all of the points that members wish to get to, but I understand that the applicants are keen to make those work as a solution, and the reserve matters details, I think they're already starting to discuss how that can be made practical. The other point, I suppose, about construction management is also that we have a construction management condition O and 9 on the two elements of the permission. At the moment, they do not include any reference to Cedars Park, but we would suggest amending the conditions relating to construction management to ensure construction traffic is kept away from Cedars Park and Creating St Peter. Clearly, the management of that will need to be a matter for practical use on the ground, and that will be down to a travel plan coordinator in due course who will be appointed as part of this, and they will be a conduit point which should allow for the management of that to ensure that any problems can be raised directly and immediately so that construction traffic can be routed away from Cedars Park and Creating St Peter.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So I'll come back to you in a sec. For the proposer and the seconder, what are your views?
No, that sounds a very practical solution. Thank you, Chairman. Could I just check one other point when it comes to biodiversity without having yet another great big long shopping list, but that would include things like, we've mentioned all hedgehog swift boxes, that presumably we don't need to mention them specifically, do they? That all comes in on a sensible biodiversity plan without making it too bureaucratic, or do we need to mention that?
Yes, I mean biodiversity net gain is a growing area, and the applicants have already demonstrated that they have assessed it, so this will simply require them to consider that on plot as they go through the development, so we see this come forward. And biodiversity is not limited to one or two species, and indeed, arguably with climate change, one might see the species change over time, so it's right to be fleet of foot with that.
And Councillor Humphreys?
Mr Chairman, thank you. Yeah, happy with all of that. The only point that wasn't answered was point X-ray, which Councillor Mansell brought up, referenced the wildlife-friendly lighting versus smart lighting. I don't know what the difference is.
So I believe smart lighting is presumably intended to be controlled in terms of time and energy efficiency. Wildlife-friendly lighting is probably designed to ensure that it does not impact on species that would be affected by it. And so that would probably involve the way that you direct the light and the type of light source, and perhaps even the lighting arrangements such that it doesn't attract species nor distract them when they're commuting or foraging.
Therefore, could we possibly, on that point X, add wildlife-friendly smart lighting? Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Next up is Councillor Mansell and Councillor Field.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Humphreys, for picking up on the lighting. Yes, wildlife-friendly and smart lighting, I don't believe should be mutually exclusive. So yeah, let's have them both in there. I was going to query the bit about the landscaping, because I think, as well as the sort of northern edge against the A14 and the edge against the A1120, I think that the residents of Creeting St Peter were also concerned about the eastern boundary, which goes at the moment to open fields. And I think we heard from the representative of the parish council that although the majority of the village, the densest part of the village is north of the A14, there are parts of Creeting St Peter which are sort of due east of this site. And you haven't mentioned anything about the landscape buffer on that edge.
Quite so, I haven't. I would suggest we need to identify where we are looking to add landscape mitigation, and I start from the position, as per the papers, that we've already assessed this scheme and consider it mitigates landscape impact. So I'd have to be guided by yourselves as to where you felt that impact was absent or was sufficiently harmful to warrant mitigating. At the moment, there is a greater area of landscape planting in that eastern sector than on the northern and the A1120 sector. I need more clarity if you are looking to secure reserve matters in that area, which also seek to demonstrate additionality. And at the moment, that's where I stand on that.
Okay, let's go around the room, get all the points picked up, then we'll come back to the proposer in a second and see how they want to play it. So next up is Councillor Field.
Thank you. Really simple. One, the wildlife-friendly lighting. Place services throughout our papers have been quoting various colour temperatures for that. It's 4K in this paper, it's 2,700 in others. Could I suggest we just make that 3,000K, which is generally available from street lighting manufacturers and has beneficial effects that the blue content doesn't attract insects and things you don't want it to. And it's probably zero cost. So.
Okay, and then Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I think the magic words concurrent with reserved matters is, might need to be slipped into one or two places in what Mr Isbell read out, probably. We found that to be very useful recently.
Chairman, if I may come back on that, I'm not quite sure. I did suggest that we add a reserve matters condition that requires, concurrent with the submission of reserve matters, that biodiversity net gain question be addressed. The question of lighting, are members saying that they want to see lighting concurrent with the submission of reserve matters? I'm not quite sure.
No. Okay. So I'm going back to Councillor Passmore and Councillor Humphreys. You've proposed it and seconded it. We've heard of the recommendations added by Philip that he thinks could be put in there so that we can move this forward. Are you happy that we go to the vote on that basis?
Yes, and I think the other points have been covered as well, so I'm happy to proceed.
Councillor Humphreys?
Yeah, more than happy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chair, can I just ask Philip Isbell to read out again the landscaping one, because it was
I'm going to actually
long lot of...
I was going to get him to just run through, just for clarity, so we're absolutely clear what we're voting on. So, Philip, it's been proposed by Tim and seconded by Barry. Humphreys, so could you just remind us exactly the additions to the recommendations that are on page
Chairman, if I assist you with page 3.
Papers, pages 3, 4 and 5.
Yes, so taking page 3 of the tabled papers, you have an obligation under brackets 1, which is long-term landscape management plan. I suggest that be amended to say long-term landscape management plan, which shall include timetable measures for the the enhancement, monitoring and management of landscaping features which deliver biodiversity net gain, including woodland habitats. So that's a change to that head of term. Then in relation to the next bullet, the £190,000, that be a commuted sum for community, recreational facility stroke active travel, and that shall be made available in consultation with Creting St Peter Parish Council and Stowmarket Town Council. And then turning to the conditions on page 4, that condition O, construction management plan, be amended to construction management plan to be agreed, including access via A14/A1120, and to ensure construction traffic is directed and managed away from Cedars Park and Creting St Peter, and to replicate that same wording on condition 9 of the full element of the decision. And then generally to require in relation to the reserve matters, that concurrent with the submission of any reserve matters, an assessment as to the biodiversity net gain on plot and cumulatively shall be submitted for agreement and development delivered in accordance with the agreed assessment. And I think I might have missed this, I've been going too fast, but the reserve matters for landscaping adjacent to the A1120 and the A14 boundaries of the site, so I'll demonstrate the supplementary landscaping measures which are proposed to address the landscape impact in relation to views from Creting St Peter, Cedars Park and the A14. Reserved matters shall moreover demonstrate the inclusion of appropriate and local planting species within those landscaping details. And that's what I have at the moment, Chairman.
Lighting condition, we were going to add smart.
We're now going to go to the vote, and I hand over to you for the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, the vote has been amended to read that application number DC 21-00407 be approved as detailed in the officer recommendation contained in the table papers, and with the additional conditions and amendments as read out by the Chief Planning Officer. May need to re-log into your ModGov app if you have. Brilliant, thank you.
Mandy's been on top of that.
Mandy's done it. So that vote is now in progress.
Everyone voted?
Just waiting for one vote, Chair. Thank you, Chair. That's 6 votes for and 2 against. That's carried.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. Thanks. So we could just move everyone around and clean the seats between applications. So the next application before us is DC 21-01735, Wakelands Farm, Metfield Lane in Fressingfield. And we'll now hand over to the case officer to take us through the application.
Yes. Sorry, excuse me. Is Councillor Humphreys not coming back?
No, Councillor Humphreys has left for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Sorry, I should have said that, yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. I'm presenting a full planning application today for the siting of 6 mobile homes for rural workers on the site, 12 glamping pods for tourism use and retention of conversion works to create a baking facility. The site is Wakelands Farm, Metfield Lane, Fressingfield, and as shown by the red area on the map here, it is within the Fressingfield ward, which is the northernmost area of the district. Within the ward, it is located centrally to the east. Members are reminded that this application is in support of the committee report and does not seek to replace or go over all of the ground covered within that report. So here we have an aerial map showing the site in the context of Mid-Suffolk. The 2 nearest settlements are Metfield, which is circled to the northeast and is located 2.6 miles away, and Fressingfield, which is to the southwest, located 2.4 miles away. Here we have the site in context. So we have a close-up of the site, which is located off of Metfield Lane. As you can see, there are rows of trees with agricultural land sort of in between them. This forms the basis of the pioneering agroforestry operations on site. Agroforestry was set up on site during the 1990s as a research and agricultural experiment. The site has, however, since needed to start diversifying to ensure it is sustainable and commercially viable going forward. As it was an experiment, the crop yields produced on site are not large enough to be sold commercially on a sustainable basis, and thus diversification is needed. The current operations on site are focused around sustainability, self-sufficiency, research into agroforestry, and educating people through informative and active events on site, which explain and demonstrate agroforestry and associated operations. There is also a biomass boiler, ground source heating and solar panels on site, and a range of crops and resources which are being processed into food and rural crafts. It's also notable that work has been done to support ecological and biodiversity net gains, working closely with Suffolk Wildlife Trust and the RSPB. So in terms of parish location, the site straddles between the 2 parishes of Fressingfield and Metfield, with the dividing line shown in blue there. The site itself extends 8.61 hectares, but the site as a whole extends 23 hectares. So in terms of constraints, there is a Grade 2 listed farmhouse on site to the south, with several public rights of way running north, east, south and west of the site, shown in green there. Harm has been identified to the setting of the listed building at a level deemed to be above a low level of less than substantial harm. This is, however, considered to be outweighed by the public benefits arising from support for the economic and environmental sustainability of the site and its impact on the wider surroundings, and many of the identified impacts are considered to be appropriately mitigated by conditions. So here we have a selection of site photos. Photo number 1 shows the glamping pods between 2 of the tree lines on land that is not currently being farmed. Photo 4 conversely shows the land when it is being farmed, and photos 1 and 4 therefore show the different stages in agroforestry rotation. The glamping pods would only be sited on land that is not being farmed on at the time, as shown in photo 1. Photos 2 and 3 show parts of the meadowland where the mobile homes are proposed to be sited. As you can see, the overall site is extensively landscaped and enclosed from the wider fields and surroundings, including from vantage points along public rights of way. So in terms of highway boundaries and impacts, as verified by Suffolk County Council Highways, there are 2 distinct areas along Metfield Lane. All of it is highway land, however this section, as shown in red here, is unmaintained highway land that only leads to and serves Wakelands. Further along Metfield Lane, which is again shown by the red line on the plan. The yellow arrows point towards the site in relation to the highway on the 2 photos there. The remainder of Metfield Lane is maintained highway land, which serves the other properties along the lane. It's noted that events and temporary uses of land are considered to be permitted development or alternatively not development at all. Therefore, the number of existing vehicles on site, whether they be agricultural vehicles or visitors to the site, alongside any potential increase, are not necessarily controlled by planning and may happen regardless of the outcome of this application. Suffolk County Council Highways have, however, confirmed they have no objection to the use of the lane and that it has capacity for any potential increase in traffic. However, they note that any significant vehicular movements are likely to be in the short term and the impacts are sort of appropriately mitigated within that. The idea of providing both long-term and short-term accommodation on site through both the glamping pods and mobile homes would be to provide accommodation for people who currently go in and out of the site on a regular, if not daily basis, and would therefore ultimately reduce the number of vehicular movements. So here we have the existing site plan, which shows the existing buildings on site with the 2 buildings coloured in pink, showing the buildings where works are proposed. These comprise of an old piggery and agricultural storage building. We then have the old piggery building, which has already been converted into a bakery. Whilst there are no increases in the footprint, sympathetic external alterations to modernise the building have been carried out alongside the use of the bakery. In terms of the East Wing barn, it's currently used as agricultural storage space, which is open on one side. The proposal includes new metal shutter doors to enclose that open side. So the glamping pods will be located within the green area, as shown on the plan here, just to the left-hand side, and the mobile homes would be located within the pink and orange areas shown. It's first important to note that it is a change of use of land that requires the planning permission. It's not the glamping pods nor mobile homes, and as such we have no control over their appearance so long as they accord with the legal definition of a caravan. The glamping pods are for short-term accommodation, primarily for visitors to the site, which could be for tourism or educational purposes or to partake in events and activities on the site. The mobile homes are for rural workers. Whilst these would provide longer-term accommodation and could be used year-round, they're not intended to be a person's sole residence and would be used flexibly between workers on site, some of whom may need to be on site longer than others. All workers do long and irregular working hours and carry out a range of activities on site, from working on the land, leading educational courses, supervising visitors, securing the site, and utilising the produce and materials of the land through rural crafts. Workers are likely to come and go in accordance with business needs. Those using the mobile homes will be on minimum wage incomes, with many operating small rural craft businesses in association with the agroforestry and sustainability focus of Wakelands, as well as carrying out a range of other activities on site. Based on the site's remote location, there are no nearby properties that are suitable for such workers, given the hours and requirement for them to be on site 24/7. Moreover, the price of the houses for sale or rent within the nearby settlements are out of reach for the workers as they are too costly and many of them are self-employed. The number of pods and mobile homes has been underpinned by a business plan which demonstrates that they're needed to make the site viable going forward. Whilst the pods may cater for several people in each, the mobile homes are intended for 6 workers shared amongst the 6 mobile homes. Here are the floor plans and elevations of the proposed pods. They are easily moved around and would do so in accordance with the agroforestry rotation cycles as shown within the site photos earlier on. This is not a definitive plan by any means of the caravans proposed to be used on site, but shows a typical floor plan and elevation. As noted previously, caravans and glamping pods do not require planning permission in themselves. Thus, anything according with the legal definition of a caravan, which is in terms of its size, transportability and construction, would be permitted on site. The recommendation is therefore to approve the development in accordance with the details set out within the committee report. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. So questions, I'll just start off if I may. So can you just clarify for me, so 6 mobile homes can take 6 workers per home, so it's 36 workers?
Sorry if that wasn't clear enough. It would be 6 workers in total spread across, so sort of 1 per.
So they're showing 3 or 4, 2 or 3 bedrooms, but you just have 1 person per.
So the mobile homes in themselves don't, as I say, require planning permission. So anything up to what is legally defined as a caravan could be on site. The point is that they're not intended to sort of have any more than 1 person per caravan.
Okay. And in the recommendations, you say removal of mobile homes and pods from the site when they're no longer used on site, and any land they were sited on shall be remediated. So under what circumstances will the mobile homes not be used if they're for 6 people and there's a bakery there which presumably is running all year?
So in terms of I think it's more to mitigate against the fact that if the mobile homes were not to be used at a point in the future, they are not to be, I suppose, they would have to be removed from the land in the event that they were no longer needed. It's not saying that we don't believe that they're needed currently, but it is just to mitigate any harm later down the line.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, just to clarify, I mean, it's the usual thing with caravans in the sense that you're not judging the individual unit, but you have the change of use that allows you to station one. And given that this is an isolated and remote location, clearly one would not normally support residential accommodation on that basis, so reversibility becomes an important point, and to that extent removing the caravans, glamping pods, however you want to describe it, removing those units at the end of the need for them is the appropriate course of action to take the site back to previous status quo.
My final question is, I'm sorry, I wasn't concentrating enough. So you talked about permanent occupancy of the site. Can you just refresh what you said about the difference? Is there a difference between permanent occupancy of the caravans versus permanent occupancy of the glamping pods?
So the intention is that the glamping pods are more a short-term accommodation, so they wouldn't be used for any sort of significant months. Whereas the mobile homes are more to do with longer-term accommodation. It may be so. The intention is that they could potentially be occupied all year round, but they may not be, depending on the business needs of the site. Equally, it might not be that it's used by the same worker all the time. It may change. But as I say, it's sort of intended that they are a slightly more flexible and longer term accommodation.
So there's no restrictions on their occupancy?
There would be, but it's subject to us working out the sort of final details of that.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of points. The first one, in your right at the beginning of your presentation, you said that these things would not be visible from a public right-of-way network, and yet there is a public footpath sort of right round the site. And can I just also make the same comment I made on the previous application? We have a multitude of rotations of plan. I've worked it out where the piggery and the barn are in relation to.
You've made the point about the map not facing.
I'm just saying that perhaps
you've made it once. I don't think we need to hear it again.
I'm not okay. And what I'm just saying is, can you please make it clear on the plan of the pods, where the pods and the vans are going, where the piggery and the barn are, for everyone's benefit. So my first point is about the public rights of way. Are these pods and vans going to be visible from that public footpath that goes around the site? I'm looking at the recommendation on page 310, and we've got occupation restrictions on both the glamping pods and the mobile homes. Do we know what those are, or are you just, this is something that you'll do at a later date? And again, back to the when they're no longer used, how do you determine when they're no longer used? How long do they have to have been empty before you deem that they are no longer being used?
So firstly, in terms of the public rights of way, it's more a matter of planning judgment that they are not going to be visible from the public rights of way, and that's mostly to do with the extensive landscaping that I mentioned. I don't know if, can we go back to slides? That might be helpful. So if you look here, there's a public right of way that runs sort of number 2. So number 2, there is a public right of way that runs sort of alongside that tree belt, which that's where the mobile homes would sort of be located. So number 3 sort of again spans round a little bit further. As you can see, there is extensive landscaping there, and it's mature hedgerow, mature trees. So the visibility of any sort of mobile homes on that part of the site would be quite minimal. Equally, you could see with the glamping pods, again, they are enclosed by the agroforestry tree belts either side. So that's sort of how agroforestry works, is that you've got rows of tree belts. The glamping pods would be located within those tree belts when they're not being used and farmed on. And then they would sort of move around. So going back to, just try and work out which one might be.
The one with the shading on.
Was it?
No,
is it further back?
Further on. I think.
That one? Was it that one?
No, the one that looks like the one that we've got on slide 6 of our papers. It would be sensible to show the location of all the other parts on.
Is that the one?
Slide 6 of our papers. It looks like this.
Right, okay, yeah, no, that's fine.
I saw that as a slide build on that one.
Slide 14, there we go. So in terms of the mobile homes, they could be located sort of anywhere within that orange area. And the sort of pink side down sort of to the bottom corner. You then have the green, which is where the glamping pods would be. We have proposed a condition would be placed on the pods, which would mean that at any one point when they're sort of rotating through and round, that they're no closer than 75 metres to the listed farmhouse. Has that answered?
My question was actually, could you point out where the barn and the piggery are on that map?
The barn is just to the, I don't know how, is that the, how do I do that? Right, hang on, right. So the barn is sort of over here. Can you see? Oh, hang on. There we go. So that's where the barn is. And then you've got the listed farmhouse here and a range of other sort of agricultural buildings as well on site. So that's where that is. Yes, yeah, that's all. It's sort of all in the same building. If I go back to up on this, hang on. So if I go to that one, you can then see it's the pink here. So you've got the bakery, which is the old piggery building, and then the east wing building is that. So it's all sort of attached within one sort of unit, if that makes sense.
When do you deem the vans to no longer be used? Is there a sort of time limit, or and about the occupation condition?
Yeah, so in terms of the time limit, I think we'd said probably 12 months. I don't know if Phil or Gemma have any sort of input in what we'd... Yeah, so it could be we'd probably specify a specific amount of time. It could be 12 months, but that's sort of how we would measure it in terms of the wording of the condition. And again, the occupancy, it's subject to us sort of working out some final details on how that would be, you know, meet the 6 tests of a condition. But we would need to make sure that the occupancy is both, you know, enforceable and we can manage it, and also that it reflects the needs of the business, and it is sort of flexible in that regard.
So, to pick up on that point, Chairman, the question of occupation at the moment doesn't have a definition from the applicant as far as I can see, and I think taking that as a basis, these are not intended as permanent homes for people, I believe. They are intended to have a permanent home elsewhere. That said, I mean, 12 months certainly seems a reasonable period of occupation. And in terms of use, it will be, firstly in relation to the mobile homes, it will be in association with the various enterprises and activities being undertaken here. The applicant has described those, and ultimately this is about the business activities being undertaken on site, and will therefore have an occupancy condition, which, for those of us old enough to remember, will be for a person wholly, mainly, or last employed in an activity which undertakes on site. So that's the standard way of approaching that. And as regards the glamping pods, they're more short term, and therefore we'd tend to think that an approach similar to what you have on holiday accommodation in other parts of the district, where you have a limitation timed at 28 days, and a register, bearing in mind you obviously need to ensure that people do have accommodation elsewhere, and that those persons occupying those units are doing so in association with on-site projects and courses and events, which are effectively what the applicant has described. So you have 2 slightly different groups of people occupying for 2 slightly different purposes and periods.
Thanks. Councillor Eburn, you were next.
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 questions. Could the mobile homes effectively ultimately be rented out as in the same way the glamping pods are, so for holidays? So, you know, bringing up the number of that there. And secondly, I'm assuming that there's no landscaping planned for near the mobile homes because they're going to be moved around. So could you just confirm that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So the mobile homes, we would condition their restriction to be for rural workers. They're not intended to be for short-term lets. That is the purpose of the glamping pods. And in terms of their location within the site, we're sort of proposing to restrict it so that they are obviously 6 units and no more, as the applicant describes, and also to ensure that they are not being moved around as such. They would sort of stay static, as it were. And I believe that there is sort of meadowland that the site, there is no landscaping plan submitted, because the idea is that the sort of meadow, as you see existing, would be maintained and sort of left as meadowland, as it were. So the landscaping is effectively what you've seen on the site photos.
Councillor Haddingham.
Thank you. So I just want to check. So there is going to be an agricultural restriction on the homes, and can you tell me how many workers they do have on the farm at the moment?
So yes, we would restrict the mobile homes to be for rural workers on site. They wouldn't be for just sort of random members of the public or anyone. And I think in terms of how many workers there are on the site at the minute, I probably would defer that question to the applicant, who's probably best placed to answer that.
Yeah, Councillor Passmore.
Just a quick one, thanks. Keeps doing that. When it comes to numbers of occupancy, I mean, we've heard they're fairly big mobile homes. Is it sensible to condition it that it's 1 person per van? Only because I've seen what's happened. I'm not for a moment suggesting this would happen here, but you do hear stories of multiple occupancy, and we do have an issue there, not around here, but in other parts of the country. So it can always be changed, of course, but it would be a good idea, would it not, perhaps, to look at that in the first place? Thanks.
Chairman, can I suggest, and taking the model of the agricultural workers dwelling of your to heart, you would not wish to exclude people's household. That might be a little unfair. So one would expect to allow for occupancy by people associated or related to the principal occupant, but their occupancy is dependent on that main person. So you have a main occupant who is working in the local... I think requiring one person as an individual will be hard to justify in planning terms, and it will be hard and somewhat unreasonable to exclude family, relatives, children, dependents, that thing from the situation.
So can I just check, is this a retrospective planning application in part, or is that really not relevant? Because according to Metfield Parish Council, the bakery is open, the pods are being advertised and occupied already.
So the bakery is, that aspect is a retention of. I believe that there are glamping pods on site. I'm not sure if they are being used currently. So that, again, may be something to defer to the applicant to answer.
Final question, the glamping pods, do they have WC facilities in them, or is that a separate unit that's being built?
Yes, I believe they do. There is a toilet and shower block on site anyway. Again, you may wish to check that with the applicant.
Thank you. Sorry, and the final question, fire bowls. So there's been correspondence about it in the papers. We've heard people concerned about it. Anything more you can add about them, just for our benefit?
Yeah, not really much more to add from what's beyond the committee report, other than, you know, they are a commonplace domestic arrangement and they don't require planning permission.
Yeah, obviously Metfield Lane is going to be a particular issue that has been raised by objectors and so on. I've found my way to page 324, County Highways response, and I see that that Metfield Lane is partly public and partly private, and I'd like to see that on the map, and also to know if the other householders on Metfield Lane are they on the public highway part, or do they have a right of way over the private part?
So all of this has sort of been verified with Suffolk County Council Highways in terms of their mapping system, but all of it appears to be highway land. It's just some of it is unmaintained highway land. I believe the applicant would still, if they wanted to do any works on that bit that is unmaintained highway land, that they would need to apply for a Section 278 works from the Highway Authority. But as I understand it, it's unmaintained, but it doesn't serve, it will only serve Wakelands, that part of the highway. The rest of it is maintained and serves the other properties along that.
Yeah, that helps, I must say. So actually, you're saying that what's on the bottom of page 324 is a note isn't actually correct, and that there isn't a private lane as such. I must say I've never heard of an unmaintained public highway before, but it's always nice to learn something new.
Yeah, so in terms of it, it's private in the sense that it only serves Wakelands Farm. So
that's more or less the question that I asked.
Yes, yeah. So that's that specific bit towards the top. I don't know if we can go back to the slides again. That would be helpful.
I did ask if we could see between the two things.
I think. Let me just see where it is. I don't want to go through all of these again. So it should be slide 8, I think. So this bit of Metfield Lane, which is the sort of northernmost bit which curves round, that area is the bit that, as I say, I've sort of checked with Suffolk County Council Highways. It appears that it is highway land, but it only serves Wakelands, as you can see sort of to the end there, by that red sort of pin. Then if we go...
that last little bit?
Yes, yeah. So it starts from where that star is, and that red line is that is the bit that is sort of unmaintained highway land.
All that
And then this one, as you can see, it's a long lane. So this bit of Metfield Lane, again, as I've sort of spoken to Suffolk County Council Highways, as we understand it, this is maintained public highway. And this is the section of the lane that serves the remainder of the properties that are along here.
Okay, anyone else? Yes, Councillor Field.
Yes, just to return to the number of workers. I think it says you had a business plan. Does the business plan establish that there are 6 workers? And do they need to be there 24/7? I understand someone running a bakery may have extended hours, but that's one person. And as to the glamping pods, that's people attending some form of courses. Does the business plan again establish that there are typically 12 attendees at a course who would need that form of local accommodation?
Thank you. So in terms of the workers on site at the minute, again, I'd probably defer any sort of questions about the business plan and whatnot to the applicant. But in terms of the submitted information, it was listed that there are 6 workers. They don't just necessarily work in the sort of rural enterprise and craft areas such as bakery. They do also sort of act and operate in a range of activities on site, whether that be working on the land, picking fruit. There are a range of things, and equally in terms of the sort of events on site that, as I noted earlier, don't necessarily require planning permission. They are also supervising visitors, helping with the operations and sort of the viability of the site in that sense. The glamping pods, it may be that they are used by more than one person per glamping pod, so there may be more than 12 people. But equally, you know, it may range across. There might be some that are grouped together because there are sort of groups on site engaging in activities, or it might be for sort of appreciation of the site, to come and sort of educate themselves on agroforestry. That's really the intention of them.
Okay. Right, we'll move on then. So thank you very much. So we'll now move on. I should have said at the beginning, Councillor Haddingham, who is the ward member, so can't vote on this application, but gets to speak later on. Okay, so first of all, we'll go to the public speakers. We ask the parish council first, Peter Mortimer, to speak. You have 3 minutes. We have a timer here. Please, if I can ask you to keep to the 3 minutes, please. Over to you when you're ready.
Thank you much, Mr. Chairman. I'm representing the views of Metfield Parish Council and its parishioners, and this presentation is in conjunction with the lobbying paper which we already submitted to councillors. Waitlands Farm has a Fressingfield address but is geographically much closer to Metfield. It can be seen by the residents and is impacted by any noise generated from the site. The application has raised a lot of concern in the local community, reflecting on the unusual high number of comments submitted. It should be noted that most of the objectors live within 2 to 3 miles of the site, 82% of the objectors, whereas less than 15% of the persons supporting the applicant live locally. It is important that the committee considers the site as a whole, as there are complex interactions between different aspects under the development, with many periphery issues. The planning officer, we do feel, has in some respects been slightly contradictory, and she hasn't failed to ask any pertinent questions to get a better understanding of the site. The pods are not in keeping with the vernacular, and the bright colours can be clearly seen through the hedges. They are not clear why this additional accommodation is required. A variety of local accommodation is available in the immediate vicinity, use of which would benefit the local community. Currently, those living in the static caravans are the baker and the woodland haberdashery lady. On our site visit, the applicant explained these units were self-managed, so we've assumed they are independent ventures. There is only 12 hours of woodland craft courses advertised between June and September, so why is there a need to provide accommodation? Concern has been raised that the accommodation is not restricted to single workers, but to families too. There is currently no change in the numbers of those managing the agricultural aspect of the farm, nor change to the agricultural practice, so the proven essential and immediate need has not been demonstrated. The farmhouse would have provided natural accommodation, but this has now been converted into self-catering accommodation for up to 12 people, denuding the farm of its residency. This could set a precedent, damaging the community further by removing permanent residents within local farms. We dispute the Highways report that the visibility displays meet safety standards required for the turn-off from the Fressingfield Road onto Metfield Lane. This is a completely blind corner when approaching from Metfield, crossing any oncoming traffic. The lane passes through an agricultural machinery business, followed by 2 further blind bends, and is extremely narrow. It also forms part of a recognised public rights-of-way. In the past, only the 5 residents using this lane to say the increase in traffic is minimal and realistic. Walkers have reportedly encountered traffic visiting Wakelands not slowing down or giving them the opportunity to get on the verge. In the application, numbers are related to those working on the farm. It does not account for day visitors and those paying to camp, what the maximum capacity of the site and what creates the restrictions. The parking is extremely limited. The current sanitation can be catered for up to 40 people. And what the sanitation is, providing the foul water from the pods, the camping and the glamping, we do not know.
Can I say that 3 minutes is up, so I need the final sentence, please.
Right, to summarise, we would ask the committee to look at the wider picture. Potentially could have up to 60 people occupying the sites, which we feel is, first of all, completely overdevelopment. We're concerned about the road usage. We are concerned about noise at night because we had an instance last year and we've already had one this year of late music.
I am going to have to stop
already
there, I'm afraid.
Take this into account in the sanitation. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, happy to take questions for the Parish Council. Yeah, Councillor Mansell first.
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned noise. Have any of the nearby residents made an official complaint to the Environmental Health about any noise from this site? Is my first question. And the second question, you made some mention of camping. Is there also a campsite at this venue?
The one on noise was perhaps a one-off last year and it was accepted. It went on all night through to Saturday lunchtime, and this year we've had one a fortnight ago that was going on late, from gone 11 o'clock, but as I understand it, I do not know the answer to whether anybody, I haven't heard through the Parish Council that anybody has officially complained to that one. As regards the other piece was...
I heard you say the word camping. There were people camping there?
A lot of this we feel is retrospective because the whole thing's up and running. And a fortnight, 3 weeks ago, they had a weekend and there was motorhomes there and camping as well. So you can add up the numbers going up these little tiny roads that are not capable to take it.
Thank you. Any more questions at all? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we now move on to... we do not have a supporter, so we're now asked to an objector, Linda Findlay. You have 3 minutes to address the committee.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Findlay. My husband and I have been farming at Whittingham Hall for 25 years, and we are neighbours of Wakelands Farm. I wish to put forward arguments against this application being approved. The lane leading to Wakelands Farm is single track with no passing places and is used by large agricultural vehicles and machinery. This will inevitably present problems, especially during the harvest season. The proposed number of static caravans and glamping pods seems excessive for the existing activities at the farm. Heritage's response is that the application does not appear to offer evidence to substantiate need for additional accommodation of the scale proposed, nor even to substantiate the need at all. These accommodation facilities are also not in keeping with the Grade 2 listed farmhouse. There is bound to be an adverse impact on wildlife and the land itself, with a significant increase in numbers of people, vehicles, noise levels and light pollution. The educational aspect of the bakery and other courses is acceptable, but the application as it stands is inappropriate in scale, with too many people and vehicles for the area. Parking for visitors will be insufficient, and if more parking spaces are created, this will have impact on the environment and could be impossible to use during the winter months. Parking on the single-track road could impede access by the emergency services. The proposed development could prejudice the amenities currently enjoyed by people living in nearby properties by way of increased noise and disturbances associated with additional traffic and large numbers of people on site at any one time. One local resident has stated, in past years there have been family parties, functions at Wakelands in the summer months, the noise from which has spread as far as Metfield village. Because of the goodwill engendered by Martin and Anne Wolfe and the fact that these were infrequent, neighbours have not really complained. Now that the intention seems to be to keep people on site if possible, the potential for noisy evenings is much increased. The Wakelands website has already been advertising lettings for pods, a farmhouse and even camping before planning permission has been granted. Fire pits provided for each pod will be a potential fire hazard and are not mentioned in the application. Neither is there any mention about a site manager, which is extremely concerning. In conclusion, this proposal should not be given approval as there is not the infrastructure to support the number of residential units, for example, inadequate toilet facilities, the lane access, no detail on waste disposal or recycling. This is an overdevelopment for a very rural location with little benefit for the local community. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Happy to take any questions at all? No? Okay. Thank you for that. We do have supporters here, but I didn't think a supporter wanted to speak, or did you actually? You did. Oh, okay. Sorry, I was looking at old notes. So you now also have 3 minutes.
Hello everybody, my name is Faye. I am the Woodland Haberdasher lady, as mentioned earlier, one of the on-site rural enterprises who's on site making use of, so I'm renting workshop space off David and Amanda, and having some on-site accommodation would be extremely useful. I'm born in Suffolk, bred in Suffolk, lived rural Suffolk all my life, and on a sort of rural artisan wage, it is almost impossible to rent anywhere, not purely from a financial point of view in terms of monthly earnings, but also when you have to go to a letting agent, you have to submit, they have to sort of, you have to get credit checked effectively, and they don't like self-employed books. So as much as you could actually support yourself cash-wise, it's very difficult to get any kind of letting in the local area. I've tried West Suffolk, East Suffolk, now we're trying Mid Suffolk, and it's very generous of somebody like David and Amanda to support rural enterprises, start-up enterprises, young people trying to keep in the countryside who've always been in the countryside and not feeling bullied out into an urban environment. I realise that the caravans can look a bit dodgy in terms of sort of long-term occupancy, but really we are all start-ups and we just need somewhere to stay for the first year, 18 months of these businesses, by which case we have then an established business and we will be able to sort of move out into the wider community. It's incredibly hard, especially in these times, to keep going and to even get started, quite frankly. So to find somewhere like Wakelands where there is a community, where we're all sort of integrated. I understand maybe from the planning it's unclear how all the businesses work together, and God forbid anybody could actually be that altruistic in this modern day and age, but that is the ethos of Wakelands. We are all working within elements of the farm. We're not sort of, a potter coming in or somebody coming in just to rent unit space. It is pertinent to the materials and all of the sort of enterprises and previous work on site. So the bakery with the wheat, I'm personally involved with more of the woodworking side of things, so taking into that into consideration. And it is very variable. Courses, it's not just a case of pods for courses, it's a case that there is workshop space required for private commissions and personal work and development. So it's not a sort of a direct input-output kind of scenario. Again, we're all startups, we're all getting on, so the events program may not be as developed as people seem to be taking from the website. There are things in the pipeline, and obviously these things take time to get established. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions at all? No? Okay. So we'll now move on to the applicant, David Wolfe, again. Oh, right, sorry. Yep, do keep going.
Does that work? Yeah. My name's Henrietta. I'm also a supporter of this application. I run the bakery at Wakelands, where we use the organic wheat grown on the farm in our bread, and we're also in charge of harvesting the fruit grown on the farm. Baking involves very early mornings, and our fruit harvesting work is very seasonal. At the moment, we're working very long hours, waking up early to harvest the plums. We've got at least 30 plum trees. So staying on site is really necessary for this and for our well-being.
It's a really new business. I've invested a huge amount, in fact, all of my savings. So renting or buying accommodation locally would be completely impossible for me and my colleague Maisie, exactly as Faye stated. As well as creating jobs, our bakery is enabling learning. We run courses empowering people to grow their own
That is
food.
the 3 minutes up with the extended time for the break between, so I have to ask you for your final sentence,
Can I
please.
just make a comment on the previous opposition in terms of benefit to the local economy?
It just has to be literally the final sentence.
Okay. Above all, Wakelands is a place of vast biodiversity and natural beauty, and everything we do there as collaborating enterprises will uphold those values.
Thank you very much. Sorry to cut you off. I didn't realise you were going to more than one speaker.
Sorry.
Okay. Any questions for the supporters? No? Okay. So we now head back to David Wolfe as the applicant, and again, you have 3 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you very much. So my parents bought Wakelands in 1992. My father had been an agricultural scientist working for the government for his working life, and for them it was very much an experimental scientific project. They planted agroforestry, which was then incredibly innovative and pioneering, and they sank their money into it, and because it was scientific, they drew in research money from the UK and abroad, which sustained it financially and allowed it to operate as a research establishment for 25 years. What you see as a result of that is the agroforestry system now operating, the tree lines running north-south, 12 metres apart, which means it's incredibly well landscaped, and that's part of the farming system. But their system, once they died and once the science experiments could no longer carry on, their system stopped being sustainable. And we can't carry on that system as they ran it. It was never set up to be a commercial farm. Ironically, it has then been the demonstration site for other people. Other farmers in Suffolk and in East Anglia and indeed across the world have come to Wakelands and continue to come. I entertain farmers, visitors, on an almost weekly basis who want to come and look at this alternative farming system, sadly not taken up by any of our neighbours, but Wakelands is now an absolute jewel in the agricultural crown. We've been on BBC World TV recently. We have many visitors. We work very closely with the Wildlife Trust, as you've heard, and so on, to integrate all of those things. And in many ways, it's the future of farming, and the government financial schemes are going to start incentivising it soon. But we can't carry on this demonstration site without the additional diversification, and that's what this application is all about. Each element of this diversification is carefully crafted so that all the elements work together. They are all designed around the farming, so the organic rotation that you've heard about is growing lentils, wheat, chickpeas, squash, and various other things. In the tree lines, we have 50 sorts of plums, pears, cherries, apples, not commercial viable crops because of the scale of the operation, but we are now beginning to be able to use those in what are called short food chains. So we can't sell cherries economically into the market. It's not viable financially. What we can do is have Henrietta and her team on site making cherry baking things, which are then sold through the local shops. 10 or so local shops in the area are now selling bread and other products made at Wakelands. That is simply not sustainable for reasons you've heard without the things in this planning application. Likewise, we are now running courses, beginning to run them. They are very limited in scale and number at the moment because we can't attract the number of people we need to make them viable, and that's essentially what the glamping pods are about. This is an integrated, carefully thought through plan, and we think it's necessary and sustainable, and as you heard from the planning officer, no impact on residential amenity in the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, questions? Yeah, Councillor Haddingham.
Thanks. Apart from Faye and Henriette, what other workers do you have there that would need to have year-round accommodation?
So the other third person you would have heard from if you had more time is Rachel, who's sitting to my right. Rachel, Holly and Chloe are involved in a community-supported agriculture project. They've been working there since March. They're now running a box scheme which supplies 30 families in the area with a veg box every week. Rachel and Chloe are currently living on the outskirts of Norwich. They can only come to Wakelands occasionally because of the distance involved and the finance involved. At this time of the year, they need to be on site for very long hours to carry that on. So that's 3 enterprises. And this is the beginning. We would like more because it's those enterprises that allow for rural work as an activity, which we think is important, and which will allow us to properly I don't mean use in a utilitarian sense, but make the best benefit of the farmland. So we have currently, it depends how you count it, including part-time and voluntary people coming on site, we probably have dozens of people involved in farming compared to the farm next door, which is 1,000 acres and basically employs one person. So this is bringing rural workers back to the land in a way which is actually what Suffolk used to be like for hundreds of years, as opposed to the sort of barren farmland around us, and also bringing and sustaining the biodiversity. Without that, we are nothing.
Yeah, please.
Would you say if the committee were minded to condition the term of use, i.e. from, say, November to, or May to November, would you say that was unviable?
If we were only talking about seasonal agricultural workers, that's permitted development, we wouldn't be here. Yep. So the answer is yes. For example, the veg operation is basically all year round, the bakery operation is all year round, and Faye's operation, just to take the 3 examples we have already, Faye is on site all year round, or will be on site all year round, not just running courses, but also she, I'm going to use the word scrumps, she'll kill me for that, scrumps things from the tree lines and the hedgerows. It's an additional activity that is then running a commercial craft business which takes place all year round. She is growing woad to make traditional, all of it goes on. I mean, it's phenomenal to see.
Councillor Manson.
Thank you, Chair. We have received lots of lobbying emails about this application, and I sort of got the impression that some of the people we've heard from have said that you're advertising these glamping pods for holidays. Can you confirm that the glamping pods are only going to be let to people coming on courses at your establishment or at some of the other businesses that are going on?
The principal use of the glamping pods, I hate the word glamping pods, is for people who are coming on events and activities. I can't guarantee that won't be somebody there who doesn't take part in an activity. So, for example, a couple might come and one of them will go on a course and the other one will simply wander around and enjoy themselves. And I can't promise, and it would be an unreasonable condition to require that sort of restriction. And there may be people who simply come because they want to wander around and enjoy our site, because it's a beautiful place to which people want to come. So, for example, a couple of weeks ago we had a butterfly day for the community. 130 people came. Some of the people came on that and said, could they stay? No. Now, if they'd stayed on for an extra few days, simply to enjoy the Suffolk countryside and what we can offer, I can't say no to that, can I?
Can you just talk about noise management? So obviously we've heard that there have been there was a camping event, I think someone said the other day. Who's on site who will manage that if that were to happen and people start gathering in numbers around a pod and making more noise than?
We're very happy to restrict the activities that take around the pods, but that's very small numbers of people around units, which, as you've heard from the planning officer, would be very located way away from all the farmland and so on. We've had a family party, I think that was what was mentioned. We've had a family party in previous years, which didn't go on all night, but that's a small point, and that's nothing to do with this planning application.
Yeah, but you are attracting people to the site. So is there going to be someone who will be the centre point of contact if the community feels there is a noise issue, who they can, if I can just finish, if they can deal with and contact a central point who is known to the community, the sort of contact number, because that often makes things a lot smoother when there is a problem.
Yeah, no, I understand the point. So one of the things that put in various objections was there is no on-site duty manager. Now that's actually a twisted version of a distorted question that was put to me. I was asked, will you be employing a 24-hour duty manager? To which my answer was, no, I won't be employing a 24-hour duty manager. But we will have, there are always people on site, and indeed part of the roles of the people you've heard from is to provide exactly that kind of supervision. My phone number has been published on our website now for more than a year, with a clear indication that people can contact me. It's never been rung, and that will continue to be the case. We will always have, indeed, we're about to have a, if you like, a duty phone, so that it's not necessarily my phone, or not necessarily me that's got it in my pocket, but somebody will be allocated 24 hours a day to have the duty phone. But as I say, I'm not aware, well, my phone hasn't rung in the last year, and I'm not aware that any concerns were raised previous to that. So I really don't see any problem in that. The concern that's raised in the papers has come from a...
Sorry, I think you've answered the question. So there will be a contact number 24 hours a day if needed for the community. Yeah, Councillor Passmore.
Yep, thanks, Matthew. Yeah, just a quick question. If you were to have permission granted there, and you've got the mobile homes and the glamping units, I think it was mentioned by someone earlier or hinted at, what about foul water drainage, these sorts of things? How's that all dealt with? And I think you're going to have a shower block or other facilities there, because you could have an extra 25, 30 people, in theory, maybe 35.
Sure. So it's very straightforward. Each of the pods has a toilet inside with a caravan-style cassette unit, which are empty, so they're completely standard units. They're in every mobile home in the land. They're absolutely standard and safe and hygienic. They are emptied when necessary into our waste treatment plants. We've got 2 large Clargester units on site. One is only a few years old, the other was newly installed last year by Binders in Ipswich. We have full service contracts for them. They are modern units. They're specified in capacity terms to be more than enough to deal with all of this. So we really don't think there's an issue in that regard. We have an existing shower toilet block in addition to that, and indeed 3 toilets, which are sort of not sort of public within the site, which we think is plenty of capacity. So I don't think there's any issue in that. They all feed obviously into our Clargester units. We're not on mains drains.
Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I think you've covered some of the points. I think we've sort of established that there will be a duty site manager role, so to speak. The other points really, are you ruling out a commercial camping operation, or can we condition it so that there isn't that other thing possibly going to happen? And I just wonder whether there's anything you can do to help with the problem with the lane. Although it does seem as if the problem that you can deal with is actually within your control anyway, which is well, no, it's not, is it? It's the public highway not maintained. So I don't know if you're able to do anything about that, but it doesn't actually affect other people, so it's marginal, it's difficult. Are you willing to offer any comfort to people that are saying that might get worse and worse, bearing in mind it's a public right of way as well, isn't it? I think I established that.
Do you want me to try and answer? Can I try and answer? Do you want me to try and answer? Yeah. Can I deal with the highways point first? So the first part of Metfield Lane is a Suffolk County Council highway. As it happens, they are repairing it tomorrow by sheer good luck. Good old Suffolk County Council. The next section is a private drive. I don't know where this notion of unmaintained public road, it's not, it's a private drive. It doesn't have a public right of way going up it. There are public rights of way footpaths around the periphery, all, as your planning officer said, heavily screened from us by very mature hedges because we let our hedges get mature. But there is no public right-of-way anywhere on our land. As it happens, we've offered a permissive scheme to allow the public to come and enjoy the land, but that's a completely separate question. So there's no maintenance question or anything like that to do with our private driveway, as far as I can ascertain. So I hope that deals with that question. On the Metfield Lane bit, the highway bit, we have offered, and you see it mentioned in your committee papers, to put in a passing place, which we could readily do on an existing field entrance, all on our land. Your officers haven't required it of us, nor did the Highways Authority require it of us. We'll probably do it anyway, but if you want to include it in a condition, that's absolutely fine, completely. On the camping point, we, like anybody else, have permitted development rights in relation to tents, and that's what we do.
Philip, you want to comment?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, just two small points. One relating to the footpath rights of way question. I think if you look on page 323 of the agenda bundle, you'll see a comment from the British Horse Society which helpfully includes an extract from the Ordnance Survey map. So I think you'll find that, and my recollection of rights of way notation on these maps is a little rusty, but you've got public rights of way and the footpaths are shown, I believe, as the pecked green lines. I'm not quite sure of the status of the green dots from memory, but they're certainly public rights of way, and they probably overlay as rights the highway rights that the county have within their road network. So you've probably got both going on over that, but obviously they don't from the spur heading southeast, shall we say, back towards Wakelands, they don't go from that elbow towards the house proper. That's one point. Secondly, as regards foul drainage and surface water treatment, clearly it's the sort of matter that technically you deal with by way of condition, so that you'd effectively impose a condition to establish whether or not that is an adequate sewage treatment facility to support the number of people using it, and if not, seek improvement of it as an engineering matter under a planning condition. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay.
No, sorry, can I just comment on
No.
that?
No.
Well, you've just been given, unfortunately...
No, I'm sorry, you can't come in unless you're asked a question. Any other questions at all?
Chairman, just if I may leap in, Mr. Wolf clearly thinks I've misled the committee. I think it's important for the committee to make a decision on the facts, and if he thinks I'm wrong, I welcome his correction.
Thank you, I'm grateful. The plan on 323, which is attached to the BHS application, the British Horse Society application, is, if you look at it, if you just look at the word at the bottom where it says Wakelands, by Metfield Lane Farm, so that's the Metfield Lane coming up. Then you've got the word Wakelands. That route goes slightly northwest, and they've marked on a dashed line. I don't know what colour it is on your colour plans, but the first bit of that, running up the side of our boundary, which is where the tree annotation is, that is an existing public footpath, but it's on, to be very clear, it's on land that nobody owns. Yep. When it gets to the corner, that public right-of-way then turns west, and you see that going west and with a slight S-shaped bend in it. But the bit that's dashed going north from there has been marked on by the BHS because historically that was a public right-of-way. It's been ploughed over and effectively is trashed by one of our neighbouring farmers, and the BHS has an aspiration to reinstate it. So if you read their letter, that's their aspiration to reinstate it. We would be delighted to support them in that because we think the public right-of-way network is important, but that northerly bit is not currently a public right-of-way. I think you had another plan that the planning officer showed that's not in the pack that showed the public rights-of-way on a slide.
And Chairman, that slide is slide 5 on page 347, and I'm obliged to Mr. Wolf for providing that clarity.
Can we have a comfort break before we start the debate, please? 3 minutes.
I can't say no if you've asked, but let's just say any other questions at this point. Can we just have the ward member speak?
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah, and then after the ward member, we'll literally take a 2-minute break. So now I hand over to the ward member, Lavinia.
Thank you very much. As you have heard, local opinion is split. Fressingfield Parish Council gave their opinion without a site visit and gave only 4 lines of comment. Both Mendham and Metfield did a site visit and asked that you refuse this application. I have to say I've heard more people objecting to this application than supporting it. That is why I'd like to ask that a site visit be arranged for this committee to visit Wakelands Farm for themselves and the decision deferred until then. However, in the meantime, I shall go on. I'm all for farm diversification, and Wakelands has long been a leader in this area, and the applicant's parents, Martin and Anne, who lived in the farmhouse there, were respected and well thought of. I have no problem with the farmhouse being used for holiday lets or the bakery, which are both up and running before change of use being given, or for the pods, which need no permission. My only reservation lies with the static caravans. Firstly, 6 of them seem excessive. I only met 2 members of staff who wanted to live on site. I appreciate that I only made 1 site visit, but all workers there need on-site accommodation. I commend David and Amanda for supporting young local artisans like Faye and Henriette, and I do think that's marvellous. But I do want to say that they're basically permanent homes with all year-round occupancy. If the application was for 6 permanent dwellings, there's no way it would be acceptable, but that is akin to what is being asked for. Is there really a demonstrated need for all 6? it is not a large farm at 56 acres, and why year-round occupancy instead of, say, March to November? This location cannot be called sustainable by any stretch of the imagination. The officer, in her own words, calls the site very isolated. The nearest shop is in Metfield Village, almost 3 miles away, and Fressingfield shop is the same, and the nearest public transport is Harleston, 7 miles away. It is located at the end of a very narrow single-track road that comes off another single-track road from Fressingfield to Metfield, with passing places. In one of the lobbying letters from the closest neighbour, it showed photographs of the lane and how very narrow it was. It also showed an email from Serco explaining how a special, smaller vehicle was needed to collect the rubbish, owing to the difficulties previously had there due to the deep ditches on either side, which caused concern for the drivers while turning. And I feel that the officer saying there'll be only a slight increase in traffic is grossly underestimated. Our own heritage officer has raised concerns regarding the setting of a Grade 2 listed building, listed 2 building, saying there would likely be an above-low level of less than substantial harm arising from the siting of the glamping pods and mobile homes. They also raised concerns that there is no evidence of need for additional accommodation. The MPPF states, in considering the impact of a proposed development on the significance of a designated heritage asset, great weight should be given to the asset's conservation. The mobile homes and pods would cause less than substantial harm to the setting of the listed farmhouse, and notwithstanding the economic activity associated with the development, I feel this does not outweigh the great weight which should be given to the conservation of a heritage asset. To allow such harm would be contrary to paragraph 202 of the NPPF 2001 and contrary to policy HB1 of the adopted MSLP 1998, and would not respect the built heritage of Mid-Suffolk contrary to policy CS5 of the Core Strategy 2008. Therefore, I implore you to come to the site itself for a visit and see it for yourselves, elsewise refuse this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the ward member before we take a quick comfort break? Yeah, Councillor.
Yeah, I could just ask Lavinia, you talked about a site visit, and sometimes I think that can be really worthwhile. Are you saying this because of the complex nature, not just of the site, but the various activities? And it's very difficult to get a description, notwithstanding all the contributions everybody's made, which has been very, very good, and thank you for that. But there are times, I think, seeing it actually is believing. Is that really what you're saying?
Pros and cons with this. It's not just on there, but you need to see it for yourselves.
Do we want to keep going, or do you need that comfort break? Keep going. I'm getting the thumbs up. Can we keep going, John? No? Okay. Literally, can we really only be 4 minutes, please? Okay, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So, so we've heard from everyone now. It's up to us now to discuss, debate and come to a conclusion. Councillor Eburn, straight off. I was going to go as well, but go for it. I think we're all going to say the same thing.
You can go if you wish, Chair. I just, in the interest of moving things along, as I say. With regard to this application, I mean, I think it's very commendable, the work that's been done at Wakelands, and I think the fact that we spent all morning debating a planning application that was going to create industrial jobs in the edge of Stowmarket, that we should really be supporting creative and rural jobs in the countryside. And I kind of think it's a shame that this application didn't come as sort of more of a whole in terms of, you know, from the beginning and what they'd wanted to achieve, and put in kind of the rural jobs case and so on and so forth, because I think that would have possibly engaged the local community more in terms of not starting off glamping pods and so on before this has come to committee. However, it has come here, and it's for us to kind of look at regularising some of the work that's gone on, but also to agree or not, you know, where they're at. And personally, I would be in favour of this application with a couple of conditions. I note that the applicant has mentioned a passing point, and that traffic in and out of the site has been mentioned as an issue, and if they were prepared to offer a passing point, then I think that's very useful. And I think if there is something that can be done to limit the use of the mobile homes and perhaps numbers, and however that can be monitored, and I'm a bit unsure in planning terms how that is possible to be done, then I think there should be something to do with that. But I think overall, I think these are it's creative rural work in the countryside, and we should be supporting that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Passmore.
Well, I'm not sure whether that was a formal proposal or not, but I was going to pick up on what the ward member Lavinia Hadingham said, and propose that we do have a site visit, because I think it's a sensitive location, and I understand all the arguments from both sides, and I'm not in a position to make up my mind here and now, but I do think a site visit would add value, because picking up on Rachel saying jobs in the countryside, of course it's important, and we all agree. I can't believe anybody would disagree with that, but it's just making sure it's done in the right way. And I think because of the complexity with the glamping pods, the mobile homes, the other activities, an awful lot going on here, and I'm not in any way saying that's wrong, but I personally would feel there would be considerable merit in having a site visit. I don't know if anybody else agrees with that. You may not, but I'll put that on the table as a formal proposal, and if nobody seconds it, well, we can't do it.
Thanks. Well, funny enough, that would be my preferred route as well. I only became a councillor. I always say this, I'm really sorry, but I only became a councillor. I had no intention of ever becoming a councillor. I was living in Suffolk, and I got asked to speak at a parish council here at this committee by my parish council on a planning application around a campsite that had developed in the village. And actually, it's when you do the site visit, you really get to see the detail, and I think it's really hard for us to sit here. We're hearing some wonderful things that are going on the site, but we're also hearing from residents who are clearly very upset, and I think a site visit would just help me make my mind up, because at the moment I'm finding that a difficult decision. So I'd be happy to second a site visit as well. Anyone else wish to speak? Yeah, Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I did, if you remember a very long time ago now, I did declare personal interest, and that was because I did visit the site I think it's 18 or 20 months ago now. So I am actually familiar with the site. I think the committee's understanding would certainly be enhanced by a visit. So yeah, I'll support the idea that you go and have a look and see what I've already seen. Although at that time, obviously I wasn't looking at it with this application envisaged.
Anyone else wish to speak, or we'll go to a vote? It's been proposed and seconded for a site visit. Anyone wish to speak, or we'll go to the vote on that first? Okay, let's go to the vote on that.
Thank you, members. That vote is
Not there yet. He's imminent.
is now in progress. That's it. That's 4 votes for and 2 votes against the site visit, so that's carried.
Okay, so the site visit will take place next Wednesday morning, and details will be emailed to everyone in the next 24 hours for the site visit. Okay, thank you very much. So we now clean the desks and move another team in. So thanks everyone, thanks for joining us. And again, the parish council and the applicant will all get an opportunity to show us your concerns or show us around next week, but we'll send you notification on the process and how that works. Okay, welcome back everyone. So we're going to move on now. So we're going to rejiggle the order because we've got various people in the room. So we're going to go straight through and do the DC, we're going to do the 2 in Bacton effectively. So 8A and 8B next, as we have the parishes here and the ward member. So we'll go straight into DC 21-01930, land north of Church Road, Bacton. Hand over to the case officer.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members, ladies and gentlemen. The application you're being asked to consider now is a reserved matters proposal for the erection of 81 dwellings on a site north of Church Road in Bacton. This is a wider aerial view map of the site, and if I could just point out with a little red dot here, you can see the general settlement of Bacton. To the right you've got Cotton, and over here Wiveston. This plan shows it's a larger scale plan showing the site in relation to the settlement of Bacton, which as you can see is fairly linear running along the road, and the site stretches back, faces onto Church Road, and then backs up towards, abuts the Wiveston Road as well. This is the constraints plan. You'll note from that that the site is not inside the settlement boundary at the present time, it abuts it. The other constraints worthy of note are listed buildings, and in particular the grade 2 star listed building, you can see where my dot is, which is the one which is Bacton Manor. This is the red line application site. The only thing I would point out on this particular plan is that you'll note that the red line covers part of Wiveston Road, which reflects the fact that full planning permission has been granted for the access onto the site. This application came to you with a recommendation, the outline planning application came to committee with a recommendation of approval, but the recommendation was overturned. And at that time, this indicative master plan formed part of the planning application that you were asked to consider. As you will have noted from my report, the refusal was subsequently tested at appeal, and the inspector allowed the appeal, and he saw fit as part of his approval to identify this plan as something that he felt development should follow in terms of general accordance, I think it's a frame, generally in accordance with. So I thought it was useful. I omitted it from the original package, so apologies for that, but so you got an idea of how the site worked in terms of the indicative master plan. You can see the point of vehicular access taking place off of Wiveston Road, a large area of open space to the bottom with attenuation areas, the area of residential development including a linear stretch going up the main spine road, and an area of open space to the top. So that was included within the package that was considered at the appeal. This subsequent reserved matters application, in our view, follows the indicative plan in terms of site arrangement generally. As I said before, the access to the site is fixed at this point off of Wiveston Road. You have the open space at the frontage, the areas of residential development, and the open space to the north. So the general arrangement, as I've said in the report, we feel follows that plan that was identified to be a spectre at outline stage. This plan shows a smaller scale and a larger scale of the approved access, means of access, which will serve the site. And this leads to a movement network layout, which again, I've tried to enlarge this top part so you can see exactly what we're talking about. But there's a primary vehicular route which goes through the main spine road, as you'd expect. a tertiary route and private drives, which are in the yellow, and then public footpaths and public cycle paths. The colour isn't particularly good, but that line there and that line there are indicated as being public cycle path routes. This is the housing distribution layout. The housing, as I've said in the report, ranges a mix of 2, 3, 4 and 5 bed units across the site, and it's a mix obviously of affordable and private. And this plan shows the affordable housing development, which is up in the corner, which you can see. The darker blue units are the affordable rent and the lighter blue are shared ownership. Parking provision across the site meets the required standard. The arrangement of parking is identified in the case of 2 particular plots, which are here, does have instances of triple parking, but the reason we've taken the option of bringing this to committee with 2 triple plots or 2 triple parking spaces is that the arrangement of development here we felt was the optimum solution in relation to protecting the amenity of the nearest residential development on that side, which is Bacton Manor itself. So we're happy with that arrangement, which is served off a private drive. And in terms of the visitor arrangement, you'll see there's a concentration of visitor spaces along the bottom. That's in reflection of the likelihood that people may want to use some of these spaces here in order to access the shop. So it's more of a convenience element for that. They're not allocated for that purpose, and that was tested at the appeal. The inspector was quite clear. He didn't think there was sufficient reason to have a community car park on this site within that open space that you can see. But I think the developers have reflected that in terms of the arrangement of visitor spaces. So there is a concentration towards the south in consideration of the commercial, of the shop unit that's down here and the general traffic. This is the open space layout. Again, it rather starkly shows the attenuation which is on that that frontage space, which I'll talk about in more detail in a minute, and the top half, which contains the play area, a formal children's play area on the boundary, which again was shown in the parameter plan earlier. This is the landscape master plan, which works up the details how it would work. We are suggesting there would be a final condition regarding landscaping, so that the actual final detail of that would be further agreed, but the actual framework that you're seeing there, we're happy with in terms of an approach on this site. I think key things to point out on this are the amount of the amount of native planting that would go on the front to augment what's already there, because there's as you'll see from my photographs in a minute, there's a nice hedge along the frontage, and none of the existing hedging and trees along the boundaries of this site would be removed as a result of this development taking place, which again is a key consideration in landscape and also ecology terms. This is a frontage landscape detail which shows the area at the front. The attenuation is all suds, and it uses non-piped attenuation, so you have rills going along the main road into the site. Sorry, I'm using the wrong mouse. Along here and going further into the site, and that all drains south, and is any rainfall is attenuated in this area and eventually crosses a pipe and into the drainage ditch on the south side of Church Road. If I quickly go back to that plan, I should have said that this particular depression here would be a pond. It would be permanently filled with water. That's the intention as part of the attenuation. And if that overtopped, then these lesser areas would be used. But I think in terms of the the way the site is organised, this is a section across that overall site, and you'll see that, excuse me, the general depressions that you're looking at there, I think this one is 40 centimetres, and this one scales, or shown as scales at 60. So they are gentle climbs rather than the usual sort of, or the attenuation basins you're probably used to seeing in the past. And I think on this particular one as well, it shows where the kickabout area would be as one of the elements of that overall landscape. Another important consideration, of course, as well as the impact on Bacton Manor in terms of amenity, is the impact on the other properties on Wyboston Road. Here you can see that there would be a line of units along the back, but the actual distance between the units is clearly scaled, well, hopefully fairly clearly scaled, but it scales off between 32 and 33 metres, which by distance standards is felt to be acceptable in this location. The other thing to bear in mind is that there would be a 5 metre wide belt of trees and additional planting along here, and the developers have specified extra heavy standard units trees in that particular location, which start off at 6 metre height. So it's an instant impact in terms of filter screening, which I think in combination with the distance we were happy with as an approach to protecting, it's the important consideration of protecting the amenity of the occupiers of these two dwellings. This goes into the section drawing you can see here, goes into more detail in relation to that. So this is the boundary with the properties on Wyboston Road I was just talking about. There's the 5 metre wide strip of planting, extra heavy standard tree planting going in, and then you can see the 2 rows of houses. So that's the row of houses nearest the boundary. And turning to Bacton Manor, there's the 2 houses I was talking about, which both have the triple parking arrangement. And then you've got a 7 metre wide strip there and extra heavy standard planting. Importantly, there's no windows that front onto that side at first floor level either. So there's a further protection. I'll go through these at some speed. These are the design approach that's taken on the site, which is traditional architecture, but I think bearing in mind the context of the surroundings and also the important consideration of the setting of the listed buildings, it was felt that as a design approach would be appropriate in this location. The house types themselves are traditional. All detailing has been worked up since the initial submission. So, for example, where you have large flank elevations that are without any detail, the applicant has been negotiated to put some features in those flanks to break them up. But generally, render, brick, tiles, the sorts of thing you would normally see in Suffolk as a design response. Importantly, the design also doesn't discriminate, if that's the right word, between affordable housing units and market housing in terms of appearance. They look exactly the same in our view, so you could say that visually they're 10-year blind. This is an example of garaging, which again follows that traditional approach. I'll finish off with some views. This is looking eastwards along Church Road. That's Bacton Manor, which is a very nice house. It's a grade 2 star, and was the subject of much discussion, the impact of this on the setting of that at the appeal, so I understand, because that was one of the reasons the council originally rejected this. And as I said, the inspector was happy with the impact on the basis of the amount of open space that would be provided on the frontage of the site. That's the end of the curtilage of Bacton House, and this is a sweep across the site from Church Road. level agricultural land, as I've said in the report. There you can see the hedging, which is a feature that would be retained, which obviously helps with regard to the overall visual impact. The only puncture that would take place in that would be the cycleway or footway that comes out onto the road. And that's a view up Church Road, and again you can see the curtilage of Bacton Manor and its associated grounds, and opposite the site is the local pub. This is a view approaching further down the road towards the junction with Wetheringsett Road. You've got the pond in the foreground and the shop there, which I was talking about earlier. And this is looking northwards up Wetheringsett Road, and at the time of my visit, delivery was taking place, as you can see. This is further up Wetheringsett Road. This tree here would not be lost as part of the development. The point of access would take place the other side of the tree, so north of the tree, so that would not be coming out. And these are the two houses I was talking about earlier, which back onto the site in terms of the amenity protection issues. And this is a sweep across the site from Wetheringsett Road, and again this is the approximate position here where the new access would be coming in. There's a couple of CGI views of development. This is across the open space to the site frontage from Church Road. And it's important, I thought, so you could get a flavour of the sort of development which would be for the affordable housing units, which is located to the rear, because it's in terms of the value of the space, they all have value, and it's important that they make sure that that's you know, an appropriate standard for this development. So I think that's all I need to say at this particular stage. I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Yeah, we've got some hands go up. Councillor Eburn and Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. Just for context, thanks for the presentation. Could you just possibly point out the site immediately north of the middle school site and confirm what the status is there, please, in terms of planning?
I'm terribly sorry, Councillor. I'm starting to get an ear infection. It's not that you haven't spoken loud enough. It's just that I'm struggling to hear it occasionally.
Okay, so just the site that's immediately north of or northwest of this site is the old Bacton Middle School site.
Yes.
Could you just confirm the status of, just for context, what the status is there at the moment of planning applications?
Outline planning permission has been granted for redevelopment on that site. I don't think we've had any reserved matters in. So yeah, I mean, it's got an extant outline planning permission.
Thank you. And the specifically up here, there seem to be a lot of attenuation. Is that, you know, plus a pond? So 2 attenuations areas plus a pond. That seems quite a lot from sites I've seen. Just if you could comment on that. And the other point is the footpath seems to extend from the site directly onto Church Road, so young people could, is there any plans to have that a crossing, or have that actually stopped off a bit so that young people, particularly on bikes, don't race straight out of the site onto the Church Road, the main road? Because it is quite a straight through road in Bacton, so it's busy.
Turning to the issue of attenuation, if you could get the presentation up, please. I'll quickly get... Oh, actually, we'll go the other way. I've got one right at the end. Right, sorry about that. Yes, there is 3 attenuation ponds. in terms of how this works, or attenuation areas, I should say, in terms of how this works, the fall is from north to south, and this drainage would be through this site. This would be a permanent feature, which I understand would be at 40 centimetres deep at any time, but it would be a permanent pond feature. And there is another pond on the site which is currently overgrown, I understand, which is approximately this position, excuse me, in this position. And the proposal is to utilise that and make that part of the drainage as well. These two basins here are there in basically to deal with the unusual 1 in 100 year event. Otherwise there would be percolation or basically the runoff would just soak through as normal, but that's why they can afford to be shallower. And in the case of this one, they're even showing a kickabout area within that site. So they would be dry for most of the time. It's just in that unusual event they're there to attenuate even more. Turning to this, that footpath does come straight out onto the road. Well, there's a footpath there that it would land or connect with. I must admit, I don't know if there's any detail of that that's been agreed at this stage. I dare say that the Highway Authority may want to consider the issue, because I take the point. I understand exactly the point you're making with regard to what happens to the pedestrians coming out on the main road. But it's not coming out straight out onto a carriageway, it's coming out onto a footpath on the northern side.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's just the primary school is north east on that map, and it's not very far, so it'd be easy for people to cycle, and I'd be concerned that they're just zooming out. So anyway, we'll see what happens. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking at the access with benefit of planning permission, etc. Are we? You said we weren't losing any trees. Are you sure that I mean, the visibility display on that slide appears to go right through that lovely tree, which I pray we do not lose. Are we really confident that Highways have agreed to that and keeping that tree?
Yes, yeah, thank you. I know the one you mean. I'm going to just hopefully get it up so everyone can see it properly. Yes. That line there is a visibility display. That's obviously the tree that's been shown on the site, or just taken from the survey drawing. I'm reading that the visibility display goes to that side of the trunk. When I say that side, I mean to the west of the trunk as you look north. So therefore that the actual tree would be retained. It's not shown as being taken out, councillor. So that's what I'm relying on in terms of giving you that advice. It's not shown as being removed, because normally with that type of drawing, if it was proposed to remove it, it would be shown dotted. So
you can double check with the applicant, John.
Yeah, definitely.
Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. Could you please inform us of the EV charging points on this particular development, and do you know how these houses are intended to be heated?
Thank you, councillor. The EV charging points was a condition imposed by the inspector. So he's basically said in his decision notice that details have to be provided, but the wording of the condition is that they would have to serve all dwellings, as I understand the wording of his condition. That's why I haven't suggested it in my list, but there would need to be charging points for all the dwellings there. And in terms of the heating, having read through their energy statement, the applicants are saying in this case it would be electric heating.
Could I come back? I noticed on the plan that I think it's some of the affordable housing has got a rear parking court at the sort of well, it's on all of them. I think it's is there a parking plan? But none of them are very big scale. 611 seems to be the parking provision layout, and it's all a bit small. But I think it's the ones almost in the middle and the north. There seems to be a rear parking court, and I'm just concerned about the EV charging points in there. But if it's been conditioned at the outline stage, presumably, what happens? Well, because obviously sometimes things are conditioned at outline stage, and we see them at reserved matters about what they're going to do with them. But presumably this, because it was an appeal decision, you haven't heard anything about the EV charging provision, especially for those ones in the parking court.
I haven't had any involvement with the developer or the applicant about that particular point. There are three parking courts on this site, 2 serve 8 spaces, and the third one serves 4. They would have to be served by EV in some way or other, even though they're remote from the curtilage. So the onus is on the developer to accord with the condition.
We'll ask him maybe if he's here.
Any other questions at all at this point?
Oh yes, got it. Yeah, affordable housing. Did you briefly give us a verbal update on the strategic housing views about this? Only I note that the layout is not within our usual limitation of 15 clustered at a maximum. It's more than that. Have they commented?
Sorry, for the omission, councillors, I did have my late paper, which I should have drawn your attention to. We did get a comment from the strategic housing team. On the particular point of the affordable housing location, I understand that the applicant met with the strategic housing officer to discuss that, and it was a question, obviously, because there's a requirement of the amount, which is in accordance with policy, but the location has been driven, as has the organisation of the whole site, in relation to the constraints presented, such as the listed building. So as you look at the development, the further north you go, the denser it gets, but there is an incursion of affordable housing within the private part to the south, the area further south, and on that basis the strategic housing officer was happy with that arrangement, as I understood it.
So you're saying that there's some of the affordable, was it to the south of the site?
No, sorry, there's a cluster of affordable housing as you look at the plan at the top, but there's a number of, I think they're shared ownership units, which actually form part of a perimeter block which is south of the main cluster, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I heard you say 10-year blind for those, but...
well, visually...
Okay, we'll come back to that possibly.
Councillor Mansfield, come back.
Yeah, thank you. Now that you've pointed us to the late papers, which I hadn't really had a chance to digest because they only appeared sort of late yesterday afternoon, am I right in assuming that because of the this comment that some of the affordable units are not to the nationally described space standards, and you seem to think that that is acceptable?
Well, I think that the officer identifies that the NDSS standards or NDSS haven't been achieved, but it's not something I don't think at this point we can insist on. And I think that's recognised in her consultation response back to us. So I think it's something that we would want to seek, but we have no policy basis on this point to actually do that. So that's the position we're in, unfortunately.
only to say that Bradley won't mind me saying I'm sorry to say he's quite right as a matter of law.
Okay. Any other questions before we move on? No. Okay. So we'll now move on to the Parish Council. Welcome. Thank you for staying the course. And over to you, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And good afternoon. Bacton Parish Council was active in its successful effort to persuade this committee to refuse the outline planning application for this development and made representations to the planning hearing when that went to appeal. But we accept the outcome of that process and have endeavoured to work constructively with the applicant on their proposals for the site, which is a sensitive and significant location for the village. Parish Council recognised the applicants have engaged with neighbouring property owners, including me and my wife as the owners of Bacton Manor, to address our concerns. They dealt a number of issues raised by the Council and others since the first iteration of application, but many of the Council's original concerns remain. Despite some minor changes, as we heard, the affordable housing is still relatively clustered together in the northeastern corner of the site. We really do feel these dwellings will be better distributed evenly throughout the development to create a more balanced community and avoid the risk of social isolation. We note the proposed changes to the attenuation basins, but can we be assured that they will now provide accessible multi-purpose space for recreation and community activities? And whilst this will be a welcome open space to the village, the Council is concerned about the location of the natural play area, top left, which is currently out of view of the dwellings in one corner of the site and possibly encourage anti-social behaviour. And at 300 square metres, a relatively small space given the overall size of the development. We've heard concerns about the visitor parking, and that's encouraging if it's thought the developers can accommodate all the shop traffic. We hope it can, but it needs to be borne in mind. We suggest the street lights might be more traditional in their design, even if utilising low energy technology, and installed at a low level to minimise light pollution, as we see no changes in the proposed specification. The cycle paths are welcomed as the potential link to any future development to the north that was mentioned, but the safety of cyclists, children and the accompanying adults in negotiating Church Road concerns the Council greatly, as there is no proposal for a safe crossing to access the only primary and preschool in the village, as we've just heard from a councillor. We'd like to see a raised crossing as installed at Hawley, serving the Bellway Eve Meadows development, linking the adjacent footpaths opposite the Bull, and a similar crossing between the footpaths on Wyboston Road, near the tree we've talked about, both of which would aid pedestrian safety and act as traffic calming measures. On the wider traffic issue, we do not feel the limitations of the junction of Wyboston Road and Church Road to safely manage the anticipated number of vehicle movements from this and the adjacent sites scheduled for construction in the next few years has been recognised, and suggests that through you, hopefully that highways might be asked to evaluate the construction of a roundabout at their location. Parish Council asks these issues might be addressed through appropriate conditions if the application is granted.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the Parish Council? No? Okay, thank you very much. Now, we don't have an objector or a supporter, so we'll move straight to the agent or the applicant, and we have Dan Humphreys and Mark Chapman. Over to you. And again, between you, however you want to do it, 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. As I say, my name is Dan Humphreys, Planning Coordinator for Taylor Wimpey East Anglia, and I'm joined by Mark Chapman, Planning and Technical Director, who will assist me in answering any questions you may have. Taylor Wimpey have been involved in this project since early 2020 and have had the benefit of several rounds of collaborative pre-application discussions with officers, key stakeholders, near neighbours and the local community. This included in excess of 500 newsletters being circulated locally, inviting comments in relation to the emerging proposals. All comments received to date have helped positively shape the proposals, triggering numerous improvements to ensure that the scheme sits sympathetically with its immediate surroundings. As referred to in the case officer's report, this particular site does have the benefit of an indicative master plan and suite of parameter plans, which are widely recognised as an appropriate starting point for the determination of reserved matters. Such plans provide clear and well-considered framework under which the development should be brought forward, and such guiding principles have been carried through the design process and approved upon wherever possible. Such improvements include the addition of internal cycle paths, widened landscape buffers with mature planting, looped internal highways offering improved functionality, the sensitive placement of buildings to boundaries, and enhanced detailing and materiality to numerous homes. Furthermore, discussions have been held directly with the LLFA to ensure that the SUDS features provided within the site frontage can perform as multifunctional spaces, fully accessible to the wider community. Similar discussions are ongoing with Bacton Parish Council as to what this important space may contain in the future. The final development layout design closely reflects the master plan in terms of site access, internal highway movement network, the spatial arrangement of buildings and the provision of open space. Important build-off dimensions have been honoured and existing boundaries have been fully respected as intended. Many of the new homes are afforded natural green outlooks to promote healthy living due to the outward-looking nature of the layout design, which wouldn't be achievable through other design responses, such as inverting the layout. In terms of architectural design, first and foremost, this proposal does not look to compete with the adjacent manor house, only to respect its evident stature and setting. This approach shall help preserve a clear hierarchical sense of place to be complemented with simple, attractive and uncluttered building styles and materials. Such styles that are commonly seen elsewhere in Suffolk and were also captured in the local character analysis undertaken at the outline application stage. In conclusion, members, Taylor Wimpey East Anglia are extremely proud to be involved in this project and are grateful for the positive collaboration with the Council and other stakeholders. The proposal complies with the principles set by the outline planning application and has been positively received by officers, statutory consultees, including the Heritage team. Therefore, we would respectfully ask that you support your officer's recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, do we have any questions at all? Yeah, start at the back. Councillor Eburn, then Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that. A couple of questions. The attenuation ponds, again, and the large area of them, could it not be possible to actually, rather than the two big ones, yes, I can understand you've got a pond, if there's a pond in the middle as well, can that not be made into one so you can clearly delineate a play space or whatever someone referred to as a kickabout space, but whatever space there is. Secondly, the play area that fronts onto Wiveston Road, so at the back of the site, was there no, did you not discuss putting that in the middle of the site somehow, which would also probably add as another feature really for those people living there? And thirdly, as I raised in the questions to the officer, do you have any structure or plan to prevent particularly young people going cycling straight out of the site onto Church Road? And yes, I know there's a pavement there, but it's not that wide, and I can just see, you know, that an accident waiting to happen as somebody shoots out. So I'd appreciate your answers to those. Thank you.
Yeah, with the first instance of the balancing ponds, the actual overall surface water drainage strategy was looked at and discussed at great lengths with the LLFA. The original ponds from the master planning stage were actually due to be a lot deeper than what are currently shown, but to enable us to get to a point where the surface water runoff is no greater than the current use of the site, it did mean that we had to expand the overall size of those ponds, but decrease the depth so that they were still accessible. So that is the reason why you've got 3 ponds in essence, albeit they are very shallow to ensure they're accessible, but it is to reduce the surface water runoff rate that's anticipated for the site. Secondly, with the POS to the northwestern boundary, again, our standpoint at the beginning was to follow the approved master plan and indicative parameter plans. That was clearly the location that was deemed suitable for such a play space. I appreciate the comments regarding whether that's safe, whether it's overlooked. We do have in excess of 3 houses directly overlooking that space. And obviously it will be a through route from elsewhere in the village into the new development as well, via the new cycle path link that's due to be provided. And thirdly, with the access to Church Road, again with the new cycle path, currently we don't have any proposals in terms of barriers or anything to prevent children or pedestrians from going out onto the road. But that's something we could discuss with the Highway Authority when it comes to the detailed design stage. So we're glad to take that point away.
Okay, Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to follow up my questions that I asked of the officer. about he informed us that these houses are to be electrically heated. Now, I first looked at the plan and I thought they're not really orientated for solar PV. Was that ever part of your consideration about the design and layout of this proposal? I'd also like to ask about the EV charging points, particularly in the parking courts, and whether that is really going to happen. And also I'd like your comments on the fact that some of the affordable homes are not to the national space standards. Thank you.
Right, thank you for those questions. So, yeah, the electric boilers, so I can confirm it is electric heating here, so there's no gas in the area. Each house will then have wastewater heat recovery system, and there is also photovoltaics on the roofs. Around about 20% of the homes will have those, and there was actually a sustainability report submitted alongside the application, which gives all the data in the background of that as well. In terms of the EV charging, as the case officer said, there is a condition on the outline for condition 7. The reason we haven't submitted details at this stage is you'll be aware there's emerging government guidance on how EV charging should be brought in and regulation. So what we didn't want to do was preempt that at this point when actually, there will be some clearer guidance from government on how we do that. We have an approach where we try to pre-wire all homes with parking adjacent, ready for mode 3. But like I say, we haven't actually submitted those details, but that will come in as that part of that discharge condition. Yes, that's right, yes, yeah. And sorry, what was the...
National space standards?
And space standards, as was said earlier, it's not something that is a requirement in the area at the moment, so that's why we haven't put it forward. There is around 45% of the homes on the site actually do meet the space standards anyway. It's just when you get down to the smaller ones, because of how things like en-suites are measured in the national space standards, technically they don't meet the size area, but it doesn't mean that they're drastically undersized. It's just how you measure en-suites in a space standard property home. But as was said earlier, it's not a requirement at the moment.
Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the nationally described space standards as well. I mean, do you not feel that your company reputation would be better served if you could put your hand up and say yes, we're meeting them? Second question, I did ask earlier about the tree, or perhaps trees even, but particularly the one tree on slide 7, page 607. As to whether we can be assured that the visibility display dotted line is not going to remove the tree.
Yeah, and coming back on both those points. So in terms of the tree, yes, so the visibility display won't clash with the tree. That's been checked by the highways officers already. There's actually been some very detailed conversations about that. So you're probably aware that we have a planning level drawing at planning stage. We then have what's called a section 278, which is the detailed design. Afterwards, those conversations have already been ongoing, so there's no chance of changing from planning level to that, what we call that technical design stage. So that's absolutely fine. I take the point on the NDSS. It's not something that we're required to do today. There are some what I would call some oddities around how you measure that. You can build a smaller house without an ensuite bathroom and it's NDSS compliant, or you can build a bigger house with an ensuite bathroom and it's not. Now, yeah, we are obviously market led. We take a decision that for our customers in this particular area, they value an ensuite bathroom, so therefore that's the size of the home we build and we provide the ensuite bathroom. So, but I do take the point.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, Councillor Mellon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The houses show chimneys, although clearly they are not going to be functional. Are they just a design feature?
They are, yes.
We've had great debate about that over the years. We might get to that later, who knows? Okay, right. That's it on the question front. We'll move over now to the ward member. So over to you, Councillor Mellon.
Thank you. I'll try and be as brief as I can. Thank you, members. The original application for this site was refused by Mid Suffolk, but that decision, as we heard, was overturned by the appeal inspector. So this site is one of 3 in Bacton which were not within the original proposed JLP settlement boundary, but which have subsequently been approved and are now within the amended proposed JLP settlement boundary. Now, this site sits at the heart of the village. It's a short walk to the shop, the pub, the school, and indeed the potential new school site on the old middle school site. It's close to the doctor's surgery and the church, and as such it represents a reasonably sustainable site. Though I will make the point that public transport connections from Bacton are poor and much worse than when I moved here 15 years ago. I can commend the developer for their interaction and discussion with the parish council and with the district and county councillors. We've had some very useful discussions. However, there are still a few outstanding concerns, which I'll just go on to go through. Firstly, the amenity play area is tucked away in the northwest corner of the site. It does not appear to be well surveilled, and I would prefer to have seen it within the built site more centrally. Secondly, the appeal inspector conditioned that the building line be set back from Church Road in order to respect the adjacent manor building. And this would, I quote, maintain a large area of public open space in the southern third of the site. Now, while this application does show green space at the front of the site, almost like a village green, this is largely taken up with the attenuation basin. So I have concerns really about how usable this space is. Is it really public open space as the inspector described? My third point, the affordable housing is clustered in one location, which is not what we generally like to see, and officers usually object to that. Fourthly, the inspector conditioned that the access to this development should come in from Wetheringsett Road rather than Church Road as was originally envisaged. So that means that most traffic will have to come to the junction at Shop Green. That's where Wetheringsett Road and Church Road meet. And we will have more traffic from the other developments on Wetheringsett Road. One site's already under construction, and then we have the middle school site to come. So this junction is going to become quite busy, and it is a tricky junction. It's a sort of traditional shape with an island in the middle, as we saw in the photograph, so it can actually get quite difficult to negotiate, and it does need to be redesigned. While I welcome the new spaces for parking in the entranceway to the development, there will be a loss of parking opposite the entranceway because you simply can't have cars there, and they were shown parked there on a couple of the photos in the presentation. People do park opposite this entrance or the potential entrance to go to the shop, and they won't be able to do it when this development has been built. I do have a question mark over electric boilers. Why not air source heat pumps, which are more efficient? It seems to me you've gone for an option which is cheaper to build but will be more expensive to run for the residents in the long run. I do agree that development will come to this site, and I do agree that the developer has listened to the community. I just wish they had gone a bit further. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any questions to the... Yeah, Councillor Matheson?
I really wanted to go back to the agent because I'd assumed when the word electric meant electrically powered air source heat pumps. But now Councillor Mellon's saying that it doesn't, which is quite concerning.
Yeah, by all means.
So that's right, we haven't proposed air source heat pumps here. As I said, we've actually got wastewater heat recovery and photovoltaics instead. Now, one of the reasons we haven't gone for the air source heat pumps is obviously it's something we know will be coming, but at the moment the supply chain, the training of people who can fit it, all those things is still, being worked on, shall we say. Also, where you see the real benefit of air source heat pumps will be and sorry to get too technical, but the SAP assessment, which is how they assess how the energy of a home. SAP 10, which is being updated for the new building regulations. Part of that update takes into account the fact that you've got decarbonisation of the energy network. So at the moment, if you run an electric heating network, because historically our electric has come from coal-fuelled energy power stations, it actually is shown as very inefficient. And until that SAP software is adapted to reflect the fact that more energy comes from green sources, electric heating and things like air source heat pumps are still shown through the software as not being as efficient. Now we know that that will change, but you can't actually model it at this time. So that SAP software we were expecting around July this year, and it's now looking like the end of the year. And that is all part of the new building regulation rollout that's coming. But what we have done, like I say, at this point in time is show that we can meet the required standard just in a different way. And the other thing to note is all of our homes, when we sell them, we obviously need to make sure the lights and everything switch on the day that customers move in. So Taylor Wimpey sign all of our customers to a renewable tariff. So the first tariff they'll be on in their home is guaranteed to be through renewable sources. Obviously after that it's up to the customer if they need to change that, but it starts them off on the right footing in terms of getting their energy from the right sources.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, Chair, that's really interesting. I wonder if we could get our sustainability officer to give us a bit of a briefing on that sometime. Not in the context of this application, but it's quite interesting.
Yes, I'm sure we can. Okay. Yeah, I think, John, the best thing would if you can just ping, well, if Andy can ping Susie and just say it came up at planning, can we have a briefing on it? That'd probably be the best to make sure it actually happens. Let's do it that way.
Yeah, I was thinking in terms of sort of
yeah, a briefing for the members. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, so thank you. That's all the questions. So open up for debate. And Councillor Passmore, your hand's gone straight up. Over to you.
I was just going to ask a question, actually. Perhaps you didn't see it. It was just really concerning the parking on Wetheringsett Road, being near the shop and so on. Have you got any suggestions? I mean, Highways, from what I can see here, have raised no objections, and they apparently seem to be satisfied. I just wonder if, no comment, if there is anything that could be done, or whether that could be added as part of the conditions to make sure they do actually